Reggies in Liverpool. So he's making it, doing it. He's running it back again as we do get a chance to have a glimpse of the prizes. One Reggie Rock, one Reggie Steele there. Other than that, nothing too crazy from either side of the board, as we do see both players have set up fist bump, and this will kick off our Swiss round 12 of this special event in Utrecht. Does look like Chris will be starting us off here with a nest ball.
Alex, I'm not sure if you got to see that hand, but I think I saw a hand of all basic energy and that singular nest ball. Now, okay, well, I guess if that is the case, what you're going to have to do is start using that Reggie Gate as soon as possible, because that lets you grab any basic Pokemon and pop it onto your bench. But I think apart from that, you're not going to be seeing a whole deal. But let me explain how this Reggie deck works. We haven't seen it in a while. So, Reggie Gigas has the ability Ancient Wisdom. As long as you have all the Reggies in play, so that's every single one of them, you can grab 3 energy from your discard pile and attach them to your Pokemon in any way you like. Now, worth noting, that does not say basic energy. So that means you can reattach special energy if you like. So double turbo energy would be an option. He isn't playing it, Chris, obviously, though. The main one we'll be looking at here is gift energy. So that would let you draw up to 7 when the Pokemon is attached to is KO'd. Also worth noting, he does play a one-off Luminous energy as well, which will count as any color energy while it's attached, as long as you have no other special energy in play. So Chris, first minigame is to get all the Reggies down, and the second minigame is to get the relevant energy in the discard pile. After that, the deck will just use Ancient Wisdom over and over and over again to find the attacker, or to fuel the attackers.
Yeah, and just to kind of combine that as well, he does have an Artisan. We do see another Reggie is going to be coming down. You know, they tend to be quite big, bulky basics for just, you know, just non-V, non-EX, non-rule box type Pokemon, of course. So it's just all these single prizes. Tend to hit for different weaknesses when it was a very often played deck. Yes. Now, it's in a scenario where it's still having to utilize a lot of different sort of type attackers, but this time having to utilize all of those sort of more basic energies to power it up. Yeah, without there being stuff like Aurora energy being used anymore. Worth noting, this Reggie Drago has the Dragon Horde ability. When it's inactive, you can draw to have 4 cards in your hand. It's actually Chris's only form of onboard draw, since you can't play barrel or anything like this, because every bench spot has to be dedicated to a Reggie Pokemon. As Chris is going to end the turn and pass it over to Oscar, who's going to kick us off with a Battle VIP pass whilst having a Rotom V in the active. Yeah, that Rotom V is going to be super great in this slight scenario here, because turn 1, Oscar typically won't be able to do too much in terms of sort of starting attacks, for example. Could maybe utilize something like the Celebrations Mew shade that we spoke about so much just prior to this game, or maybe even trying to utilize something like the Pidgey's Call for Family, but just having that Rotom V available has the possibility to use Instant Charge to end the turn and draw 3 cards, as we do see our pink little friend there hit the board. Not Zacian V there, is it, Jake? Okay, you've got to keep winning with this, because we can't let Alex win these anymore. Have you seen it? He's seen how much he's going on about this? Golly. Worth noting, though, that Rotom V is weak to fighting. Reggie Rock would be able to KO it. I think it does 140, that Reggie Rock, so that is something that Chris can KO in 1 hit and take multiple prize cards whilst doing so. But I think you are correct. Going off this Battle VIP pass and Artisan search, I would imagine Oscar would be looking to use Mysterious Tail this turn, or maybe even use Call for Family at the end just to grab some Charmander and or Pidgey. I mean, we'll be looking to try and maneuver into the active spot. Does have a Jet Energies, does jet into the Mew. Which is a great little inclusion in the deck, that opportunity to just switch into the active spot with the energy attachment. We do see a Mysterious Tail. After VIP hits, so we'll be able to continue setting up the board, and this is exactly what Oscar will be looking to try and do in this matchup. Yeah, it's going to be really interesting. I was trying to work out this matchup, and when we found out this was going to be our stream match, and there is no Grass-type Reggie, so we will not be hitting a Charizard EX for weakness anytime soon. So I think Oscar just needs a normal game plan, get out your Terra Charizard EX and start swinging. I think for Chris, he'll be looking to utilize, I would imagine, the Evolving Skies Reggie Drago, since Dragon Energy for Grass Fire energy cost deals a massive 240 damage. Just try and use that over and over and over again. Yeah, Chris's side of the board is really going to start trying to swing for 2-hit knockouts. Yes. Utilizing either of the Reggie Dragos, as he does boss up the Registeel as well, just to end the turn with an insta-charge, just kind of limit what Chris can do from that Dragon's Horde ability of that Regidrago. You did also see the Manaphy come down from Oscar's Guide, wanting to protect herself from that card that we do see in Chris's hand right now, that Regieleki, which has that Terra Spark attack, 120 damage for 2 lightning and 1 colorless. This card all lightning energy from this Pokemon, but also does 40 damage to 2 of your opponent's bench Pokemon. Now, if you're beginning to just set up knockouts on your opponent's side of the board, that's another great way for this type of deck to end up in a position where it could take some wins. As we do see a Regigate there, I believe. With the final Regis come down, the full partners in crime are together now. Regigigas has hit the field, and that Registeel is in the active spot.
And it looks like we are going to get over to Oscar's turn. He's going to start the turn off there with a mysterious tail. And I think it's actually a massive find there for Oscar grabbing that Manaphy, because you're right, Terra Spark could start to really line up benched Pokemon quickly.
Yeah, and remind yourself how that was able to do that again. It was that little pink friend, our Mew celebrations, grabbing all of those support cards. And this is how it works. You know, it finds itself in a lot of decks which are very item heavy. Typically those rare candy stage 2 decks, like Gardevoir EX, like Charizard EX, and it's just really showcasing its value here. It's got that energy already ready to go to start retreating if it needs to do so. The Forest Sealstones on that Rotom V now, so can activate the V-Star ability, start Alchemy, and grab any cards. But as we're going through the motions here, Ultra Balling away that Arven Fire Energy, we are starting to, you'd see this game plan really come to life for Oscar.
Yeah, I mean, this is off to the races for a Charizard EX deck turn 2. Going to have a turn 2 Pidgeot EX and has the rare candy in hand and the Charizard. So that means this quick search will most likely find, you know, a rare candy to get the Charizard EX into play. And all of a sudden, this has got a little bit out of hand so fast, right? This is the scary thing about Charizard EX, is that a turn 2 Pokemon, 330 HP, that has set itself up and is dealing massive damage. Now, traditionally, Burning Darkness dealing 180 in the early game is sort of a downside, right? Oh, goodness gracious me, 180 is not enough. However, when you're playing against a Reggie's deck where nothing has over, I think, 130, I guess the Regigigas has 150 HP maximum, all of a sudden, 180 Burning Darkness is perfectly fine.
Yeah, 100%. We talk about it being super efficient, you know, just by evolving up that Infernal Rain coming down, 2 Fire Energies attached now to that Charizard EX. We've spoken about this combo of going from the Star Alchemy, even if it's needed, or just, you know, the rare candy from Mew into the Pidgeot, into the Charizard. And that sequencing of motions there is really just very poetic. As we do see now the Charizard, who will eventually be just kind of staring down against these Reggies and just start taking knockouts as soon as possible.
And I think we saw the Star Alchemy grab the Collapse Stadium, so we're going to even, I would imagine, discard the Rotom V, the only liability realistically on the board right now for Oscar, as we do see Collapse, and that's a double-pronged sword actually, because not only does Oscar get to remove the Rotom, but it actually forces Chris to remove a Reggie, which means that Ancient Wisdom will no longer be alive, well, live I should say, since Regigigas is sent to discard pile, and so is Registeel off that KO. But a nice Super Rod to try and get those Reggies back, Alex.
Yeah, I believe there's also an Iono in Chris's hand now, so we'll be able to start looking for those combo pieces again. We've already spoken about that kind of mini game to get all of the Reggies out and then all the right energy types into the discard pile, so that Chris can start swinging, because Oscar has initiated the prize race here by taking that knockout. We do see the manual attachment Dragon's Horde first to kind of maximize, finds a Nest Ball, so can reactivate at least one more of those Registeel or Regigigas that we've already lost that has been super rodded back.
But it's really worth, it's an interesting note, right? That this Regidrago Asceniactor has 2 energy. Giant Fangs is 160. Now that times 2 is 220. That is not enough to KO a Charizard EX. And in normal scenarios, you think, right, well, we'll just bench the other Regidrago and start attacking with that. But you can't in this deck, because you can only have space for 1 Regidrago. So that means Chris, if he is forced to use Giant Fangs, could be a bit inefficient.
No, 100%, but it's just got to try and find maybe that next piece. Does find the Luminous Energy, so can start swinging away at this Charizard EX as well.
That is true.
But remember, has already attached from hand, is unable to, I believe, remove the Collapse Stadium from play right now. So we're in a sticky situation here for the Reggies, Shay.
Yeah, the collapse stadium basically reads, you cannot use Ancient Wisdom until it's gone. It's that simple, because collapse stadium forces Chris to only have 4 bench Pokemon, and for Regigigas to activate, you need to have 5. So that collapse stadium actually proving a real irritant there for Chris to deal with. And yeah, close to being able to use Giant Fangs, but not quite, as we are going to see this Earthen Vessel be used here to grab the Lightning Energy and Metal Energy from the deck. Earthen Vessel is a really good card in this deck, because not only is the discard synergy fantastic, but you also get to filter in all the basic energy you like as well. As well, I was going to see a pass.
It's just a pass. Those energies that are attached to the Regidrago will be going down back into the discard. Remember, as long as Chris can refresh that board state and get those Regidrago and then Registeel back up once again with a collapse stadium in play, it does mean there's an opportunity here to just then reload and start swinging away. But this is at his detriment right now. Oscar will be going to 2 prizes ahead in this matchup once he announces Burning Darkness one more time.
Yeah, 2 prizes ahead when your best case scenario for Chris is 2-shotting your opponent. Could be traditionally quite a hard avenue to try and come back from. But, you know, Chris is at a fantastic record. So I'm sure if anyone can navigate out of this 2-prize hole, I'm sure Chris is up there. As well, I was going to see a Burning Darkness Alex as Oscar takes his 2nd prize card. And now it's over to Chris.
Yeah, Regieleki promoted here. Does have the Ultra Ball to remove more energies from the hand as well. I do see further supporters available. I think I saw a research and an Iona available. So there comes the big attacker in the 2nd, I believe, the Evolving Skies Regidrago that you highlighted. Capable of dealing, was it 240 damage?
240.
Yeah, it does deal 20 damage less for each damage counter on it, but typically it won't have any.
Nope, because if your opponent attacking into it, most likely it's
yeah, exactly. It's going to be hitting that discard pile. But it's the biggest attacker in Chris's deck, as we do see the research being played now. Big 7 cards.
On a need to find a stadium here.
Yeah, instantly the first card there.
Do we find a way to grab the Registeel?
It was the Artisan, I believe, so it's able to instantly utilize that.
Yes, you're correct.
Grab down the Registeel and start swinging away. But is there another way to remove the Regieleki from the active spot to swing away with big damage? I'm not too sure yet.
100% sure on that, you know. That Manaphy is really interesting, because without the Manaphy, you could have Terra Spark this turn and set up the Pidgeot EX, because the Pidgeot EX is weak to Lightning.
Yep.
So you're going to try to bring that up and KO that, but that Manaphy coming down is going to stop that. So it looks like we are going to see Registeel come down.
Yeah, I mean, without switching out, there is a Vessel in hand, so I don't know if there's any more energies in the deck to maybe retreat away from the Regieleki, although it does have 2 retreat costs. So that makes it really difficult, because that Ancient Wisdom ability can only be attached to 1 of your Pokemon.
It can, and it is worth noting as well, as we do see the first use of Ancient Wisdom, going to attach that Luminous Energy, Lightning Energy, and Metal Energy. Going to use Terra Spark, discard both those Lightning Energy and Luminous Energy for 120 damage. Chris's first attack of this game.
Yeah, needs to find a way now. That Charizard still has 210 HP, so can go into the Regidrago and still go for the 2-hit knockout. Again, but it's just got to think about how next to deal with the next Charizard that's going to be coming, because that Charmeleon is ready to go.
I mean, it looks like, Chris is going to use, Oscar, I should say, using the quick search to find a boss's orders here. And I wonder if this going to, as we do see the Charizard, and a concession. Wow, okay, wasn't expecting that, but I guess the writing was on the wall there.
Yeah, 100%. I think if you're going and staying at sort of 3 prizes ahead, the writing is on the wall, because you're always having to deal with 2-hit knockouts. There's no way to one-shot a Charizard EX, and that's the difficulty with the Regi's deck at the moment. Not being able to have a grass attacker to deal with such a big threat makes things really, really difficult.
Yeah, I mean, when we saw the match, we were trying to work out how would this go, and I think without any sort of tips and tricks, I'd like to see maybe a TM Devolution.
Oh yeah,
interesting, for example. But without that, you're right. If you sort of fall too far behind, you have no avenue to try and jump ahead on the prize race outside of your opponent. You know, not setting up that second Charizard. So as soon as that comes down, the writing's on the wall, and I really like that early concession there to give yourself as much time to brew in a potential game 2 and 3, so you can start your march towards top 8.
Yeah, I think that's a really cool potential point that you can try and include. But we do, or whenever we have spoken about Regis as a deck before, it's always about that consistency piece.
Yeah.
It's really struggles to kind of often get the full board state, get the energies in. But once it does, it has such a easy way to just keep churning out attacks, and generally big attacks from just simple basic one prizes as well. But yeah, introduction of things like the TM Devolution might be one way, but will impact.
Well, we did see that Rotom V get used last game, Alex. That's currently in the prize cards. So, as well as one copy of the Regigigas for Chris. And it looks like, is Oscar going first? So Chris opted to let Oscar go first.
Yeah, it's one of those aspects where if you really have the opportunity to just burst through the deck, and it's not, I mean, it's very unlikely, but it's very possible to get 5 energies or 3 energies in the discard and the 6 Regis out. Is very possible, but super unlikely. But you want to impact Oscar's first turn, maybe hoping he doesn't have the Battle VIP pass, but you know, it's instantly played as soon as he saw it in his hand there. Looks like double Charmander will be coming out. And for the time being, maybe just thinking the Pidgey is a little bit unsafe, so that's why he's gone for the second Pidgey there on the bench.
Because it's worth noting, Chris has led that Regieleki, as we do see the Artisan. Remember, both players can use this. I wonder if Oscar grabs Manaphy here, because Terraspark is going to be live next turn. Going to have double Charmander, I don't mind that as well. I guess in a real crazy scenario, Chris could attack and boss if you only had one Charmander, if the stars aligned, so I don't mind that as well. But yeah, that Terraspark is currently live, as you said. It is possible for Chris to attack next turn. Not a bad turn one there for Charizard going first, I feel.
No, not at all, but I guess Terraspark only dealing 40 damage to your opponent's bench. Doesn't necessarily knock out any of the Pokemon that's available there, other than the actives, 120 damage. But yeah, you're right, just applying that pressure could be something Chris could go for if he has the cards to be able to burst and do so.
Just say, if you were to spread that 40, it would have been a Pidgeot EX into range of another.
That's very true, yeah, very true.
And that's the sort of thing you have to do when you're sort of fighting this uphill 330 HP battle. You have to sort of take the easy ones as and where you can, as Chris is going to start to turn off there with an Ultra Ball, and I imagine he'll be using the Artisan as well.
Yeah, I just had a quick gander trying to work out whether Chris has been able to overcome any Charizards throughout the tournament so far, or even during his run in Liverpool, and I don't think he actually faced many, if any at all.
Wow.
So this is actually quite, you would have gone into these kind of tournaments thinking you may face 1 or 2, but with the rest of the matchups, you tend to be quite happy in some aspects, at least knowing which Regis to attack with, or which one to utilize. But this is sort of potentially unknown territory for Chris.
Yeah, I think that's quite a stat, though, isn't it? Over 2 events not facing any Charizard, especially when it's, you know, most likely the most popular deck in the room. Or was that one?
It might have been one. But I don't think there has been any sort of Charizard matchups for Chris during the Utrecht special event. So, you know, but that's just sometimes what you need to gamble with a little bit, and in terms of just kind of make sure you know your other matchups as well as possible. Maybe sometimes take a bad matchup here and there, because at the moment I'm still trying to work out the best way of going about this. If Chris can start getting attacks off very soon and start swinging away as soon as possible, there's a world where you're consistently back-to-back attacking and taking those big knockouts and taking those prizes. But if you fall too far behind, like we saw in game 1, it becomes really difficult.
As we do see an Iona being played there for Chris, going to shuffle both players' hands to the bottom of the deck, and they'll both grab 6. But you're right, traditionally, Regis is a deck that, you know, when it's got all the Regis out and you've got energy in the discard pile, oh goodness, was there nowhere finding any more Regis?
Not the prettiest there. I mean, we do have potentially the option to attack with that Regieleki. Static Shock will deal 40 damage to the Pidgey, and does mean it puts it in range if it does evolve up to that Pidgeot EX, and not the bench one, of course.
But yeah, as you were saying, traditionally, Regis, I think there's 2 mini games going on for Regis, right? The first one, you can sort of relax once you've done it, and that's getting your energy in the discard pile. Once they're there, they will stay there for the rest of the game, so you can just keep reusing them with Ancient Wisdom. But I think the hardest part, especially with Collapse Stadium being in format, as we just saw in game 1, is that you're always having to find that Reggie that gets discarded, right? On the assumption that it gets KO'd every turn. As we do see the static shock there, 40 damage onto that Pidgey due to weakness. So yeah, a few hurdles for Chris to jump over, but if we see more consistent attacks, I think he can definitely win it. As it is Oscar's turn 2.
Yeah, just one Reggie away from being able to utilize maybe some of those energies in the discard pile and using Ancient Wisdom there as well. Just a Reggie Drago now missing from the board state, as we do see the Artisan utilized here from Oscar's side of the board. You know, just continue to build out everything that he needs, double checking his prizes once again. Those energies are vital to be working with, because a lot of players now kind of reducing the number, as we do see the mana fee come down again, as that Regieleki staring down at the board, potentially trying to Terra Spark as soon as possible.
Yeah, that Evolving Skies Regieleki is the Regieleki, the only one we see. As we do see an Arvum being played there for Oscar as well. Going to grab a tool card and an item. Fantastic card for the Charizard EX decks, isn't it? As it looks like we'll be eyeing up the Choice Belt. Obviously, it has 0 utility in this matchup, apart from being discard fodder.
Yeah, Matt, does look like it's going to be very likely to be the case. Does have Rare Candy already in hand. There's the Choice Belt instantly pitched there with the Ultra Ball. Looks like that Pidgeot EX is coming down, Shay.
Turn 2 Pidgeot, game 1 and 2. I tell you what, if you're a Charizard EX player, can't be any sort of safety net than that, right? You know, for the rest of the game, outside of boss's orders and it gets carried, you have a free search for any card you like. That right there is immense value. There's
a Charizard already in hand as well, so another couple of rare candies being targeted here. Just confirming how many he has remaining. 3 there after already using 1 for that Pidgeot EX. And it looks like we're going to be raining down infernally with that Charizard as the energies start to get loaded up on the board state.
And I must say a massive shout out to Oscar for playing all these play promos. These are gorgeous looking cards. And if you want to get your hands on some of them, make sure you get yourself at the local league level, at league challenges, league cups, and local league meets as well, because they are gorgeous. Got that unique hollow design, and they have the play stamp there in the artwork, as you can see on that Charizard on that left hand side. As we are going to see that Burning Darkness Infernal Rain attaching 2 energy, 180 damage, and Oscar takes his first prize card. Over to Chris. Will we see some Ancient Wisdom this turn, Alex?
That hand is not looking pretty, Shay. It was a couple of energies, a couple of Super Rods, and I think he just top-decked a Regieleki. So we'll have to try and utilize maybe Regigate. And, the Artisan is there, but are there energies available to start swinging away? I did see 1 fighting in the discard. It's just confirming whether there's a second.
Yeah, so was the Luminous there? Was that game when I got discarded quite early? I feel the Luminous might be in this card. We'll have a look.
Well, yeah, once we get the Ancient Wisdom going, we'll find out alongside you, Shay.
Once we are bestowed with Ancient Wisdom, we'll be able to see. But right now, Ancient Wisdom is currently live, so free energy can be accelerated from the discard pile. We're going to see a Grass energy attachment to the bench Regidrago.
Confirming, here we go.
So I see Fighting, Lightning, Fire, and no. There is no second Fighting or Luminous.
This is the only awkward scenario here. Of course, Regirock, not a card that can be easily retreated, has that free energy retreat cost, as well as we do see the energy attachment to the Regieleki. Oh, it's just going to be
that X shot. Oh, we're going to see the Dragon's Horde to draw 4.
Yeah,
one, I should say.
Needs to get some
an escape rope. It was an escape rope.
Hello.
Could have done that being in the hand before.
Could have opened up so many options, as we do see the escape rope played. That opportunity to switch and Gus that our co-caster Benjamin Rabioti was adamantly just arguing for there. We do see it utilized quite well here. We'll be able to get a static shock off, I suppose, for another 40 damage with that mana fee.
Mana fee to lightning.
Yeah, thank you very much, Shay.
So that static shock's been very efficient right now. It looks like Chris debating. Yep, he's going to go into that Regieleki. So that static shock, 40 damage. Now, can Oscar move this? Yeah, many ways. He has a boss's orders as well, Alex.
And target whatever he'd like. Double checks what's available from the discard. I mean, from this scenario, Chris is just missing the energies, in all honesty. It doesn't matter which is knocked out, because those Super Rods are in hand as well. So he can just simply Super Rod them back in, and then use Artisan to get them back out on the board, and then Ancient Wisdom is live once again. So interesting to see which direction Oscar's going to take, which Reggies he may start to look to take out. But you got to be thinking, I guess he's taken 1 Regieleki out, maybe just taking out a second one. in his mind be like, oh, maybe that's the easiest way for the time being.
I'm loving this as well here from Oscar. Going to use that quick search, going to grab himself the Charmeleon. And I quite like the idea of going through Charmeleon, because you aren't to know. There isn't any TM Devolution. It's a card that I think could easily slot into a Reggie's deck. So going through Charmeleon just to remove, you know, any shenanigans.
Ooh.
Was that the Lost Vacuum?
Yeah, he's chosen to Lost Vacuum, potentially remove the Artisan from play as well, removing that potential out to just easily grab another Reggie's. We'll get confirmation, of course, once Oscar does choose, or if he chooses to play it. But this could be a great line here.
Yeah, it is Lost Vacuum. I like that, because then you can sort of keep your Collapse Stadium for later on as well. We are going to see that Artisan get sent to the Lost Zone, so that will be no freebie search there for Chris next turn to find himself at, the relevant Reggie. And we do see a pay retreat into the Charizard EX. EX, Burning Darkness, second prize card for Oscar.
Yeah, the concern here right now, there's the energy attachment of the grass energy to the active Regidrago. But Chris, it feels like Chris may fall to the same scenario as game one. There's no way to one-hit knock out this Charizard EX. Unfortunately, even with that grass energy, it doesn't become a grass-type attacker. No. Even so, it wouldn't be able to deal enough damage to knock it out in one hit. 160 times 2 is only 320 as well anyway. But moving back onto the game, it does feel like Oscar may take a free prize race lead once again.
So we debate whether to use that Dragon's Horde ability now. Lets you draw up to 4 when Regidrago is in the active.
Whether to utilize that switch card first, maybe just draw the extra card. Well, we can't draw the extra card. It has to be in the active. Sorry, no, Super Rod I meant. Just chucks one energy back into the deck. Just try and maximize those odds of drawing something better than what he's been working with. But that's the crux of this Reggie's deck, unfortunately.
Yeah, like I said, you got those 2 mini games, and once you're rocking and rolling, we're going to that Dragon's Horde being played.
Boss,
Serena,
Reggie, and a Regieleki.
Oh, okay then. Okay, Dragon's Horde, I see you. Regidrago's like, hold on, let me grab up the fellas. Let's get involved now. So Ancient Wisdom is live. Boss Lord is actually really impactful as well. Oh, we're going to go for the Serena to draw cards, I should say.
Yeah, just to draw, pitching away that switch card there. Ancient Wisdom live, does have boss for future turns as well. Is this enough to keep Chris in the game here? This is massive, I think, just being able to utilize that. As we do see the fire and the lightning attached from Ancient Wisdom. 160 damage into the face of the Charizard EX.
Yeah, Regidrago showing its giant fangs there into that Charizard EX. And let's see what Oscar does with that monumental amount of damage on his Charizard EX. We're all going to see that quick search. Well, I just love that quick search, man. Having that in play, just what do I want to do this turn? Let me just go and do it. Let me just go and grab it.
Now, this time eyeing up that Charmeleon, knowing that this Charizard EX is likely to go down, and having a Charmeleon on board means easy access to a second Charizard EX, maybe without having to use quick search for anything like the Red Candy or a Charizard EX.
I guess it also protects you against Iono as well, right? If you have Charmeleon, if you get Iono'd, quick search just finds you Charizard. That's it. There is no rare candy puzzle needed, as you mentioned. Yeah,
there's an option here where Oscar just chooses to boss around the Regidrago, leave the energies on it, just cause more chaos.
Worth noting, Chris only plays 1 Regice.
Oh, okay.
So we'll have to Super Rod that back if he chooses to try and use Ancient Wisdom again this turn.
I mean, yeah, very, very true there. That Regice is in the discard now, and 2 Super Rods will utilize on the last turn, so could impact it. The energy has stayed on the Regidrago, but Oscar knows this isn't knocking out by Charizard EX.
That's the thing. So a potential real heads-up play there from Oscar. I mean, I'm not sure if Oscar's to know that Chris only plays 1 Regice, but you're right. Since 160 times 2 is 320, that's not enough to KO Charizard. So if Chris wants to take the KO, we'll have to shuffle in the Regice and then get it back. And I think that hand, there might have been a research. There was a Pokestop at the very least. But there's no guarantees, at least right now.
So needs to find one of the 2 remaining Super Rods in deck, I believe. As he is just looking to grab a couple of energies out of the deck right now, just to make sure he's utilizing the right attackers, able to use whichever attackers are available here. Of course, still has hand attachment at the same time. But Super Rod is vital here, just to be able to recover that Regice and find a better attacker against this Charizard EX, because 160 is not enough.
So we are going to see the Professor's research being played here. This is a big Professor's research, Alex. We want to find a Super Rod and ideally a way to fetch that Reg Ice back. 7 new trading cards. What have we got? Gift Energy. I don't know. Oh, no, there's no Super Rod there. Oh, no, there is. Really? There is. Let's go.
I guess, is there a way to find a bigger attacker?
Yes, there is. Oh, there's a nest ball. Oh, wait, no, I see what you mean. Yeah, how do we hit over 160?
The only big attacker we have is that Regidrago.
There you go.
The Evolving Sky is capable of dealing 240 damage.
Yes, yeah.
So the damage is a little bit capped at the moment, which, yeah, big play. And just unfortunate because Chris had to utilize Dragon's Horde to just get into the game.
There's almost a bit of counter synergy there, right? I mean, Regidrago is the one that draws cards, but then the other Regidrago is the one that does damage. So you have to wait for it to be a KO before you can use the big one. But yeah, you're right. We're going to see the Earthen Vessel being played here by the looks of it.
Just unfortunately, there's no additional damage modifiers in Chris's deck either. So if it is a swing with Giant Fangs once again, it's not going to be too threatening with that Charizard being able to get maximum value and getting almost 4. Well, not almost. We'll be getting 4 knockouts if there's no way to take this out this turn.
And that's just the strength of Charizard EX, right? 330 HP, stage 2. If you're not dealing with it, you know, there is no text on Burning Darkness. You can just keep doing it over and over, or no negative text, I should say. So you can just keep doing it over and over and over again and force your opponent to find the outs. But you're right, Chris is currently capped at this 160 damage, which is 10 short of a KO.
Yeah, and with that mana fee as well also in play, it's not as if there's an opportunity to gust around it at a latter stage.
Yeah.
You see an energy attached to the Registeel, that metal energy that was in hand. Plenty of energies available as well. Is that... Hang on a minute. Is there a way in the world? Is there a world?
Well, the Heavy Slam did 220 minus 50 for each...
Double checking, right? Thank you, yeah.
Yep.
So it is just a swing with Giant Fangs once again.
Look at all that. That's a silly amount of damage to have on a card, that is. And it's you can't even see the Charizard. It's just dice.
When it's covering the art, I think there's a world where it's just not right. But this is what the Charizard could do, right? This is a big, bulky stage 2. 330 HP is just gigantic to try and get past. And just unfortunately, with only one massive attacker in Chris's deck to deal with it in that Regidrago, the Evolving Skies version.
Yep.
Can't have both of them down together. No. Can't have both of them down together.
It's a shame that both the best Reggies, apart from Regigigas, are Regidrago. You'd love them to be split up, right? You'd have wanted them to be like a Regirock, for example, or something like this. But unfortunately, that's not the case. So it looks like Oscar has used a quick search. Now going to play a Super Rod as well. Shuffle in 2 copies of Fire Energy, and I think has
Ultra Ball in hand.
Yeah, so you know what that means, Alex? We're going to see another Charizard. Yeah, and this is going to be painful, right? If Oscar can just, well, pay retreat, which he can, send that 320 damage to the bench and say, right, well, you can't get this very easily, and have this next 330 HP Behemoth.
Yeah, going to be raining down once again. 2 energies attached to the bench. Charizard EX now. Just looking very daunting task here for Chris to try and overcome such big, bulky Charizards. You know, the current, one of the most played decks in the format, as it were. That Iono also being eyed up just to kind of refresh his own hands. Yeah, from that 1 card to 3. That Nest Ball is not going to be too helpful right now for Oscar. So just showing that dominating fashion of the Charizard EX deck.
Terrifying archetype in this is a lonely place to be as well. Going to see the Burning Darkness, the 4th prize card there for Oscar. Someone must have turned off the lights and turned up the thermostat because it's getting dark and very hot up in here for Chris. What can we do, my friend? Going to go over. He promotes the Reggie Alecki. And what do you do? I mean, sure, you can take the KO. I'd love to see a Heavy Slam KO. I don't think that's ever happened before.
No, I don't think I've ever really seen Registeel take any, actually deal any damage. As we do see the Hisuian Heavy Ball, just an opportunity to grab the Regigigas that was prized for this game so far, as we do get a chance to glimpse that as well. Opportunity to see what other cards are prized there. Some of the Luminous Energy that he does play.
Oh, that was prized. Yes, you're right. Yeah, it was.
We clocked that alongside you viewers at home watching on Twitch and YouTube, as Chris just tries to work out what is available for himself here. That Reggie still dealing 120 damage, unfortunately, with that reduction of that heavy slam.
Guess that Reggie still is very good at KOing Chen Pao. That is weak to metal.
You're very true.
Yeah.
Very true.
In this case, and there is the Evolving Skies, Reggie Drago as well. That is the heavy hitter with that Dragon Energy doing 240. But yeah, heavy slam, Reggie Steel. So I remember back in the day when the Reggies was a more popular deck, that was the Reggie people playing one off because the utility wasn't that high.
Yeah, Regi's having that pretty cool and unique attack, being able to Blizzard Bind your opponent's defending Pokemon V where it cannot attack during your opponent's next turn, only doing 100 damage, but just having that little utility there is great as well. As we do see Ancient Wisdom come down onto that Reggie.
We saw the heavy slam,
heavy slam on a KO on a Charizard. Heavy slam knockout on the Charizard there, dealing 110 over KO on the Charizard, but you know, Charizard's done its job.
It has. Took 4 prize cards. I'd argue he's done more than his job, to be fair.
Very true, very true. We didn't anticipate it being and surviving as long as it has, as we do see the Pidgeot on the active spot. Remember, not just having a great ability, has free retreat as well. Just a fantastic card.
Fantastic card, has a usable attack as well. So you can just promote it on the back of a KO while you plan your turn out, while you use Quick Search to plan your turn out. Then you can retreat into your attacker of choice. As Oscar is going to use that Quick Search now. And let's see what he grabs. Oh, no. The collapse stage being lined up.
I love it.
I can't hide my what's going on.
We did just see Oscar, of course, use Artisan first, just to kind of double check what was available in his deck before utilizing Quick Search. And there's the slamming down of Collapse Stadium. Chris did get the energy attachment onto the Red Drago, but one of those things now where Oscar's only got 1 prize remaining to grab, and there's the counter catcher. Is there a way maybe he can stall out?
Maybe.
Oscar's deck.
But
there's the energy attachment, hand extended. Oscar Madsen will be winning and has won a round 12 Swiss match here in the special event of Utrecht, and continues on to push for a place in the top 8. But super well done, super well showcasing of this Charizard EX deck. Commiserations to Reggie's. We did get a chance to put
the game against Hugo. And funnily enough, this was exactly what Hugo would have liked to have fulfilled for his game plan, ironically. And here we see the first prize cards come down from our game 2. Nothing too detrimental, I don't think, to either player.
Oh, but this is lovely. The Hisuian Heavy Ball gives Hugo a sneak peek at those prize cards right away, and I love that. I think there's a lot to be said for this card. Not only does it allow you to look at your prize cards, but there we go. Hugo can just note them down now.
Yeah.
I know exactly the game plan.
And this is what we see a lot of our top players do. They have a little notepad just on the side, writing down those prizes, because what this tells our players is what options are available to them. What have I prized here? What can I grab from the prizes? What are my outs here to a potential? Well, we see here the Bibarel is in the prize. This is exactly what Hugo is want to be taking a note down for. There's maybe in other matchups, there's not really much point in benching that second Bidoof because I have no option to evolve it. So this is such a good play here from Hugo, of course, playing that Hisuian Heavy Ball, taking a quick note, and of course now he has that full knowledge for the rest of the game.
Yeah, great to know exactly what your prize cards are straight off the bat. Hisuian Heavy Ball once again proving that it truly has 2 effects. Just looking at the prize card alone being very strong, and then being able to take a basic Pokemon if you have one or choose to do so.
Yeah, and here we see the first deck search, not only having prize knowledge, but also deck knowledge as well, so just as important. And here we see that Radiant Greninja didn't make an appearance for Hugo in that first game, but also important, prioritizes benching that as soon as possible.
I'm not feeling great about that Ultra Ball discard, though, unfortunately. 1 Rare Candy. Rare Candies are so valuable to Hugo's game plan, and we've got 1 back Excalibur in the prize cards. 2
very important items for Hugo to fill out any potential plays. Of course, Gusting with that Cross Switcher, and of course Rare Candy to evolve those Frigibaxes. No stage 1s in the deck for Hugo, so can't evolve the old-fashioned way into a stage 1, then stage 2, of course. So that we do see another Rare Candy in hand, so he does still have that insurance. However, just reducing his options to evolve, of course, into another Baxcalibur in the future if he needs to.
Love the Battle VIP pass here, really solidifying that board state, making sure that even if Brent comes in with a Spit Innocently, there are still options for Hugo, making sure, there we are, that's what I was very much expecting. Another Bidoof adds to the bench family.
I think the reason for doing this, I know we mentioned that he's already prized a barrel. Starting one isn't ideal either. He knows that Brent has the option to use a Cramorant Spit Innocently as soon as possible, being that he's going second, of course, is able to use a Colress's Experiment on his first turn, and it's so easy for these Lost Zone engines to get 4 cards in the Lost Zone as soon as possible. So realizing the problem there, you know, he wants to be, of course, getting these B-Barrels evolved as soon as possible. So taking out that insurance that, you know, Brent is likely to find that Spit Innocently and take this knockout.
Yep, absolutely. And there we go. Straight away, straight off the bat, 2 in the Lost Zone already. But can Giratina wiggle its way out of the active spot? That's probably one of the harder decisions and trickier moments of the beginning of a Lost Zone Giratina deck. Is that sometimes that Giratina can just get stuck in the active spot with its 2 retreat cost. However, lots of switching options are available in the deck. It's just like another tricky beginning Colress Experiment. Brent's had a bit of a hard time making these decisions.
Yeah, this is certainly a decision to make. Of course, with those early Colress Experiments, as you say, mentioned earlier, you're more likely to find those really important resources. And here we see Brent deliberating whether to Lost Zone a Super Rod as well as an Escape Rope. And of course, with that Giratina in the active, it is posing a bit of a problem. And of course, I don't think I find any sort of... I thought I saw a Nest Ball in that Colress's Experiment. Was that a Nest Ball? Yeah, it was a Nest Ball. Thankfully for Brent, of course, just having that Giratina in the active in a pass would have been really, really bad for him, of course, because Chen Pao is able to easily mop up 220 damage with that Hail Blade.
Yeah, with Chen Pao staring down at Brent and Hugo's pretty solid board state, Brent has to presume that this Giratina could get KO'd by Hugo next turn. So they're looking to not only solidify his own board state, but also make sure that the Lost Zone is being populated, knockouts are being taken where able, and I mean, it's a bit of a tough one in a sense because Giratina's first attack can also Abyss Seeking,
yes.
To add to the Lost Zone. So it's not bad to have the Giratina in the active, but I think with the pressure that Chen Pao poses, it could be premature to leave it in the active at this stage.
Yeah, of course. And Brent could play mind games here, realizing that Hugo has already discarded 1 cross switcher and that it could be potentially Hugo's only out to a switch card. He could simply go for an Abyss Seeking here and go, well, if you have a Bidoof in the active, I'm absolutely fine with that. I might bide my time here. I might, like you say, populate that Lost Zone slowly here and steadily and gain some more cards in the hand, you know, understand what my engines are here. And here we see a conceal cards for a big Battle VIP pass.
Yeah, that was huge. Managing to get the Battle VIP pass there, I think, was pretty crucial. Honestly, it wasn't looking great for Brent. Otherwise, could be left with just a single Greninja by the end of next turn, which would not have been quite so fancy. Not quite what we expect from Lost Zone Giratina. But we're not having that Tina experience here today. We're having a nice, fruitful bench to begin this battle on an even playing field.
Yeah, feeling confident as well. Benching that Cramorant, of course, it may be that an Abyss Seeking is on the cards for Brent here. Of course, with no Comfey on the bench, no Flower Selectings in play, meaning that he's comfortable with only 2 in the Lost Zone. And again, could be playing mind games. Like I mentioned earlier, he's happy to see that Bidoof stay in the active. Understanding Hugo has got one of those very important switching resources could mean that he's happy to go slow and steady for this game.
Slow and steady can win the race. Oh, okay. That might be what turns the tides. We're going for an Abyss Seeking here. Brent will be allowed to put 2 cards into the Lost Zone and keep 2 for himself, popping them in his hand. But there's a really tough decision there with a Jet Energy, Roxanne, and Colress Experiment. Looks like we've opted for the Roxanne. And the path to the peak, I really think that's going to make a difference here. That at least allows Brent kind kind of the sanctuary of knowing he's done everything he can to try and stop a KO on his Giratina this turn.
And if Hugo wants to get this Bidoof out the active as well, he is gonna have to find those 2 additional cross switcher. Now, none are in the prizes, so he still has 3 available to him in the deck. However, finding them is another problem in itself. However, what Brent's done here is kind of ingenious, actually, because even if Hugo switches out this Bidoof, we know that one is already prized. He's played the additional one as a sort of insurance, just in case that active gets knocked out. And what Hugo will be left with is one Bidoof that is unable to be evolved. So I'm eager to see how this one plays out for Hugo.
You could say you're an eager beaver to see what. Here we go with an Irida for a Baxcalibur and, yeah, an Ultra Ball. I love to see that. Yep, because then we'll be able to use the rare candy of one of our only Frigibax into the Baxcalibur before it's too late, and then Ultra Ball for the only Bibarel in the deck.
Only Bibarel, yeah, of course, that lonely Bibarel. Working hard for that Industrious Incisors, but I really like going for the Ultra Ball, of course, in this deck list. Of course, able to thin out that hand for those additional cards from Industrious Incisors. You can see why this engine works so well as those cards like Superior Energy Retrieval in combination with Shivery Chill. It thins that hand right down and, of course, maximizes the potential of your Industrious Incisors.
Yeah, and it seems like we've just passed the turn there.
Yeah.
Looks like it, yeah, just holding on to resources. I suppose it's a really thin hand, probably didn't want to Ultra Ball things away. You're going to have to wait on the next top deck. So we're over to Brent. I
think what Hugo wants here is for Brent to knock out one of these Bidoofs, quite frankly. Leaving them unevolved will mean that, you know, they look like a very edible prizes for Brent. 260 HP Bidoof. They're very easy targets for that Spit Innocently. So if he's able to get one of these knocked out, he has a free switch out, not having to use the cross switches, of course, and of course with 2 Bidoof, he still has both chances to evolve into that Bibarel.
Looks like we're going to be flying towards 7 in the Lost Zone for this turn, Ben. I think Brent definitely has that on his mind, and it definitely feels like it's possible with the cards that he has available. Going for a Giratina V-Star.
Yeah.
Lost Zone there. That scares me with the one that's in prizes.
Interesting choice, yes. With that Giratina V-Star in the prizes, like you said, and with one in the Lost Zone, only one available to Brent, and he's going to be having to really stick to that lonely V-Star and being able to use that as effectively as possible. Reducing your outs to the V-Star with only having one left in the deck isn't fantastic. Of course, we know how delicate this Lost Zone engine can be.
There we go. Raced towards the 7. 7 in the Lost Zone, our second magic number of the day. Now, Brent will be able to use those fantastic Mirage Gates, allowing him to search his deck for 2 different types of energy attachment to his Pokemon any way he likes. Just a very powerful card.
Yeah, for sure.
Nothing more to be said. Here's the first one. What's he going to go for? The Greninja's still an option here, but I mean, it doesn't really do much against Hugo's board right now, so maybe just getting a Giratina ready instead. Oh, I imagine, gosh, I'm really a bit stuck here of what I would do in Brent's shoes.
Yeah, this is really a stalemate situation. He enjoys having that Bidoof in the active for Hugo. Of course, we've already established on a number of occasions now that it's requiring resources from Hugo to get that Bidoof out of the active. However, what Brent's doing here, he's slowly but surely getting his board state set up for those later turns. If he's able to gust next turn against that Chen Pao, this would be a really advantageous position to be in for Brent.
We have a large contingent of Pokemon with a bewildering mix of moves. However, which one to use at the right time is really going to show whether skill is going to rule the day here.
Now, evolving into the V-Star is very interesting, right? Because I think if Hugo is able to respond with a knockout somehow on this Giratina V-Star, it leaves Brent with none in the deck, none in hand either. Oh, and takes the knockout against the Bidoof. So Brent initiating this prize race in game 2 of our round 13.
We've started the first leg of the race. Let's see if Hugo can respond, whether the pace has been set or if Hugo needs a little bit more time to get set up effectively. exactly.
And this is exactly the problem now for Chen Pao. Doesn't play any boss's orders, right? So the only gusting options for Hugo will be those cross switches. Promoting the Chen Pao, he doesn't like his odds into finding those cross switches, but really needs to get rid of that Giratina V-Star.
Okay, I quite like the Iono here. Brent's going to have to put 2 Chorus Experiment to the bottom of their deck. That is not great for Brent.
No, has the engine already set up with that Baxcalibur, but still needs to evolve that Lonely Old Bidoof into that Bibarel. Pretty quick shot, but with Iono, finds a fresh 6 cards, of course, wants to be able to find outs to potential energy. Shivery Trill, not an option at the moment with that Path to the Pig, so definitely going to be looking for an out to get rid of that.
Indeed. It could be a bit of a struggle going forward. And we still have an Earthen Vessel. You know, it's kind of Shivery Chill in disguise, Shivery Chill at home, as some might say, because we're still able to get 2 energy. So choosing to discard 1 lightning type energy, not very useful right now, but does kind of show Brent that there's something else going on in there. And now we do have the Ultra Ball, so again, there's potential for going and fetching the Bibarel, discarding some of that energy, because we know that we have so many resources to get it back.
Yeah, it does have superior energy retrieval, so I really like the discarding of the energy, because he knows he has so many outs to find that superior energy retrieval. He hasn't used any yet, didn't even use any last game either. Nope. So discarding those 2 water energy is of no risk for this archetype.
No, and I like that. It's just being able to be a bit more free and flexible with the energy. It's not just a resource to give to your Pokemon. It's a resource that you can use to get there. You can use it for an Ultra Ball. It's fine. It's not a problem. You've assessed for this. You've got the time and the patience. And honestly, if anything, it also just minimizes the amount of cards in the hand. There, Hugo completely emptying his hand of this fresh incisors.
Yeah, he really enjoys seeing this. No high fives, unfortunately, from Brent for a fresh hand of 5 cards, of course. And here we see the Pokestop as well. It's all coming together finally for Hugo, and he's going to be able to take a knockout on this lonely old Cramorant with that Hail Blade, only requiring to discard 2 water energy. But again, much like our last feature game with Chen Pao, it's that second attacker which I'm worried about. He needs to be benching another Chen Pao or another attacking option for those future turns.
Yeah, unfortunately, Greninja's not looking like a fantastic attacker in this game right now. Brent will probably try and minimize the amount of Pokemon that can be KO'd by Greninja, making sure we're staying kind of below our... Is that an energy review too?
Yeah, energy.
Sorry, yeah, kind of keeping it below 90 HP across the bench so that Hugo can't monopolize on the fact that they can use that Greninja as a valid attacking option.
It's a really important point, because we spoke about this earlier with the game plan that Chen Pao has in this matchup to be able to use that Moonlight Shuriken. But what Brent's done here is kind of ingenious. He's able to use that Abyss Seeking rather than these multiple flower selectings to get his deck up and going, and his board state in the way that it is. Without having to use those Comfeys, you're mitigating the risk yet again. You're taking those lowly HP Comfeys out of the play, so they can't be used for that Moonlight Shuriken.
Oh, here we go. We've got that beautiful alternate art Iron Hands hitting the bench for the first time in this best of 3 Swiss round 13. This could change the flow of battle.
Yeah, it certainly could. Ampy very much is a fantastic asset for Hugo to use, definitely in this matchup. Of course, we'll be taking 2 prizes on those low HP Pokemon, like the Cramorant, like the Comfey. However, with 2 Giratina, 1 Giratina V-Star and a Giratina V, nice and powered up with 2 energy already on it. It's whether Hugo wants to prioritize this as an attacking option, of course, being 2 prizes, because taking 2, you're just going to be responded. And with Brent already ahead of the prize race, this could be a problem.
Yeah, it could be. And Brent kind of had oaths to the fact that Iron Hands was there, but almost a little bit too late to do much to kind of avoid having a Pokemon in the active spot that can be KO'd by Ampy very much, especially considering the weakness on 2 of Brent's Pokemon being Greninja and Cramorant.
Yeah, of course. And using that Ampy very much, of course, you are able to take 2 prizes on these low HP, like we said. So this is going to be Hugo's second attacker. Like we said, he does need to get another one set up. So this is his chosen option. So yeah, I like this retreat into the Chen Pao. Using that Iron Hands as early as possible means those larger knockouts with Hailblade are still an option to him.
Yeah, I love that. And considering Hailblade can take energy off any Pokemon for its effect, that's just absolutely fantastic, being able to go, okay, well, I've saved a few resources on this Iron Hands, using kind of my cross switches, being able to switch in and out, and then I can use the energy on it for a bigger KO later.
Yeah, of course. And Hugo's up and running there, really. He has his Baxcalibur, he has his Bibarel, he has all of these different outlets available to him now. So this is really his board state set up. He has a second attacker on board as well, and it's now the case of, can I keep up with Brent? Can I keep up with these larger knockouts with the Giratina V-Star? And of course, he has to deal with the problem of being behind on the prize race if Brent was able to take this knockout.
Yeah, Brent needs to respond to this, really. It's problematic. Now, Hugo doesn't run the boss's orders, as we analysed earlier, but cross switches are still a threat as far as Brent will be concerned. So it is something that needs to be dealt with now, and we don't really want to leave that energy on the board for later either. Again, it's just too menacing staring down at Brent's board. So I imagine he's going to want to try and get 2 more in the Lost Zone on this turn, if he can, but the TORRES went to the bottom of the deck from the Iono, so it's a really tough call of whether Brent's going to be able to respond to this effectively or not.
Yeah, it's a toughie. I would really like to see a potential Gust play on that Chen Pao. I think that's the biggest problem that Brent has, especially on Hugo's board state. Having that Hailblade as an attacking threat, there's, of course, that damage is unlimited, really. If you can find the energies for that Shivery Chill, you can attach as many of those waters as possible and take those larger knockouts, and therefore your 280 HP isn't so awkward anymore. It isn't so much of a problem.
It really is a tough call. And yeah, there we are. Hugo's just having a little peek at the Lost Zone there, having a little dive into the darkness to see how many energy are in there, to see whether Brent's going to be able to sustain this game, or whether Hugo can kind of play off the fact that Brent might have to put some more energy in the Lost Zone here.
Again, as well, as good points. I think I would really like, again, that Gust on that Chen Pao as well, leaving that Iron Hands as the only attacking option, because if Brent is able to put a Giratina V-Star into the active, that amp you very much, it's not taking those additional prizes. It's not posing as much of a problem for Brent, and it requires Hugo to have that Gust, and we know that without any boss's orders, that's quite difficult to accomplish.
It is difficult to achieve, that is for certain. Pokestop's here to help us out. Bibarel, though, I think Hugo's got a pretty good chance of getting towards that goal as long as they don't get past. But here we go. We've decided to go for a completely different option to anything in our wildest dreams, going for the Baxcalibur. Now, this is not only a potential stall, but also a knockout could be a bit devastating here.
And this is well, what you're doing here with the Baxcalibur, knocking this out, is you're asking questions again to Hugo as to whether you can find specific resources. In this case, it would be the rare candy. We know that he discarded one earlier. He's already used another one. So it's whether Hugo can find that now to evolve that other Frigibax on the bench.
I really love this move from Brent as well, using Shred on a Giratina V instead of using the V-Star to retain resources, make sure that we're not overexerting ourselves with energy usage. I really love that. Although, you know, 220 HP is a little bit scary. We don't love that because Hugo does have the potential of reaching those high numbers. You're right. If Hugo can't evolve this second Frigibax, then actually all of Brent's prayers are answered.
Yeah, I completely agree. I do really like using the Shred because you're keeping that V-Star nice and safe onto the bench as well. You know that it's not going to be a problem using that in the future turns. However, what you're doing here, using the Shred, you're only taking one prize, Amy. And what you're doing there is you're equaling the prize race. You're not going ahead. So it's whether Hugo can find these resources. We know he already has the rare candy in hand. All he has to find now is a way to get that Baxcalibur. And then he's back up and running with this race.
Yeah, you're quite right. It may not be enough to keep Hugo down for very long. There is that rare candy in hand. And yeah, we did see, you know, rare candies are that finite resource, as we've spoken about. If you manage to take out enough Baxcalibur, or if Hugo is forced to discard some rare candies at some stage, then actually, you know, we can end up with no Baxcalibur on board, and that's just devastating for any Chen Pao player.
Yeah, of course. And here we see the Shivery Jill getting another 2 energy into the hand. Of course, we imagine they will be attached to that Chen Pao sometime soon if Hugo was able to find that Baxcalibur. I think what he was trying to do there is with that Super Rod, he's deliberating whether he wants to play this now or whether he wants to draw from the Industrious Incisors. What you're doing with the Shivery Chill, you're adding cards to the hand, and therefore it puts that Industrious Incisors that little bit less effective. It does have 2 superior energy retrieval in the hand, of course, but Super Rodding them back in, you're not going to be able to use them as much.
We're still digging, but no prevail. Greninja's drawn us into 2 Pokemon by the looks of things. Not particularly helpful.
No, not of course.
Oh my goodness, this isn't looking great, to be honest, Ben.
Does have the Irida, I think. There's the Irida coming down, so that will be able to find the Baxcalibur. That all-important 1 Baxcalibur. But the biggest problem here for Hugo, with that rare candy being used this turn, what that will mean is that, of course, there are no more rare candies to use. So if Brent was able to gust up that Baxcalibur once again, it'll put Hugo in a real tight spot.
Yeah, it very much could. I mean, yeah, did Brent Super Rod the Baxcalibur back in? He only runs 2 Baxcalibur and 1's in the prize cards.
I thought he did Super Rod that one back in. Did he Super Rod a Frigibax accidentally? He's going to have to Irida for...
Is it there? Wait, no, it is there. No, that's not. I don't think he put it back in.
Did he not put the Baxcalibur back in? I thought he...
It doesn't seem to be there unless he's really having a sort. Well, could be having a sort.
Well, if he hasn't, he's in a much more difficult spot than I ever thought he would be.
Oh no! I think maybe a little.
Unfortunately,
fortunate moment has meant that we're going to have to take a cross switcher and a Frigibax.
I mean, he still has all that energy put onto the Iron Hand, so that still is an out for him to keep up with this prize race. But unfortunately, without that Baxcalibur, he wouldn't be able to take a knockout on either of these Giratina V-Star or Vs. Yeah, unfortunate for Hugo there. I mean, I got confused with that water Pokemon there, so maybe he did also. Unable to find that Baxcalibur from that rare, from that Irida, sorry. And here we see the first Pokestop. Oh, not fantastic.
I don't love that. No, that's a whole lot of hand clogging there. We don't love it for Bibarel. Bibarel's like, oh, what am I supposed to do with these?
Hey, we love our Battle VIP pass, but not on turn 7 or turn 8 for Hugo. And here we see the benching of that other Frigibax, of course, understanding that Brent does still have that Moonlight Shuriken on the bench with that Radiant Greninja. And now it's what options does Hugo really have? I don't think he even had the second cross switcher in. Oh, that's super unfortunate.
If Hugo would have had the second cross switcher, we could have been all right, because Frigibax is fine to be evolved next turn. You know, Iron Hands into a Comfey, great, taking him down to 2 prize cards. I thought maybe we still had a chance here, but this could be Brent's shining moment to just pull so far ahead in this race that Hugo can't come back.
I certainly think it might be. I think with Hugo, with that unfortunate play, I think now that Brent's going to be taking these 2 prize cards on this Chen Pao, I think it puts him in such a fantastic position. Both Giratina V-Stars now evolved as well. Just 1-star Requiem on this existing Iron Hands EX on the bench will give him the game here in this round 13.
Kapow! Major damage. Brent, and there it is, the handshake to seal the deal. Unfortunately for Hugo, there was no coming back from no Baxcalibur, and that's exactly what Brent was betting on.
Yeah, unfortunate there. I think both players are also discussing the problem that was there, but fortunate for Hugo, still has a fantastic record going into the rest of our Swiss rounds. But our winner, Brent Hermans, putting Giratina V.
Manaphy, nothing too much to worry about. A couple of Dark Energies could play impactful from his type of Lost Box deck. on Leighton's side, that Emergency Jelly is one of those variations of Roaring Moon that we haven't seen much in recent times.
Yeah, letting you heal damage if you are, you know, under or 30 HP remaining. But it looks like our Swiss round 14 match is starting. Adam Hawkins on the right, going to start our turn off there with the Hisuian Heavy Ball and has led that Evolving Skies Dragonite V in the active.
Yeah, nice, easy turn one action there. Doesn't have to then search through the deck to find out what has been prized. It's doing Heavy Ball, allowing him to grab that Manaphy out of the prizes there. Just staring down at that Mew EX, a fantastic card we haven't had a chance to really speak about too much so far in the stream. A recent addition to the format, has a fantastic ability in restart, being able to draw your cards up into your free cards in hand, and that genome hacking attack as well, choosing one of your opponent's active attacks and use it as this. It's really, really cool, and a splashable, unique card to fit in a lot of decks.
It's actually surprisingly live in this matchup about that genome hacking, since Leighton does play a whole bevy, a full play set of energy switch. So getting those energy via Dark Patch onto a Dark type and onto the Mew EX is possible. And in this exact scenario, let's pretend that Mew EX did have free energy attached. You could genome hack that Dragon Gale and actually KO that Dragonite, as Adam is going to Nest Ball for a Comfey Escape Rope to get into the active and start off getting his first card in the Lost Zone via this Flower Selecting.
Yep, Adam Hawkins' Lost Box deck is very much a throwback to what we've seen from one of the more original Lost Box variants, where it used to sort of combine Dragonite V, Raikou Vs, lots of these big V attackers, utilizing Mirage Gate and just sort of swinging it in the face of your opponent. This time now, we're sort of mixing up. There's still the Dragonite V as we've seen. The Galarian Moltres V is in there as well, because he's utilizing Dark Energies because he does play his own Roaring Moon EX.
I think that was a tough selection of that tough choice of that Flower Select in there. Superrod and Cramorant. I believe that is, he just played 2 copies of Cramorant, but Adam Hawkins deciding that Cramorant is very important. Took that off the Flower Selecting. Over to Leighton for his first turn though, in our round 14 feature. He's going to start the turn off by placing a Pokestop to replace Beach Court and then play a Trekking Shoes to keep whatever card that was on the top. I believe it might have been an Ultra Ball.
Yeah, didn't even touch on the fact that the Mew EX also has free retreat.
Oh, it does.
Beach Court, only really useful for Adam in this scenario right now. So Leighton now utilizing his Ultra Ball that he's picked up, finding one of his Roaring Moon pieces, does have access to that Pokestop to start churning through that deck as quickly as possible as well.
Does also play 3 copies of Pokemon Catcher. So, Alex, in an ideal world, Leighton could do the unthinkable and get 3 energy attached to that Roaring Moon EX and play a Pokemon Catcher and bring up that Dragonite V and KO it via Calamity Storm or Frenzy Gouging.
Yeah, we speak about the deck so often being sort of streamlined, having a particular route to victory. There's a restart already.
What a restart as well. Got an Earthen Vessel and a basic Dark Energy, so you can grab the basic Dark Energy, put it in the discard pile to grab 2 more, play that Dark Patch, and then Squawk and seize the other 2 into the discard pile, because Leighton actually really wants Dark Energy in the discard pile, Alex, because you can Professor Cider Vitality, them back into play, or use Dark Patch. So that restart coming in for immediate value. I know that's a word you like.
Yeah, I love a bit of value. Thank you very much, Dave, for that insight as well. That Squawk and Squeak, that Squawk ability with Squawk and Seize, allowing Leighton to continue refreshing the hand, still allowing Leighton to still utilize the supporter at some stage as well, combined with those Pokemon Catchers. We love a bit of Pokemon Catcher. You know, it has been changed across the years, where it used to be a guaranteed gust into whatever Pokemon you want, and then it was errated effectively to be a flip, to have to hit heads to be able to utilize the ability, as we do see the Dark Patch coming down. Already 2 energies on that Roaring Moon EX as well from the hand attachment. Squawk and Squeeze, baby.
Squawk and Seize, discard your hand and draw 6 new cards on your first turn of the game. Do we see, there's one more Dark Patch and a Pokemon Catcher, Alex.
Here we go.
It could happen. It could happen. Dark Patch going to be 3 energy onto that Roaring Moon. Are we going to see the Pokemon Catcher? I think we're going to play the Earthen Vessel first, you know. Thinning is winning. Let's get too ahead of ourselves here. You know what I mean? But there will be that Pokemon Catcher at some point, and I cannot wait to see if it's going to be heads.
We see a supporter in the hand as well. Was there another way to continue going?
I don't think
Restart
I did.
already been used, but again, future turns still has access to that Pokestop, depending on what could be hit there. Maybe hit more of those Pokemon Catchers if one fails.
I did say Roaring Moon is going to be some high energy gameplay. Okay, so
pure octane here. The Galarian Moltres, more synergy with the discard of the dark energies. It's got its built-in dark patch. Here we go, Shay. Is it going to happen?
Here we go. Here comes the Pokemon.
He's targeting it.
And flip a coin if stop your opponent's active. Leighton, show us what you got. I can't see.
Hey, science.
There we go. So we're going to see a free retreat from that Mew EX as well at some point. And with that Calamity Storm being perfect, he's so excited as well. He's throwing the poison markers around. Ooh,
VIP pass. Okay.
You get rid of a Raging Greninja though, Alex.
Let's start trying to power up a second Roaring Moon EX as well, though. But yes, the Radiant Greninja could have been useful here in this scenario. But another little cute attack from the Mew EX, should he utilize a lot of those E-switches, is potentially bringing up Adam Hawkins' own Greninja.
Yep,
But Adam's target already put down that Manaphy. Maybe didn't know what he was facing up against, but for safety has placed it down.
Okay, so now we're going to catch it. Let's just take a second to compose ourselves. Yes, compose ourselves now. So the Mew EX is going to have a free retreat. So now Leighton can use Calamity Storm, which would be just enough, I believe. Oh, no, wait, it does have to use a Frenzy Gouging, sorry. We 10 off.
It's another big, bulky V Pokemon, Shay. 230 HP itself. So it does have 2 gouging, puts it down to 300 damage, which isn't ideal. And in this scenario, if Adam did prioritize that Cramorant in his hand, it's still available if he's able to get 4 into the Lost Zone. Here's Comfy Flower selecting number 1.
I think the switch card should almost guarantee it, right? Because you can, at worst, you can attach Retreat, the Comfy or switch card, and then you can have the Cramorant, so that should be in hand. So, Frenzy Gouging going to get Leighton on the board, but most likely it will be a 2-for-2 swing now.
Yeah, or do you ever consider just kind of leaving it around and start targeting something else with the Cramorant and maybe utilizing and cleaning up with something like, oh, I was going to say cleaning up with Sableye. He doesn't actually play it.
Ooh, interesting.
Of course, with all the different types of energies and big attackers he's utilizing, maybe he just doesn't want to, you know, force another energy type into the actual deck itself.
I was about to say, when you're playing an electric attacker and some dark attackers and some water attackers, trying to squeeze in a couple psychic might not be the easiest thing in the world to do. We could also see a Radiant Greninja coming down, conceal cards. A Moonlight Shuriken could be interesting as well.
Yeah, just having to stretch for the Lost Zone. Currently at 6 there. Would need 1 more to utilize things like a Mirage Gate, or maybe just has to go into the Cramorant and maybe start trying to take it. But here's the big Pokestop. Roaring Moon, Mirage Gate, and both of his dark attackers hitting the discard there. And just the Mirage Gates coming out of that discard pile back into the hand.
Oh, so close to being able to use those Mirage Gates, but I think Adam Hawkins will just have to settle for a spit in the snake. I say just settle, that's still a fantastic turn. You're still going to even up the prize trade and leave a 1 prize attacker in your active when Leighton's deck traditionally is a 2 prize attacking deck. So Adam Hawkins, you know, bringing the pace of play back down to him and say, okay, you had your fancy turn, let me even it out now.
Let me spit not so innocently and take the 2 prizes myself. Now having to stare down at Leighton, trying to rebuild his board, of course. Galarian Moltres V is capable of sort of self-powering up as we see a Pokestop, 3 insta items going straight to the hand after hitting the discard pile as per the Pokestop text, of course.
I don't think Leighton has any playable cards outside of the catcher and some energy though. We're going to see another catcher. That's a 5, so that's not going to do anything. But I think all we see is energy, Ultra Ball, and emergency jelly. I think Ultra Ball get you out. We filled the bench. We can't use Radiant. Oh, Radiant is in the discard.
And attack with the Galarian Moltres V. If he uses Dire Flame Wings there to power it up with the additional energy, can start attacking with Aura Burn. Does another Pokemon that does damage to itself. Does only the 30 damage itself, but starts to put it in range of sort of more, maybe say, less powerful V Pokemon to take big knockouts on 2 prizes, as we do see the Ultra Ball being played as well here. Again, Finning is winning. That's gonna, he's just looking for those important, useful cards for future turns, I think. Has Mew for restart at the same time.
Yep, so can I draw, I believe, is there 3 or maybe 2 cards in the hand.
Yeah.
Might be able to draw, I think maybe 1. We'll get a confirmation of that. But
it looks like 2, who knows?
Could be 2.
We'll find out shortly.
2. Let's have a gander. But yeah, I mean, restarts, oh yeah, it is 1, so we'll get to draw 1.
There you go.
And let's see what that 1 could be. I mean, last time you did a fantastic job of drawing cards.
Another energy.
Not quite this time, though, Mew.
One of those many energies. He's already actually plowed through into the discard already, so unlikely a draw there, but we'll be continuing to take knockouts here. Aura Burn for 190 damage, taking out that Cramorant, 30 damage to itself. How will Adam retaliate here?
Yeah, I mean, 190 is not the, you know, the easiest number in the world. It will require some use of Mirage Gates. We're going to see another heavy ball being played there for Adam. Oh no, he's taking a prize card, I should say, from now, so I was a bit confused.
An instant playable just to get it out of the hand if he ever gets hit with something like an Iono or any other hand disruption cards. So just removing it there.
And yeah, over to Adam. Going to start the turn off there with the Battle VIP. The Flower Techno, I should say. Going to loss zone the Battle VIP pass. And let's see, what's the most ideal attacker here? I mean, 190... Dragonite V's gone, Roaring Moon's gone.
It could have been quite fun to reset up his own Galarian Moltres and deal 190 for that means as well, because obviously powering itself up from the discard does have to super rod it back in. There's the Roaring Moon, kind of just another big attacker. Could utilize Roaring Moon as a Calamity Storm attacker, removing the Pokestop from play if he can get it down as well. Mirage Gate in hand. Does have Raihan, which is nice here. Attachment of an energy card from your discard pile. Grab any card you wish from your deck. And it is the Roaring Moon, I should say. And with Mirage Gate, all the combo pieces coming together here for Adam Hawkins.
Yeah, this is going fantastically well, right? Raihan was actually a card that narrowly missed our rotation bracket, as it were. I was trying to champion it in there, but it's
As was I.
As was you.
Great card.
As was you. Being able to attach energy is never a bad thing, right? But also being able to get any card from your deck. Such a amazing card.
Yeah, we've seen the power of that Pidgeot EX already. This one has a condition. But at the same time, to utilize it and then also power up another Pokemon with energy, as we do see Calamity Storm taking the return KO here on Leighton's side of the board. Galarian Moltres going down to its partner in crime in reality.
Yeah, a little bit of Roaring Moon and Roaring Moon action. Everyone close your windows. You don't want a Roaring Moon flying in there. Oh my goodness. Now it is over to Leighton. Adam Hawkins. This has been, look how fast of a game this has been. Adam's coming at 2 prize cards and Leighton on 3. So let's see what Leighton can do. You know, the first mini game is to get some dark energy attached to your own Roaring Moon, and I think this match is just going to be who's going to be the first one to miss a KO now, right?
Yeah, 100%. Here's the Galarian Moltres coming down from the Ultra Ball. I wonder what the other card is. Must be an insta-playable as well, because he's going to want to try and utilize that Mew EX restart ability once again. We spoke about that emergency jelly as well. That is currently sat on one of those Roaring Moon EXs, trying to keep it out of range of certain attacks once it gets taken down with its own Frenzy Gouging.
I guess if you were to use Frenzy Gouging in combination with Emergency Jelly, it actually puts you outside the range of Spit Innocently.
Yeah.
And exactly very much as well, which is actually both relevant. So we're going to see the restart to draw. Was that 2 or 3? No, looks like it's going to be 3. And let's see what this restart grabs. 1, 2, and the third.
It'll be big here.
See a Trek and choose an owner and a Professor's Research.
Yeah, so at least has the supporters to keep plowing through the deck now. Trek and Shoes instant discard of the Battle VIP boss into another Roaring Moon, it looks like. Now it's the decision, which supporter do I play in this scenario? Goes for the Iono.
Now this is interesting because Leighton doesn't have an attacker on board. No, I wouldn't even say close to an attacker on board, and we'll only get 3 cards.
But at the same time, if he does take out the Roaring Moon and then leaves Adam with a massive hand, finding those combo pieces with a Comfey that has an energy attached for free retreat easily anyway, hits the Dark Patch off one of his 3 cards. Is there one more card that allows the energy movement or attachment?
Can't see. What is that other card?
There's a Power Pad Sada.
So I don't think we're going to be seeing an attack here from Leighton, or at least one that's going to be taking a KO at the very least. So going to be a Power Pad shuffling some supporters. It looks like Iono, and it looks like the only supporter that Leighton's played.
Yeah, maybe that's maybe that's the only one he needs to really put in, because all you want to do is try and disrupt Adam's hand. Maybe put forward that more Pekka now to not instantly lose this turn.
Yep.
And then just Iono take the knockout and hope Adam is unable to then respond and take the final prize. So gonna do whatever he can, playing to all of his outs.
Yep.
Shay.
Yep. So it looks like we are just going to see, we're going to see a Dire Flame Wings activation. So Energy Switch also would have been an out there for a Roaring Moon. Unfortunately, Leighton did not hit that. So yeah, it's going to have to be a retreat into the more Pekko, I would imagine.
it's a Forest Seal Stone.
Of course. Forgot about that one, didn't we?
Dark
It's been
patch
sat
available
there for so long. So yeah, we're going to see a dark patch, I would imagine, or an energy switch. Either one of them would be ideal.
Yeah, anyone available. Maybe the energy switch for the time being, because dark patch is always live later on. You know, if Adam finds a way to take out all the energies, E-switch is not quite available.
I agree. I think Leighton did take the dark patch though, so it must be eyeing up something else. But you are correct. So we are going to see just consult of the discard pile, making sure there is a dark energy there, which there obviously is. So dark patch, attach that extra. It definitely doesn't attach a power pad, but you're going to attach that dark energy. Then we're going to see a free retreat, and it would have to be a frenzied gouging.
This Iono that Leighton had played is going to be massive. What is in Adam's hand? Is there a way to respond after this frenzied gouging? And then the pop of the emergency jelly. Healing is at 120. Yep, perfect. So back on to 80 damage now left. So 150 it needs to do. Adam, can you do it?
Not the easiest number in the world to hit, realistically. So I'm going to start off with a flower selecting. I think we saw a Cramorant there, so that emergency jelly coming in immediately there. Otherwise, that would have been a game wrapped up there for Adam. I'm going to say conceal cards, draw 2.
Not the Ampu very much attack from Iron Hands, but arm press deals 160.
So that could be
if there's enough energy around. It comes down to all of these flower selectings. Adam's walking on a tightrope here. He needs a couple of pieces, I reckon.
There is a
Chorus Experiment double from that flower selecting. Big 5 cards.
So Mirage Gate would be very live.
Or a Seal Stone. Super Rod is big.
I don't think there's a Mirage Gate though.
How many has he played?
One lightning in the discard pile. I don't see a Mirage Gate. Forest Seal Stone that are not live at the minute. I don't think there's a V Pokemon in hand. Or is there? No.
Has Emergency Jelly just saved Leighton and won him this game? This is massive here. No target for the Forest Seal Stone either. Adam just consulting every one of his pieces here. Does he have an out?
Yeah, just play 2 lightning energy. We know one's in the discard pile, so Super Rod would be needed to use an arm press as the Battle VIP pass and Water Energy hit the lost zone. But with both flower selecting juice and conceal cards, I don't think there's going to be any other ways for Adam to dig. So for this turn, we'll have to operate with what's in the hand. I guess there's a Nest Ball as well. Yeah, so is there any other V Pokemon for Moltres?
If he shuffled it back in, because when he has to Super Rod it back in now. So I guess Moltres is also another attacker, can power itself up initially with Dire Flame Wings. Whatever Super Rod is available as well to chuck in some energies. Is that one route to victory here? But it still requires that Mirage Gate. But with Forest Seal Stone, can grab it? Can he remove that from the active position? So many questions, Shay.
Well, I think fairly certain there's a switch card in hand. So I think if you Super Rod in the Moltres, and then you can Dire Flame Wings 1.
Does he have it?
And then you Forest Seal Stone for the Mirage Gate and then switch card. I think that sounds right in my head. Let's see if we are correct. We're going to see the Forest Seal Stone activation. There's the Mirage Gate. Energy, Water Energy, Dire Flame Wings activation, switch card, and that should wrap up the game for Adam.
Just get confirmation of that hand, Adam. Does he have it? You're pretty certain, Shay.
I think I've gone on a limb here.
There it is.
There it is. There's the switch card. So switch card, Dire Flame Wings activation. Going to grab a Dark Energy from the discard pile. Aura Burn for game. And Adam Hawkins wins our game 1 here in our round 14 feature match here at the Utrecht Special event.
Wow, what a back and forth. Instant knockouts here, there, and everywhere. But Adam Hawkins finding the right combo pieces there to finally take down that last 2 prizer. Writing was really like close to being on the wall there for Adam, but found the couple of combo pieces, found the Chorus's Experiment, and just burst into life with that Dire Flame Wings into Aura Burn.
Yeah, and that Dire Flame Wings, you know, typically now Moltres V is a bit of a weaker attack, I think it's safe to say. 190, not the greatest of numbers, but being able to attach an energy from the discard pile to itself means it's much more easier to use. And we saw, because it's a V Pokemon and not an EX like Roaring Moon, it can be an activator for that Forest Seal Stone. And sometimes, after an Iono, being able to grab any card from your deck and attach an energy from a discard pile is all you need to close out games.
Yeah, this was really riveting action here. Leighton being able to force the pressure on Adam with that early KO on the Dragonite V as well with his own Roaring Moon EX. After the Pokemon catcher heads, so much going on. I'm really excited to see how the back and forth may happen once again in this sort of just such a arguably very close matchup.
It really is. Like, traditionally, Lost Box can be seen a bit of a slower deck, especially when it's paired with Giratina. But Adam Hawkins' deck is built for the early game. 2 copies of Dark Energy prize for Adam, does play 4.
2 Professor Sada's Vitality for Leighton side of the board.
That's his only 2 copies of Professor Sada.
So has to rely on Dark Patches and Dire Flame Wings to power up his attackers.
That's also his only boss as well. He only plays 1 boss.
Doesn't matter when you hit heads like Pokemon Catcher, Shay.
This is true. As it looks like our game 2 is getting started here. Adam's going to start the turn off there. I think with a Hisuian heavy ball. I think that's how he started.
Wow, again,
well, yeah.
we're mirroring the exact of game 1 here with that Dragonite V in the active spot. Was that a Manaphy? Oh no, it was a Comfy taken, wasn't it?
Yes, Comfy.
And Comfy into the active position now with that Jet Energy. So able to start plowing through some of the Lost Zone cards. And we do see the Forest Sealstone instantly played by Dragonite as well. Battle VIP pass. We're going to miss you.
Adams isn't missing it right now, though. And that's what you want to see, right? When you're 1 game up in a day 2 scenario, marching towards top 8, if you just get that Battle VIP pass, get all your friends down, get Comfy, get Greninja, get Dragonite, get whatever you like, that's what you really want to do.
Yeah, and we're very likely to see a retreat into the second Comfy as well. Start just activating that Lost Zone as quick as possible. Do see the concealed cards first, have a little bit more information into his hand as we do see the retreat now. Dancing around the flower selecting. Here we go. Raihan, a card that proves
Escape Rope.
so useful before. Escape Rope goes. Does have Beach Court in hand, so has another Escape Rope actually in hand as well.
All right, can Leighton match the intensity that was turn 1 last time? I see a Battle VIP pass, I see an Ancient Booster Energy Capsule, and I see a Professor's Research. Battle VIP pass to open us out. Going to search for any 2 Pokemon. It looks like Leighton's going to immediately eye up that Squawkabilly for that Squawk and Seize.
Yeah, 100%. Maybe even try and utilize those Pokemon catchers again. Force the issue at hand here.
Yep.
Try and put Adam on the back foot, knowing still only 2 in the Lost Zone. Obviously, it can very quickly burst into the 7, but for the time being, there's a way and a world, again, where Leighton could potentially find a way to gust up that Dragonite V, take 2 early prizes, and start forcing the issue here in this round 14 of our Pokemon special event in Utrecht.
We're going to see Town Store as a stadium. Worth noting the Pokestop was very integral for Leighton's turn 1 in the last game, so that will no longer be an option as it does find a Forest Sealstone, I imagine, to get attached to that Galarian Moltres V. But I tell you what, Alex, if I'm Leighton, I'm thinking, right, I did my optimal turn 1 last time. I removed the 2 prizes from play and you were able to respond. Fair enough. I don't think you can do that again. So I've been trying to run the gambit and be like, go on and do it 2 times in a row. I dare ya. Yeah. That's what I'd be saying.
Well, 100%. Maybe try and find something like that emergency jelly to support that first quick attack as well next time.
For sure.
Saves himself from that Cramorant, because that's where Adam couldn't quite hit the 7 in Los Santos Mirage Gate in that aspect. As we do see the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule attached as well.
We go to the Pokemon
catcher already is ahead. Dragonite V is in the active spot once again. Could we see it run back?
There we are. Going to see that Squawk and Seize. Discard your hand and draw 6. As long as it's the first turn of the game. Discarding a Professor's Research. And was that another Pokemon catcher, I believe? Something along those lines. We do see the Mew EX getting benched as well. I see 1 Dark Patch. I don't think I see any other form of energy acceleration.
No energy yet in the discard, so not useful from this scenario.
True.
So just kind of working out which Pokemon needs to be played down here. Looks like maybe giving up a Galarian Moltres V. Not one of those decks that plays any recovery for Pokemon either. As we do see
no, played Professor Research first. I apologise, sir.
Oh, absolutely.
Played Professor Research first, and now it's a Squawk and Seize. Discard your hand and draw.
So another 6 fresh cards here. Ultra Ball in hand. Switch card into the Mew, so maybe he can go down and decrease his hand size to a point where he can utilize Restart. Has 1 Dark Patch available. Has to work out the combo pieces here. We do see Radiant Greninja, another Pokemon catcher.
The basic energy.
It's another card that is normally insta-playable, but has already got the Dragonite V in the active spot.
Well, I guess it would be a bit sad, but you could just attach for turn, Dark Patch, Forest Seal Stone for a Dark Patch, right? That would get you the attack, but you'd rather that Forest Seal Stone be used for a bit more than a Dark Patch, I feel.
We always talk about value, Shay. Always talk about value. Maybe he tries to find a way to get Restart going first. Trekking Shoes. Is it a good card? He keeps it. Ooh, he's trying to decide.
Earthen Vessel.
It does discard an energy from the hand, but it has Ultra Ball to do that already.
Yeah, it does.
He's just trying to work out the best optimal plays. Maybe you can get an energy out and then Ultra Ball away further energies.
I guess if you was to grab the, you could get your hand down further for Restart as well, if you want to take this.
We're combining the thinning is winning with the value that we get from pricing here.
Okay.
Earthen Vessel, 1 energy. Maybe grab just the 1 Ultra Ball, 2 energies away. Oh, so many decisions try and optimize the lines. Double energy taken, Ultra Ball away, energy in hand to attach, of course. And then maybe just a Restart if you can hit either or the Dark Patch or the energy switch. Remember, Moltres is still there on the board as well.
I guess LEYTON does have a lot of balance. Does play a full 4 copies of energy switch as well, worth noting.
Odds are quite high.
They are. They really are.
Odds are quite high.
And you've always got the Forest Seal Stone to back you up as well. That's your get out of jail free card if needed.
And don't forget that Ancient Booster Energy Capsule providing Roaring Moon with an additional 60 HP. So it's another way. It doesn't really save from the KAMERMAN, unfortunately.
Unfortunately.
But it's better than nothing, is what I can say.
We go Restart for 2 then, Alex. I see a Dark Energy. I see Trekking Shoes.
Trekking Shoes, we keep going.
Go on, Leon, put your shoes on, lad. Here we go. Oh, not going to take the Roaring Moon. Gets an Ultra Ball.
We'll have to utilize that Forest Seal Stone again, and a powerful ability, not ability, well, it is an ability. So Alchemy being able to tutor and take any card out of the deck. We've seen it with Raihan, we see it with Quick Search, we've seen it with Arceus V-Star.
And there we go. You do see Star Alchemy being used, allowing LEYTON to grab any card from his deck. I imagine Dark Patch or Energy Switch would be the target. He's going to show us it is a Dark Patch.
Yep, exactly what we're after here. As that Galarian Moltres V, I'm sure will take an energy. Already has one from the Diaflame Wings as well.
Yep.
So just beginning to try and set up a second attacker at the same time. And, you know, this is where he's going to force the issue on Adam once again.
So there we go. We're going to have that Roaring Moon inactive just like game 1 this time. Does have the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule. Like I said, doesn't actually push you outside the range of spit instantly, unfortunately. But it's still 2 prize cards turn 1, as that Frenzy Gouging will do 200 damage to the active Roaring Moon. 90 HP remaining on the Roaring Moon now. Still well within range of that KAMERMAN, although it has sent 1 of his 2 KAMERMANs to the lost zone already, as we do see a flower selecting here from Adam's side of the board. That hand seems massive.
Iron Hands, just the hands going straight to the lost zone as well, Shay.
Wow, that's a statement, isn't it? Just send it straight to the lost zone. As well, I can see Town Store again as a stadium that Adam can use, being able to grab any tool card. We saw the Forest Seal Stone be so impactful.
The second one.
There we go.
The second one comes down. Maybe could have utilized that thinning before the flower selecting.
Oh, that is true. That is true.
But, you know, he's there. I'm here. He's the one playing it out. He's fitting his deck to try and win this game too as well. What's the next move, Adam? What have you got?
I guess you could do... is Radiant Greninja live here? You could... KO active.
Needs to get to the 7.
Damage first.
Needs to get to the 7.
Oh, yeah,
on
true.
4 now.
On 4, yeah.
Forest Experiment will take him up to 6. But yeah, it's live. If you're correct, Shay, it would be incredibly impactful. Because if you start targeting down maybe that Galarian Moltres V, that would then be put into range after attacking into KAMERMAN range again. So many questions to be asked here. There's the 3rd Convey. That would allow Adam to hit the 7 alongside a Chorus's Experiment. Oh, Escape Rope looking ironed up here.
I guess if you was to go for Moonlight Shuriken, doesn't matter if the Roaring Moon's in the active, right? So that could be a fairly safe.
Chorus Experiment in hand as well.
In hand, yeah. There's definitely
double water energy in the discard. Does mean, well, there should be 2 left unless any are prized. 1 is prized. Does need to hit Super Rod.
Okay. As you can see, Flower Selecting there for double Lost Vacuum. That's an easy decision there.
Forest Seal Stone, obviously not as useful, just removing it from the hand for the time being.
Yeah, is that a yeah, there definitely is a
Lost Vacuum is also away. Then can use Raihan to find his movements around all these, again, these combo pieces, opening up avenues for Adam to try and find a way to maybe get off a Moonlight Shuriken here.
And I love watching this Lost Box deck. It's just so different to the
That's not what you said earlier.
No, but I like this style. I like this. Look at this, damage flying everywhere. You know, big attackers. That Raihan accelerating water energy from the discard pile, and then you can grab any card from your deck. Did you see what that was?
I think maybe a switch card was what he moved towards the front of his deck initially, but need confirmation because he's probably done quite a bit of dancing already with the escape ropes and the beach court.
Yeah, for sure.
It is a switch card. Does have Mirage Gate in hand, so apologizes for shuffling up. A lot of players like to maybe do things all in one motion, but this is more correct. Of course, shuffling up before making that right decision. And here we see the extra water energy and another attached to the Radiant Greninja is going to be staring down at Leyton's board and going, I'm taking two things, well, one big thing out and dealing a lot of damage to another. What are you going to do about it?
Just so efficient. Moonlight Shogun going to take, you know, 2 prizes on that Roaring Moon. Leaves the Radiant Greninja in the active as well. I was going to catch up the Roaring Moon. I'd make it even harder for Leyton to get back in this game. And he's going to spread this 90 damage around. So they're going to take 2 prize cards there. And where's the other 90 going? Could go active, could go Moltres, could even go Mew. That'd be a 2-shot on a Mew. Or the Squawkabilly as well, actually.
I guess you'd like to think that the Radiant Greninja probably wouldn't be around going forward if Leyton could obviously retaliate in some way, shape or form. So getting off a second Moonlight Shuriken can quite be difficult in this deck. So just putting the damage on the next viable attacker, which is likely to be that Galarian Moltres V, and setting up for maybe that Cramorant to come in and once again spit not so innocently.
I think Leyton's hand isn't the greatest here. I think might just have to try and play the hand down and rely on a restart to try and get out of this. I don't think there's even any energy in the hand, so concealed cards might not be a way out of this.
Yeah, a lot of reliance on that restart. We know how strong of ability it is.
Oh, there is a basic energy in hand, I apologize.
Yeah, sometimes free cards just ain't always enough there from that Ultra Ball. Has had to expend and go through his deck quite a lot, so there's not actually many basic Pokemon left or any Pokemon left in the deck. There was a lot of Roaring Moons that left from either being knocked out or from the trekking shoes. The Galarian Moltres V had to be pitched away with a with Squawk and Squeeze, but we do see the final Roaring Moon, I believe, that's available to Leyton. But beyond that, does he need any more is the real question.
I don't think so. I think you're going to have to win with what's on board now. We do see energy getting attached to the Mew. We're going to see it. Whoa, wait. We're going to see a genome hack for a Moonlight Shuriken back. Oh my goodness, that would be iconic.
This could be escape rope.
He got it. He got it.
Escape rope, energy switch. Oh my god, too much excitement.
Well, wait, can he get the Roaring Moon out the active first?
That's the biggest bit. That's the big question.
I don't think he can. No way. There's no way of getting a.
Can it continue to draw cards?
I mean, wait.
Each court needs one energy attachment.
One down. Hold on.
Nobody questions.
Hold on. So the Roaring Moon has a 1 retreat cost technically, right? Because of beach court. Energy switch in hand. We've already seen a manual attachment. So
he's just looking for every avenue. Can he maneuver the energy off and then maneuver an energy back on? So now it can retreat with beach court, which is live. I don't think we get the attack off.
I don't think we can. Nope. And I guess with that Radiant Greninja getting sent out, that's going to close the door. And got a little bit excited there for a sec. We were close.
We were close. It was one piece of the puzzle away from that side. It's just a pass over. Unfortunate for Leyton there. Just hitting 1 card to view. I mean, I got excited with Escape Rope. Everything was going on there.
And now all of a sudden, the Radiant Greninja, I'm not sure it could be live again.
Could be live again.
For Adam.
Could be live again for Adam. And it's just kind of beginning to maybe set up what's available. We'll need to hit that Super Rod again this time.
Yes.
That we've mentioned so before. And there's the Manaphy. Maybe close that avenue down.
I would. Stop that now. You scared me a little bit there.
I saw 2 energies go on that Mew. That's never happening again.
Yeah. You had your chance. Now let me firmly close that door.
Yeah, exactly that. Cramorant obviously important as well for Adam as an additional attacker. Already pitching 1 to the Lost Zone. Oh, man, my heart rate.
Yeah, what is my heart? I got my little monitor here. We're a solid 74 right now. Golly. As that mana has come down, so we've got that water veil, going to protect those bench Pokemon. Those Comphase are now safe from those Moonlight Shurikens.
Yeah, Super Rod already in hand as well, so maybe just starting to set up with another Mirage Gate. Won't be taking a knockout necessarily this turn, but let's just make it so that it's as difficult as possible for Leyton to find a way out of this sticky situation.
Tell you what this Moonlight Shuriken would do, right? If you targeted both the Roaring Moon, that denies Frenzy Gouging. You'd actually clear yourself at that point, right?
It does, but I guess at the board state right now, would you need to Frenzy Gouging?
This is true.
But you're right, you're right. It limits what Leyton can do, so great observation there, Shay.
I guess, actually, if you can't Frenzy Gouging, that forces a stadium down for Calamity Storm. Into like a crime rant or something, right? So
yeah,
there would be a little bit of logic there.
No, I agree. That's why it was a good observation. He's holding on to the other Raihan in hand as well.
Yeah.
That's how useful that was. Here we go, Moonlight Shuriken, another 90 on that Galarian Moltres V, and 90 on the Mew was that?
Yeah, it was the Mew, yeah. I guess, well, yeah, I mean, you could two-shot it, I guess.
You can Moonlight Shuriken 3 times back to back to back.
I mean, look at it. Yeah, I mean, it's not the craziest thing in the world to imagine. There's Emergency Jelly getting attached for Leyton. This might have to be another restart for 1 here. Oh, no, we're going to see the Dark Flame Wings activation. There we go. Well, there's an energy switch in hand, actually, I believe. So we can at least move this. Remember that Greninja does retreat for free on the beach court.
Energy going to the Galarian Moltres V now from that energy switch. As we do see the restart, 1 not so useful card, but energy, basic dark energy available as well. Another pitch there, we're concealed. Oh, that's 2 battle VIP pass and Iono.
Iono's not bad. Because if you are going to attack, I mean, I don't know, if you're Leyton, do you attack with this Moltres? He's your only attacker right now. But I guess with that Moonlight Shuriken, a Moonlight Shuriken again from Adam would close the game up, right?
So you have to find a way to remove
deny that.
This Greninja right now. Can't give Adam another opportunity here to Moonlight Shuriken.
No. I mean, to be fair, if your opponent Moonlight Shurikens 3 times in a game, it's going to be quite hard, right? So you got to do everything you can to stop that happening. Just moons everywhere. You got Roaring Moon over here. You got Moonlight Shuriken over there.
Already dealt 360 damage by itself, just in 2 turns.
Wow.
What a card.
Who would have thought a basic Pokemon that has G-Max Rapid Throw, kind of? Good, eh? And cards.
And has built-in draw. What a radiant Pokemon.
Who thought that?
It is truly shining.
Yeah, let's go.
Earthen Vessel pitching that dark energy as we go back to the action, of course.
Yep.
Hopefully we're not confusing you viewers as we try and give you as much information as possible. Galarian Moltres to the active spot now. Dealing damage, 30 damage to itself, 10 HP remaining.
10 HP remains. Good thing Iron Hands is in the lost zone, because that'd be all she wrote there.
Well,
at least got to take 1 extra.
Yeah, would slow it down quite a lot, but if I maybe find a way to utilize.
Ooh, that was a Super Rod, right? Is that Mirage Gate in hand? Oh, was that Nest Ball? I think the Moonlight Shuriken's live, Alex. I think we could immediately see it again. Super Rod shuffles in the water energy, ×2 plus the Radiant Greninja. Nest Ball would be all she wrote.
It's all coming together. I was just about to get hoping for a Manaphy Splash, but
yeah, I mean, that would have worked.
Rain Splash from Manaphy would have taken the KO here, but this could end the game if Adam's able to pitch back up with those Mirage Gates onto that Radiant Greninja. Let's see if he's able to do it. He's got 1 in hand.
We'll still need 1 more energy, though. Oh, as it gets discarded. So,
what do we cards.
Boss. Oh, I don't
just needed to draw some cards. I mean, he's taking the knockout here regardless. He doesn't have to force the issue. Is the main thing. It has Boss in hand, so just takes this out. So next turn, he can guarantee it with Boss in hand as well.
Yeah.
So it's on Leyton to try and prevent that. That Mew could be healed with that Switch Cart in hand.
True.
Ooh,
actually.
Just a little bit more chaos in this matchup.
A little bit more chaos. Okay.
There we go. Some healing
coming up.
Beach Court already in play, so it does mean he has another free retreater on the board as well. So maybe nothing to worry about. There's the squawk ability.
Yeah, you're correct.
EX. Does need to find a number of cards, though.
I mean, the Professor's Research is a good way to do that. Discard your hand and draw 7.
Despite taking 3 prizes, still missed the Professor Sada's Vitality. That still win the prizes there. The 2 of that he does play. There's a Dark Patch. Is there an energy attachment from hand? No.
I don't think there was. Energy had been flying around a lot this game. I don't think I saw.
Could we get down to a restart, maybe?
Or, I mean, you have to play the catcher. Ultra Ball catcher. Oh, you probably could, actually. Ultra Ball gets rid of 2 cards. Catcher gets, well, you have to just insta-play your catcher. But then, yeah, so I think you, at best, you can draw 1.
I mean, yeah.
Oh, with a pass.
That squawk ability looking to try and tank a hit. Loads of cards in Adam's hand, but bench locked. Gusting 4. Doesn't even need to. Maybe, yeah, it would be 10 HP off.
Yeah, there you go.
Switch card was massive there.
And we're just going to see the spit innocently into that squawk ability. Leighton's going to play that Pokemon catcher now. Oh, yeah. Got to use the legal one. Oh, that's a 5.
50-50 for Leighton today in this, on the stream matches.
So now we can...
Let's have Iono.
Is that 3 Battle VIP pass in hand?
At least they're going to the bottom of the deck, Shay.
This is true. This is true. And
what's remaining? Is that deck really thin?
It looks like it. And I guess that boss from Adam is now put to the bottom as well. I mean, it wasn't to know that.
It's like 1 card on top. So what is that final card there? Maybe 2 it was, but there's a Pokestock. I don't think there's much left.
No,
for Leighton. I think all those resources were expended just from having to burst through to try and get that turn 1 KO and the Dragonite V.
We won't be able to retreat the squawk ability now, though, since the Pokestop has been placed. And there we go. Yeah.
Writing was on the wall. Congratulations to Adam, who takes game 2 of this Swiss round 14 at this Pokemon special event in Utrecht, pushing himself into a fantastic spot.
Who can guess what's going to be up and coming here?
Let's have a cheeky look at the prize cards. As you said, Tord running a lot of 1-ofs in his deck can be a little detrimental if the prize cards come to bite.
Yeah, of course, we see the 1-1 Bibarel line being prized. That's not terrible. I think that when we look at this, usually we think, oh, that little bit of consistency is not available to me, but prizing both of them isn't terrible because at least you know you don't have access to either of them.
Sun, Charmander. It begins. Charizard versus Charmander. Tord is going first. Going straight in with an Ultra Ball, discarding the Urshifu V. I imagine NOFOUME is no stranger to Tord box at this point. I think when it gets to a certain stage in the second day, you kind of know what the big stars of the show are playing. However, that doesn't give him particularly any advantage.
No, of course. I think that Tord would have been the talk of the town coming into this tournament as to what he was playing. I know that he sneakily let people know exactly what might be on his mind with that Rapid Strike Inteleon, but nobody quite knew what exactly was going to be included in this deck. But of course, I still think there's that element of surprise that people will be taken aback by when playing Tord with this archetype. I think there are so many different approaches that Tord can take, and rapidly as well. He can alter that game plan.
I like the little rapid strike pun there. Thank you, Benjamin. Doing my job for me, buddy. What do we think Tord's going to be looking to take here? I was about to say I'm feeling the Rotom is being pondered, but I'm not sure otherwise.
Yeah, I like the Rotom V on turn 1. It's a fantastic card when you're able to open it just because of that instant charge ability. Adding an additional 3 cards into your hand when you have all of these combination pieces that you rely on can really come at an advantage.
Does end your turn, though. So good early game when we can't attack going first, starting Rotom. I don't think nobody's complaining about that. The only kind of, I want to say the word issue, but it's really not an issue due to Tord's build of deck, is there aren't any basic Pokemon to evolve on the board yet. So we've got no Pidgey, we've got no Charmander, we're not looking at kind of anything, but Tord has plenty of tricks up his sleeve.
Yeah, for sure. I think this is going to be vital to Tord's setup overall, is this instant charge, just to get some extra cards, extra combination pieces in the hand for those later turns. Unfortunately, draws into that Battle VIP pass. Would have loved to have seen that, of course, if it were a card earlier to draw for turn, but the turn is over to NOFOUME, and of course starts that Charmander and a benched one to boot as well.
Ooh, Artisan. and an Iono. Really early disruption there. Kind of sad for Tord just having done that instant charge, but then again, a fresh hand doesn't really look like it would be such a bad thing right now, so I'm not too mad at that. But I also quite like the Artisan. I feel like it actually doesn't benefit Tord that much, but NOFOUME can definitely make consistent use of it.
I think if NOFOUME wants to get up and running and he wants to get his engine of that Pidgeot quick search as an option for him, we'll have to play the Artisan just to have an extra out to that Pidgey to start getting set up.
Yeah, definitely need it. And again, NOFOUME is going to be relying on consistency of having the kind of tried and tested Charizard build, and relying on that consistency may just allow him to stay ahead of the game.
I think their game plan is a lot more linear, obviously, than Tord's. I don't have to repeat that, of course, with so many cards able to be played by Tord. I think that with NOFOUME's approach to this, I think it would be just simply to get those Charizards up and running and start applying disruption as early as possible. Start applying the pressure as soon as he could with that Burning Darkness. And for most Pokemon on Tord's side, that 180 base damage will be able to start taking knockouts.
Yeah, turning up the fire early, switching that oven on, getting cooking, is going to be essential to stifling Tord's setup potential. Tord's going to need a couple of turns to get this engine going. We were just talking a minute ago backstage, and Tord was saying he needs to be, you know, roughly 4 turns ahead, thinking in his own mind of what needs to happen, what sequence of turns, what Pokemon, what items, what supporters need to come down. So NOFOUME has the opportunity to jump in there.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think with Tord's deck, of course, we all like to have a little laugh and a joke about this list, but I think what Tord would have really come into this competition knowing is how to beat the big players of the meta. How do I beat Giratina V-Star? How do I face up against Roaring Moon? And of course, more importantly in this circumstance, Charizard EX.
Zip, zap, zing. We're going for more instant charge this time on NOFOUME's side of the board.
Yeah, that instant charge, giving him those 3 additional cards, just what he would have wanted to see. Of course, himself playing Charizards needs to find those combination pieces, those rare candies, as well as those Charizards, and maybe even an Arven here or there as well.
Love that NOFOUME found the justified gloves there. That could be something that turns the tide of this battle. I've got my eye on those gloves.
Yeah, having an additional 30 damage on Darkness Pokemon could come to a great advantage for NOFOUME. Of course, playing that for the mirror match, more or less, to add that extra damage output, and maybe even a Roaring Moon here or there as well. But of course, having that extra damage output may come up as an early advantage against Tord's Charizard.
And here comes the Pidgey. Love to see it. Again, Tord saying, okay, right, you can do consistency. Baby, I got consistency too. And it might become down to a battle of the quick search.
He would have loved to have seen that Artisan coming down, only because that Tord has these different pieces that he needs to find as soon as possible. So having that Artisan down, having that extra out to find these basic Pokemon like Pidgey would have been such a great asset for Tord to see.
I also really like to see that Sobble. Hi, Sobble. Been a long time, little man, but actually, I think the damage modifiers that you give yourself with Inteleon are really lovely in a kind of vague Charizard mirror match.
Well, we know that Charizard has such high HP cost, right? It's 330. It's a big boy. It really soaks up a lot of damage from a lot of these decks in the meta. Not many Pokemon can reach those sorts of numbers, so having that quick shooting Inteleon may be relevant as Tord starts doing some damage of himself.
I think so. Quite often you're only sort of 10, 20 damage off anything in any given matchup. You're like, oh no. Thinking to yourself, I really am just 10 shy. That feels really pants. But actually, in this instance, Tord has an answer to that.
Yeah, we saw it in the matchup earlier against the Regigigas archetype, of course. That Charizard able to soak up the damage, but of course Tord seeing the priority in getting that Inteleon up and running. And here we see the attachment of the Justified Gloves and a nice little Pokemon Professor's Research, getting rid of that Luminous sign, Luminion V.
We are getting ready. NOFOUME has now started the blazing trail of Charizard, attaching plenty of energy. Evolutions are happening. Hand is looking a little bit sparse of anything more to achieve this turn. But a KO on a Radiant Charizard is nothing to turn our noses up at.
Yeah, I think he'll be really comfortable taking this first prize, going ahead of the prize race. But what Tord will be looking to do now is start building up that hand, building up his game plan as he approaches the late game. I think with Tord having so many pieces that he has to kind of play around, I think that he'll be looking to really pack a punch as we approach the mid to late game.
Rare candy, baby. Let's see what's going first. Pidgeot! We love it. Just speaking about that consistency a minute ago, Pidgeot allows us to search once her turn for anything in the deck.
Yeah, there's no consistency like just grabbing your deck and getting any card you like. Quick Search is such a popular Pokemon, especially with this Charizard variant. Of course, so many pieces required to get that Pokemon up and running and getting attacking. But Pidgeot will, give you that extra consistency, will give you those extra pieces with that Quick Search. And here we see Tord evolving quite nicely into his own. And with an Artisan now, just having a little deck search. I wonder what's coming out now, Amy.
I gotta say, in this scenario and in Tord's deck in general, the Pidgeot's also a valid attacker using Blustery Wind. Not only may you discard a Stadium and play, it does 120 damage, and if you add that onto the damage from maybe a Tempting Trap with Mawile the previous turn, that's a huge amount of damage. That can genuinely take some meaningful game-changing knockouts.
Yeah, I really like the fact that he's hiding behind this Pidgeot EX. Of course, he knows that not taking a prize card anytime soon. Nofume's damage is capped, right? With that 180 from Burning Darkness, he's not going to be doing as much damage to maybe pose a threat to this Pidgeot EX or even that Rotom V on the bench.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. It's so clever from Tord, just going, you know what, it's fine. It's okay. Tord knows he can take his time with this and get set up because Nofume's damage is capped.
Yeah.
And also allowing Nofume to even up the prize race, possibly, if Nofume did find a way to knock out a Sobble or Charmander, let's say, then, if Tord does take out a Charizard or even a Rotom V or even a Pidgeot EX, we're still even prizes, so those pesky counter catchers don't activate.
Yeah, of course. And here we see the Ultra Ball. I think Tord was just deliberating whether he wanted to go back into the deck. Definitely wants to search out another Pokemon here. Ultra Ball discarding the Charmander and the Fire Energy. We do know that 2 Super Rod are in the prizes for Tord, so we'll have to watch out for that important resource of energy, giving him less of a chance to see those energy in the later turns, of course. They are his only 2 copies as well. Here we see opting for the Charizard EX as well. Oh, here we see the Thornton, Amy. The Thornton switching that Rotom V for another Charmander.
Oh, it's one of my favorite moves. You can evolve it straight away because it still counts as being in play for a turn. So straight away, rocketing into Charizard out of nowhere.
I really like this play. This is exactly taken us all by surprise as to what's going to happen next. Having that versatility of Thornton, discarding that Charmander, being able to Thornton it right back. This is synergy in play for Tord.
Beauty in motion. You love to see it. Honestly, Thornton's one of my favorite cards in this list, and utilizing all sorts of supporters, one-off supporters quite often is the case. Tord's able to then just pad the ones that he needs for each matchup back into the deck and keep using them.
He's in a really good position here as well. I think everybody that has played the Charizard EX Mirror will know how important the first hit is on your opponent's Charizard EX. Having that damage now, of course, the 330 looks quite intimidating, but having 330 on your own and having no damage on yourself is a very good position to be in.
Indeed. Yeah, absolutely couldn't have said it better myself. Nofume is now in a situation where they need to deal with this damage if possible to almost set that damage on Tord instead. Kind of turn the tide of this game and swap the Charizard, which is damaged, if he can, but I'm not sure the resources are there,
Yeah, of course, and, without Tord taking a prize, and with Nofume going ahead of the prize race, he does have that additional damage being done with his own Burning Darkness, so is able to maybe go for a future boss play on the Rotom V. Next turn, can do that. I doubt he will. I think he's happy to soak some damage and do some damage to his opponent's Charizard, start putting them in a more manageable HP cost for his other attackers.
Yeah, I think you're totally right. In a really commanding position here. But Tord has so many tricks up his sleeve. I wonder what's coming next.
Yeah, what's coming next is definitely the story with this deck. I think that, you know, I'm just going to continue to mention it all the time long. There are so many ways that Tord can approach this matchup. Definitely so many different players, and a really important collapsed stadium there as well.
Yeah, the stadium has collapsed. Rotom's jumped back into the discard pile, taking away a double prize option for Tord. I think that, especially with the fighting type weakness, that's kind of scary, right?
Yeah, mitigating the risk. I think NOFOUME would be well aware that, of course, Tord is playing kind of this mini Rapid Strike package. Having that Rapid Strike Urshifu V definitely wants to mitigate the risk of that fighting type weak 2 prize Pokemon on the bench.
Yep, and just taking that option away. I suppose there was the option that possibly Charizard could have had the same fate, but it just doesn't feel as effective when, at very least, Charizard can lash out a big fire-type attack here.
Yeah, of course, and here we see the Charizard EX just deliberating whether he wants to evolve that Charmeleon on the bench, and I think he's going to go for it. I don't see much risk in doing so. I think evolving here, just establishing a fantastic board state as the game goes along. I think it, you know, you have the problem of possibly future INO plays from Tord and with Roxanne as well. I think just establishing a great board here would definitely be the play.
Yeah, setting up advantageous attackers for future turns on the bench is so important to the Pokemon trading card game. It's just a fundamental, making sure it's the, okay, what next? What's going to be able to take me my next 5 prize cards and win this game? Well, I do need another Charizard. That one does need evolving at some point, and yeah, Tord can do some pretty mean bench damage, so making sure that, you know, I'm as safe as possible, remembering that terrestrialized Pokemon can't take any bench damage.
Yeah, I really like it. And here we see Tord just soaking up some damage from NOFOUME's Burning Darkness attack. Now, I think why NOFOUME actually was maybe taking aback by why he wanted to maybe not evolve that Charizard is because Tord can, of course, now just boss it that up, do a little bit more damage with the Burning Darkness, and leaving NOFOUME with no option but to start attacking with 2 heavily damaged Charizard EXs.
Ooh, yeah, those are very, very valid point. And two heavily damaged Charizard EX, that scares me. That's enough to scare me.
Yeah, it definitely does. And I think Tord now playing an Artisan of his own.
Pumping the collapsed stadium. We've got some more bench space to boogie with now.
Yeah, of course, just eyeing up that Squover, I believe.
I really liked that combination, especially with the Pidgeot EX. It's not actually a combo that I had considered before, but I gotta say I really like it, being able to squav it and then quick search for maybe a supporter or the Bibarel, which we know we're not going to get right now, but maybe for later. Really like that combo of just being able to forcibly refresh your hand.
Yeah, I really enjoy the Nestache. I think that sometimes, I mean, we've seen it before on some of our live streams here at Pokemon. That Nestache, just that one additional card can sometimes be the step over the line that you need to get your engine up and running, or maybe even that last combination card to get a massive attack off. But like you said, in combination with Quick Search, you can find those supporters, get those resources that you have in your hand back into the bottom of the deck. But here we see opting for a worker rather, getting rid of that Artisan, so NOFOUME won't have that option in the future turn.
I think it's genius that Tord's gone for the Pidgeot and Bibarel engine, you know?
Yeah, I really like it. Yeah. I mean, it's consistency in motion, right? I mean, you have the Industrious Incisors, you have the Quick Search. You know, there are different ways that Tord can approach this, and especially with Squover as well, that's usually combined with that Industrious Incisors. Sometimes, you know, this difficult engine doesn't look so difficult anymore.
No, exactly. And just having that consistency is so imperative that Tord's gone, okay, I need to be flexible. I need to be fully flexible in this. I need to be able to do a backflip with this deck. And so he made it possible. He goes, okay, Thornton, we'll have Bibarel and we'll have Pidgeot. it's all good. I've got this. And honestly, it works. I'm thrilled to say it works. And there we go. A huge KO. An exchange of heavy hits has started the fight.
I really like the position that NOFOUME is now in. I think if NOFOUME is able to gust up that Charizard EX on the bench, it leaves Tord with no option but to start attacking with damaged Charizard EXs, as we established earlier, but also without taking any prizes, you're still capping Tord's damage output with Burning Darkness. I think that if you're able to do that as well, you're leaving with two very vulnerable prizes on board.
I love that. I feel like both players are in such a strong position. They both have that almost four-step plan. You can see it on the board. Tord has this next Charizard set up ready to rumble. There's two basic Pokemon on the bench. You know, they could be Thornton Bait at any point. Those could that Squavit could become an Urshifu VMAX.
It could. It very much could. You know, with Thornton, anything is possible. But here we see NOFOUME taking the knockout on Tord's Charizard EX, and we're forgetting the different options that Tord has. He can still go with that tempting trap if he has, if he's able to take this off the prizes. We know it's on top of the prize card, so odds are he may not be able to go that route. However, in maybe game 2, he might be able to use that. But let's talk about this game for sure. Now we see the Charizard EX on the bench. A fantastic pivot in Pidgeot. Just putting that into the active. And I think Tord's deliberating exactly what he has to set up as an additional attacker, perhaps.
Yeah, I was just looking at those two Pidgey on the bench as well. You know, the longer they sit there, the more afraid I get of Yoga Loopage. I know it's a far way off yet, but that Sobble's been kind of sitting pretty there for a while, and it wouldn't take a whole lot. It wouldn't take a giant leap to be planning for a Yoga Loop here.
It certainly wouldn't, and it's usually a combination that we saw quite a long time ago, this quick shooting Inteleon with the Yoga Loop, with that Yoga Loop Medicham, but here we see Tord prioritizing that Rapid Strike Inteleon. He's got that Rare Candy, he's got that Medicham, and he's got that Rapid Strike Inteleon on the top of his deck, and maybe all possible with this one Raihan.
Oh, don't tempt me. I'm not sure if it's possible this turn just because of the exact damage that needs to be dealt, but I love that it's a consideration for this battle. It feels so strange, but in the most wonderful way.
I think because Tord has very thin lines of attackers, he has to use these different options at some point. When you come up against something like Charizard, you know what you're coming up against, right? You're coming up against these multiple Charizard EXs that are doing maximum damage, or trying to do maximum damage with this Burning Darkness. Now, Tord only has a finite amount of these resources, so has to utilize some of these unconventional options that he has.
Ooh. Here we go. There we see the quick shooting Inteleon. We haven't seen him in quite a while, and I've got to say, I've missed him.
Yeah, he's a pretty good card. I think it's a throwback to when we had the Inteleon engine back in format. But of course, now Tord looking to utilize that 20 damage, possibly soaking up on the Pidgeys on the bench, like you mentioned earlier. However, NOFOUME still has outs to evolve those Pidgeys for the later turns.
Oh, and here's my favorite supporter coming back. Thornton is back in the deck.
It's back, that Thornton. That tricky little Thornton, of course, giving Tord so much flexibility when it comes to the Pokemon that he plays. With that Thornton, able to get those Pokemon from the discard pile straight into play by switching out another basic Pokemon.
Ooh, strong Super Rod there. Charizard EX, Radiant Charizard, and another Fire-type energy. Joining us back in the deck feels like a big refresh turn, like a big breath of fresh air. Back into the deck, everything goes.
I agree. I think Tord plays these two Super Odd, he plays two Palpad, so he wants to keep this trend of playing these tricky, surprising supporters like the Thornton, like the Raihan, to find these combination pieces. So, you know, it's no wonder that he's putting so many of those resources into this list.
Yeah, it's imperative for him to make sure that he's continuously checking on those resources. And again, thinking that 4 steps ahead, thinking, okay, what needs to happen next for me to take these 4 prize cards, and in which sequence can I do so to restrict NOFOUME's damage output with that Burning Darkness attack.
And here we see the Burning Darkness onto NOFOUME's Charizard EX, of course, with that, well, how much damage is that? Sorry, that's 240, 270 damage. So putting that Charizard on 290, only 40 HP left, Amy, and you know what that means.
I know exactly what that means. We might be in for a yoga loop in time. Oh, it would. You know, I've never ever seen a yoga loop on a Charizard.
No.
EX. I've never seen a Charizard EX do yoga.
No. Oh, well, you don't know what you're missing, Amy.
Oh.
You don't know what you're missing. And here we see the INO from NOFOUME, just that added bit of disruption to Tord. I think a lot of players would relish playing these disruption cards against this deck, only because there are so many different pieces, as we keep mentioning in this deck. This disruption well, you would hope that it would be detrimental to Tord for NOFOUME.
So Tord's managed to get the double turbo energy still in hand. There's a boss's orders as well. I'm not sure what else I saw. There was definitely a gold card, which are a little bit harder to see. But, you know, starting off with the double turbo energy, not bad at all, because we know that Quick Search Pidgeot can go and find that Medicham for us. Charizard has manual retreat on board, so I'm feeling like it might be a yoga loop.
I think it's all but possible. You know, with that Quick Search Pidgeot EX, you will be able to find all these little intricate pieces regardless. But you know what helps, Amy? Having Ultra Ball in hand already. I think what you would want to try and find here is, of course, the Ultra Ball for the Medicham, Quick Search for a possible switch out, just because then you're not having to discard that valuable energy from that Charizard EX.
I adore that. It would be fantastic. Even if, you know, I'm thinking maybe even a Professor Turo scenario could be possible here.
Yeah.
Just pick up that Charizard. Just go, oh no, sorry, you got a bit hurt there. We'll just bring you back to the Pokeball for a minute. We're going to heal you up, bud. Take the Nurse Joy.
I absolutely love that idea. I really do. Putting the Arven onto the front of the deck, however, he might have different thoughts. But here we see just a deliberation here from Tord. I think that Tord, you know, with this deck, he really has to play this out correctly. He really has to understand exactly what plays and what am I required to do in this sequence. Do I play this Ultra Ball at the right moment? What am I prioritizing with Quick Search? This really is poetry in motion.
Timing is essential, and here we go for an Arven, going for a Heavy Ball and a Forest Steel Stone. Oh yeah, haven't used a V-Star move yet.
Yeah, and we're speaking about decisions being made. I would imagine a decision is to be made with this Ultra Ball, but I'm guessing it's going to be the Medicham, and you know what that Forest Seal Stone can be attached to? It is that Medicham V itself. So this is fantastic. So you're able to Quick Search for a card as well as use the Forest Seal Stone, and then you still have the further option of Star Alchemy.
Oh, I love this. I know I shouldn't relish in it so much, but I never thought I'd get the joy of seeing a base Charizard deck, like the basis of a Charizard deck, utilize Medicham V. I absolutely love it. A fantastic Pokemon in Pokemon Go, and now look at us go in TCG.
And this is really interesting now, because Tord has used his Hisuian Heavy Ball, but opted for the Bidoof rather than that all-important Morwell. So we spoke about Morwell being an optional game plan for Tord in this matchup. However, going a different route, he's entertaining us here. He's going to go for that Bidoof. He wants to take a win in a more unconventional way. He doesn't want to stall this out. He wants to take those prize cards, Amy.
And I reckon he can.
Oh, and we see a scoop.
Oh my goodness gracious, didn't even give him the glory of using the yoga loop. You absolutely love to see it. Oh my goodness, set up perfectly again with that fantastic Pokemon mathematics.
Yeah, NOFOUME just seeing the writing on the wall there. I think with the yoga loop, with Tord able to take an additional turn, it would put him so far ahead in the prize race in the long run that NOFOUME didn't really have a chance to get up and running again. I think that once he would be 3 prizes down in that matchup, he didn't really have a chance to get back into it.
No, it's almost too little too late. there's just not much you can do to come back from that without some sort of stall tactics, but it's not what Charizard is an expert in, unfortunately. It just doesn't quite take the biscuit enough, so we see Tord once again prevail on stream with this, what a lot would consider a mixed, mashed menagerie deck.
Yeah, he's proving anything is playable. He's taking any cards that he found in his binder, slamming them in, and no, I'm only joking. I think that all of these cards have a specific reason to be in the deck, right? I think that he's taken a card from, like you said, each of these sets. He's taken the best of everything, and he's gone, you know, I've got this game plan for this matchup. I've got this game plan for so-and-so. And I think that, you know, it's going to be taking a lot for Tords to get what he requires. However, he's proving us all wrong here, Amy.
And I love that. I'm super happy. It's great. I feel like this is kind of something that I preach a lot, is to say that any deck can be good if given the right spirit, pilot, and dedication to testing during this format. You don't necessarily have to test something against every single deck. It's about knowing the big guys and just saying, you know, I'll make my deck flexible enough that I should be able to worm my way out of other circumstance.
I completely agree. And here we see the first look at the prize cards. Unfortunately, that quick shooting Inteleon will be sticking in there. Of course, unsearchable with that Hisuian Heavy Ball. And for NOFOUME, just that one Charmander, two Charmander, sorry, in the prizes. That might be quite detrimental on his initial setup. But I think that Tord isn't posing much threat early on enough to be much of a problem.
2 Charmander is never really what you want to see. Luckily, I think you're right. In this instance, Tord's going to be having a very slow start, much like last time. I think after seeing this deck play a few times, it's very clear that those setup turns seem slow, but they're so important. And you can just tell that Tord is, like I said, thinking 4 turns ahead, taking every step one bit at a time and just making sure that every combo piece is in the hand before it gets seen on the field.
I mean, it was great to see. He benched that Sobble so early on compared to when he evolved it for that pivotal turn to evolve into the Inteleon, start quick shooting. And that's exactly what you're talking about. He's playing 4 steps ahead, right? He's thinking, okay, I need this to knock out the Charizard. This is going to be my game plan. And we speak about those unconventional methods, using those weird and wonderful options that he has in his deck to his great advantage.
Yeah, and I mean, having to target down a Sobble when there are 2 prize Pokemon on the field feels bad. It's just not nice to have to go, oh, I know what that does, so it's difficult to continue with that.
No, I completely agree. And here we see 2 Rotom V on the field for both NOFOUME and TORRES. Those instant charges so integral to either player's engine. We speak about these combination pieces, these rare candies, these Arvens. They need to be searched, Amy, but unfortunately these quick search Pidgeot aren't going to be available to you from turn 1, so we'll have to naturally draw into them. I love this inclusion in the archetype, just that added bit of consistency.
Honestly, I'm just excited to see what happens, because Tord's going to have to take a different line of attack into this Charizard deck, into, again, this hyper-consistent Charizard deck. We'll have to see if their smart strategy could be the key to victory.
Yeah, for sure. And that Artisan coming down again will definitely be to Tord's delight. Being able to search one of his many basic Pokemon in Pidgey or the Charmander or even the Mawile or the Bidoof, who knows?
There's so many to choose from. It's
so
like a zoo.
So many. Oh, I love that. Tord's Arc. Brilliant.
Oh,
that's the name.
That's it. We figured it out.
Oh, this is genius.
Oh, we're there. We sorted it, guys. Tord's Arc.
We've sorted it.
Perfect.
Here we see the Artisan for the Pidgey. Pidgey coming down, of course. He has to prioritize this Pidgeot. I think it's so important to be able to search these little one-off cards, and that quick search Pidgeot will give him that option.
Yeah, again, just setting up, making sure that that Pidgeot's down as early as possible. We saw how much work Pidgeot put in last game, and I think it's needed. I think it's necessary in this matchup, if I'm honest with you. I think otherwise NOFOUME could just really kind of stand firm with a really strong board state of a bunch of Charizards, and no one's really going to be able to deal with that.
No, completely agree, and I'm eager to see here what he does with this Forest Seal Stone as to whether he attaches this early on to start. Oh no, going for the instant charge. I do like this, only because he wants to be able to use these different options to their maximum impact, right? He wants to be able to use those combinations to their maximum effect, and that's exactly what he's doing here. He's slowly biding his time.
And then the Urshifu V down, which we didn't see at all last game, got discarded very early on with a lovely Rapid Strike energy on already. It'll be interesting to see whether NOFOUME decides this is a threat early on enough to start going, oh, actually, okay, I'm going to deal with it now, or whether we end up with some rapid flows.
I'm excited to see it. I think with this bench of this Rapid Strike Urshifu V, this is asking questions of NOFOUME now. And this is exactly where these mind games come into play. I think with this bench, NOFOUME will be altering his own game plan. Right now, I have to prioritize the mana fee. I have to get this down because that Rapid Strike Urshifu poses such a big threat early on in the game.
Such a huge threat. Neither player is conceding an inch. They both need this. They both want this. This is the winning into top 8 of our E-Check special event. You've got to play safe, but with Tord kind of bringing out these obscure tactics, it's hard.
It definitely is. It's making things difficult for NOFOUME, but talking about prioritizing mana fee, NOFOUME is just able to evolve these Pokemon straight up. It's absolutely no problem for him. Finding the Arven as well will mean that he's able to possibly even evolve this other Charmander on the bench. I think now with all of these really strong Stage 2 Pokemon with such high hit points, all Tord's Rapid Strike Urshifu will be able to do is start softening these up. These high HP costs will be coming down, of course, by only 120, and I don't know if that'll be enough for Tord to pose some early game pressure.
Yeah, very well said. But this is looking very strong from NOFOUME. I'm liking the extra energy on the Charmander as well on the bench, just getting as ready as humanly possible, taking no chances, thinking, right, if I do get stuck or if I get disrupted in any way, I want to be able to do exactly what I want to do. And we see that lovely Charmeleon with the brand new ability, Flare Veil.
Yeah, Flare Veil, very important. A great addition to this archetype. And then, of course, with that Pidgeot Quick Surge as well. I mean, we've mentioned it so many times, the fact that it's in both decks. It's such a great versatile card, able to search out any card you like. And with that Flare Veil, of course, preventing all effective attacks from your opponent's Pokemon, of course, does mitigate that threat of a Yoga Loop.
It always feels good to have something like the Bidoof as well that has the kind of bench barrier-esque effect, being able to say, oh, at least I know I'm safe from that.
Yeah, and NOFOUME takes the first prize card of this game, taking out that Sobble. Of course, Keep Calling no longer an option for Tord, but I doubt it would have been played just for the fact his only other Rapid Strike Pokemon is on the bench, of course, with that Urshifu and then Artisan, of course. I think this is going to be Tord's first play of each turn, only because deck knowledge is knowledge of what you can do within the game.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what the line is here. I'm not sure where we're going. And I'm excited for the train ride. I like a bit of spontaneous adventure. Going on a little adventure on Tord's Arc. I'm not sure where we're headed, but I'm not upset.
I think what's fantastic with this Rapid Strike Urshifu is that because it has such large HP cost and it's not going to be knocking out any Pokemon, the Burning Darkness isn't posing so much of a problem. Because it's only doing 180 at the moment, it's not knocking out this VMAX, and because Tord has cards like, say, Professor Turo's Scenario, he can soak up that damage once again and leave NOFOUME's board with 2 damaged Pokemon.
I think that's such a valid point that if Tord does choose to VMAX this Urshifu, he's leaving it with a bunch of HP that he knows for certain NOFOUME cannot deal with in a singular turn. It needs to be whittled away.
And this is exactly what we mean by these different tools and these different cards that Tord has. He wants to be using them to maximum effect. Because he only plays one OBS, it's really important that he plays them at the right time.
Yeah, timing is crucial in every aspect of the word. And speaking of timing, here, finally, is our V-Star.
Yeah, Star Alchemy being used, searching out one card within the deck. And of course, I'd imagine, yep, there we go. It is that quick searching Pidgeot. And of course, instantly going back into the deck for Tord. He's got something on his mind, Davey.
Oh, I don't know what. I don't know where we're going. and I like it, but I'm scared.
Well, the line I really like at the moment is he will be able to retreat into the Urshifu and, of course, start doing some damage on this Charizard EX. If he's able to hit it for 150 with a Gale Thrust, he starts setting the right numbers up for another Yoga Loop play. If he's able to Gale Thrust, then have the chance to G-Max Rapid Flow next turn, it puts this Charizard within prime range.
Oh, I love that. I love that so much. And again, knowing that Charizard itself is not a threat to this Urshifu right now, with 0 ways to modify that 180 damage naturally, other than allowing Tord to take some prize cards.
Well, we say that we would have loved to see a Gale Thrust, but unfortunately 100 Furious Blows I think is the option here for Tord. Being able to do 150 damage is still the same amount of damage that would have been relevant if it was through a Gale Thrust as well. And being that Rapid Strike Urshifu is 220 HP, it's still not an option for NOFOUME to take this knockout.
Yeah, it's a tough call. I don't know whether part of me, if I was NOFOUME, would be wanting to try in some world to take down the Bidoof or the Pidgeot. The Pidgeot's kind of not possible yet, but the Bidoof is an extra element of that consistency for Tord. I don't know. It's so difficult. You've got to let Tord take some prize cards.
You have to. That's the problem, I think, that Tord is playing around. He's playing around the Burning Darkness and starting to cap that damage output. I think for NOFOUME, he would like to start taking more knockouts here. I think I'd like a knockout on the Bidoof, like you say, taking that consistency away from Tord, but also a potential Charmander. Oh, nope, but opting for the Bidoof. I think that's both what we would have liked to have seen.
Yeah, I'm totally on board with the Bidoof, honestly. Just trying to slowly chip away at the consistency of Tord's deck using both disruption methods and denial of those card draw methods.
Yeah, completely agree. But I think now that there's no damage on this Rapid Strike Urshifu, it still poses the same problem for NOFOUME. If Tord is able to evolve this Rapid Strike Urshifu into a VMAX, NOFOUME is still unable to take these knockouts on that large HP Pokemon. So I think if Tord is even able to take one prize with a G-Max Rapid Flow, it still poses a lot of problems. And I think this is going to be a familiar story for a lot of Tord's opponents through day 1 and day 2.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. The element of surprise of this deck as well, even if you had the deck list, even if I gave you the deck list to study, it still doesn't stop things jumping out at you. Yeah. It's like the Jack-in-a-Box of decks. You're like, oh, and I think I'm safe. No, oh my goodness, where did that actually VMAX come from?
Yeah, I think that's the magic of how Tord approaches this game. I remember back when he first released his kind of take on Lost Box with just those 4 Colress's experiments. I think a lot of people look up to Tord into how he thinks and how he likes to imagine the game to be played. And this is just another fantastic scenario for him. The show off is ingenious.
Genius. Absolutely. Such a pinnacle of our community, showing, like you said, anything will win. Anything's playable. Everything's playable.
And here we see the Charizard EX coming down, Infernal Rain, raining down those energies onto that Charizard EX, and of course the Burning Darkness there, able to do that 180 damage for knockout on NOFOUME's Charizard EX. Quite surprised with this play. I think starting to take prizes, of course, is now increasing NOFOUME's damage output, so he will be able to respond with a knockout possibly on that Rapid Strike Urshifu V.
The fact of the matter is, Tord would not take this KO if he wasn't confident that the 4-step plan is in place.
That's a good point. I would never doubt him.
Never doubt the master. I just have full faith. I'm certain that by activating NOFOUME's larger damage output, Tord knows he has to be more careful, right? He knows that the moment he attacks, this race has begun. They're both off the starting line. They are gone.
Yeah, he has a game plan in mind. And of course, with that Rotom V on the bench as well, that might be a different option for Torres to be able to get ahead of the prize race. And with that lonely old Charmander on the bench as well, that could be G-Max Rapid Float as well. You know, there's a lot of different routes that Tord can take here. But here we see NOFOUME start his turn, promoting that Pidgeot EX. Free retreat on that as well. Such a great pivot.
Great pivotal Pokemon. We always praise those free retreat Pokemon and love it when there's a big EX to be faced with as well.
Yeah, such an advantage to have that free retreat as well as the quick search. And here we see the quick search being used, of course, going for that super rod. I think he's needing to get some more pieces of the Charizard line back into the deck to start evolving that Charmander. I think he understands the threat of that G-Max Rapid Flow, a potential gust on the Rotom V as well as the knockout on the bench Charmander. We know that Manaphy is in the prizes for NOFOUME. This isn't going to be ideal, and he really needs to mitigate this problem.
Thinking about weakness and resistance for a moment, Pidgeot isn't necessarily too scary to leave in the active spot.
It isn't.
This matchup with Urshifu not doing quite as much damage as it would like to Pidgeot, as it is resistant to fighting types. Whereas Rotom, unfortunately, as we assessed last game, is weak. So there could be some interesting plays here from NOFOUME using our weakness and resistance.
I think what's going through NOFOUME's mind is, how do I stop a potential Yoga Loop play? I think leaving a Pidgeot in the active, yes, it does have that fighting type resistance, of course, but if Tord is able to use Burning Darkness on the Pidgeot, it does put it within that range of a potential quick shooting or a Yoga Loop, as things currently stand with the prize race as well.
It is rather scary, I've got to say. You just can't leave any of your Pokemon in sort of 20 or 40 HP area. Like it's the danger zone. It is the danger zone. There's so many things to contemplate, but I think for NOFOUME now, I don't think his board changes from here. I think there are too many risks to play out any more sort of basic Pokemon, any more low HP, or potentially more V Pokemon like Lumineon. I don't think NOFOUME wants to be starting to play these, only because of how much Tord still has to play with. Yeah. That's the thing, Tord's toolbox. It's almost like a toy box as well. Like you say, it's so much to play with. Yeah, so many different words to describe it. I love it. Yeah, absolutely love it. It's fantastical. Fantastical and magical creation of Tord. And you love to see it at this stage in the format as well. Yeah. When some might say, some critics might say that this is a solved format. Well, I pose to you the threat that is Tord REKLEV. Yeah, couldn't agree more. I think a lot of people coming into this tournament would have thought, oh, this format's stale. You know, everything is discovered. Everything, you know, to be played for has been played. But of course, Tord taking this unique take on the format. And here we see prioritizing boss's orders. I really like a knockout here on the Rotom V. Potentially, again, he needs to start using that G-Max Rapid Flow, I think, only because if he's able, oh no, going for the Pidgeot V, maybe going for that Yoga Loop play that we was discussing earlier. I love that. I like the Pidgeot as well, because again, you're trying to tighten each. They're both going for it. They're both doing it. They're tightening each other's resources. They're going, no, I don't want you to be able to get what you want on command. And both players have tried it. We've seen the Bidoof knocked out on Tord's side. Now Pidgeot possibly on NOFOUME. Even if it takes a couple of turns to get there, Tord is still saying, no, I'm not actually afraid of your Charizards. They don't bother me. I'm going for the Pidgeot. There's something I'm not seeing, because I think I have to ask Tord why he's not going for the G-Max Rapid Flow. Maybe it's because that Professor Turo's scenario is in the prizes. He isn't able to pick it straight back up. But I think this is just as fantastic of a play, because doing 240 damage to this Pidgeot EX, of course, one quick shooting, one Yoga Loop, and he's taking another turn. Yeah, then we're out of there. But an Iono may slow things down again. Now Tord does still have his Pidgeot EX, and NOFOUME does as well. So we still, on both sides of the field, have that brilliant quick search ability, but Pidgeot on NOFOUME's side is looking a little bit more worse for wear.
Certainly is. And of course, with that, added disruption, it will put Tord only to 4 cards in hand. He would have loved to have seen that such large hand remain there, of course, for next turn. There are so many little pieces that he needs to fulfill his strategy. Does have the Hisuian Heavy Ball, does have Worker as well, and I think that was an Arven, I believe, in the hand as well. So let's see if he can get back up and running next turn.
I certainly hope so. I would like to see this battle close out one way or another. I want to see a Yoga Loop again, but part of me doesn't want to see it as well because I believe in the consistency of Charizard.
Yeah, and of course, there are different routes here, of course. He does have Game already on board. Can, of course, go for that Rotom V with the Boss's Orders. If he's able to pal pad that Boss's Orders back into deck, find it with Quick Search, find those little pieces. But there are so many different plays, so many different combinations that he needs in order to take this one.
Yeah. And whether disruption's going to interrupt either player's flow is yet to be seen. But there we go, NOFOUME's down onto 2 prize cards. Tord still has 4 to take, but as we well know, they're rather good at taking those prize cards.
They rather are. And of course, Artisan being used here, just checking out how many outs he has. Does have the counter catcher, of course.
Ooh.
Can Quick Search for that Rapid Strike Urshifu. Here we see the Arven going for that counter catcher. Quick Search for the Rapid Strike Urshifu. And Cross Switcher for the Rotom. And he's able to G-Max Rapid Flow for the game.
Nailed the weak spot. That's what we love to see. We didn't get to see the Yoga Loop, but bench damage was still a huge part of Tord's victory here.
Yeah, of course, using all of his outs, of course. So many different one-off.
As well as possible. We start to see a Rotom V on Alessandro's side. That Urshifu VMAX is on Tord's side, alongside that Professor's Churro scenario, sorry.
Yeah, so some interesting price cards there for both players. I think the Rotom could be really impactful for Alessandro. I know these controlling archetypes love to use instant charge, but it looks like our Masters top 8 match is getting started here. Alessandro is going first and has led that copy of Block Snorlax, which means that Celebrations Mew will not be able to retreat, at least for now. While that Snorlax is inactive, Alessandro also is going to play that Stormy Mountains. I would imagine this would look to be finding Rotom V on most scenarios, but one is in the prize cards, but does play 2 copies actually. So we'll be able to grab the second one.
Yeah, vital to the game plan for Alessandro, as of course, utilizing that instant charge ability before pulling through with the Pidgey and Pidgeot EX, a card we've seen numerous times throughout the tournament so far, being able to utilize that quick search and grab any cards you want, especially when you're a control type deck. You're not having to rely on just insta drawing your way through the deck and just be like, well, if this is what I'm gonna need to impact this matchup now, I'll just go and grab it. There's the Rotom V from that Stormy Mountains. Once during each player's turn, that player may search the deck for a basic Lightning or basic Dragon type Pokemon and puts it onto their bench. So not just the Rotom V, of course, Shay. You've got that Luxray waiting in the wings. Yeah,
that Luxray could be an absolutely devastating card with that Fang Snipe attack for a double turbo energy attachment. Deals 30 damage or 10 after the double turbo and lets you discard a trainer from your opponent's hand.
Yeah, just an instant charge there over to Tord now. Let's start to see what he's going to be working with. Celebrations Mew in the active spot. Not ideal, of course. Gets a chance to instantly play that Hisuian Heavy Ball. Does mean now he doesn't need to have to worry too much about what's actually in the deck. He can start making those notes as a lot of top players are starting to do, because it's all about being resource managing the whole deck. All of those one-offs, of course, vital here.
I think it's worth noting, looking at Tord's deck, I don't see any switching cards. So while that Block Snorlax is around, I'm not sure if that Mew is going to be able to maneuver, but you know, we'll get to use its ability Mysterious Tail numerous times, which could be fantastic for Tord to start to set up the bench. Oh yeah, it does play a switching card, I should say, Professor Churro scenario, but that's currently in the prize card, so that won't be useful, at least for now. Yeah, I'm starting to kind of figure out some game plans here. Remember, does play double Power Pad. If we get an opportunity to see that Professor Churro's scenario, he has at least 2 more times trying to utilize those power pads, maybe to maneuver things around. As he does play the Battle VIP pass, starts to get
you know, this is not unheard of from a Charizard deck anyway. You know, you got Mew in the active spot, the Battle VIP pass going. It looks very stereotypical for the time being if you were new to watching Tord on stream today for the first time, but it's not a conventional list. That's something we've got to be wary of, and that's why you guys at home are wanting to see this once again.
And it looks like Torres is working out what Pokemon has available to him. Looks like the Rapid Strike Urshifu might be getting moved to the front there as well. And the Sobble, yep, there's a lot. Close to 31, or almost every Pokemon for the most part will have to be checked out to make sure it is available, especially since you can't grab Evolution Pokemon from that Hisuian Heavy Ball. So it's really important to know what's in the prizes.
Yeah, like I said, like Tord had spoken to us before, it's very much a reactionary deck. You know, he's having to work out what his opponent's game plan is, and then from then on, work out his own game plan as he does play his own OWYN right now. Look, an opportunity to grab a tool card and an item card from the deck. That Forest Sealstone, vital piece of the puzzle to grab any card he wants with that Star Alchemy ability on that tool.
And it looks like, yeah, going to grab the Forest Sealstone and the Battle VIP pass as well. Obviously, Battle VIP pass will let you grab any 2 Pokemon and put them on your bench on your first turn. And then Forest Sealstone, well, to give you Star Alchemy, letting you grab any other card. And it looks like we're going to see that Rapid Strike Urshifu, at least for now, which you saw was integral in the last round.
Yeah, we're finally noticing, obviously, 87% of you had voted for Battle VIP Pass to be so vital in the format, one of the most influential cards of all time, I'd like to say, as we do start to see the unconventional Rapid Strike Pokemon hit the board alongside this Charmander and Pidgey. Not something we would ever have thought could come together, but it's taken Tord to an 11-2-2 record across these 2 days here at the special event in Utrecht, as we do see Mysterious Tail, all Pokemon.
Mysterious Fail again. There's no trainer cards or no item cards, I should say, for that Mew to take, so that's going to have to get shuffled right back up, Alex.
That 6 of a kind Pokemon found there from Mysterious Tail. So less useful at this moment in time. Of course, Tord is unable to just attach retreats, of course, because of Block Snorlax just sat there in the way. We do see the Forest Sealstone attached to the Rapid Strike Urshifu V as well, and it's just a pass over for the time being. Tord has plenty of time to try and work out his game plan and get set up.
All right, so we spoke a little bit about Tord's game plan, Alex. Where's Alessandro's sort of game plan? How is he going to try and win this game?
I think, as we kind of mentioned before, we've got to start thinking about what cards Alessandro could utilize to maybe impact his opponent's hand deck. You know, we've already spoken about Luxray V with Hang Snipe. You know, it's 30 damage, but it typically is attached with a double turbo energy, so it's doing 20 damage less. So it's 10 damage repetitively, but your opponent reveals their hand, so you get a chance to get all that knowledge of what Tord's building up, and you get to then discard a trainer card that you find there. It's these kind of cards alongside maybe something like the Giacomo or the Misfortune Sisters. You need to start trying to whittle down Tord's list. But, you know, this is where it's going to get really interesting. Alessandro has to set up his own board to begin with as well. We get to see that fantastic-looking Pidgey. With a nice, shiny Pidgey. It is the Call for Family 50 HP Pidgey.
Oh, we see an Erica's Invitation, but that's not going to be a hit there, as you get to look at your opponent's hand, and you can force a base Pokemon onto the bench and then switch it into the active. But that has failed, since Tord did not have a basic Pokemon in his hand.
What was that? That was Iono, double turbo energy, and one other card, less useful for the time being. There's the Lost Vacuum as well, which will be targeting that Forest Sealstone. Obviously not yet activated by Tord. That removal, Tord does play, is it just the 1 copy? It is the 1 copy. So that would impact how Tord could utilize all of his game plan right now. It's a rare Candy Sorrows is up 3rd card in his hand for the time being.
I would imagine that Forest Sealstone would have been integral for Tord's turn 2, as it looks like Alessandro is going to end the turn with an instant charge, grab 3 cards from the deck, and it's over to Tord now, who top decked Jirachi. Probably not too helpful in this matchup.
No, not at all. If only he had utilized that Forest Sealstone, maybe tried to grab either an Ultra Ball or maybe that Pidgeot EX, because he has that rare candy just waiting in hands. Here comes the celebrations. Mew, Mysterious Tail.
This could find the Ultra Ball, could it? Mew.
There is a Pow Pad. Not quite what he's after right now, but could move it to the bottom of the deck, increasing his chances to maybe look for something more useful if he decides to play that Iono in hand right now. So it's a shuffle up here by Tord. Just got to try and figure out. He's got some time still. There's no Pidgeot EX right now on Alessandro's board, so he can't start picking at the right cards for this matchup. Just been a couple of instant charges from that Rotom V from his own side for the time being.
Yeah, I mean, you know, was forced to go for that Erica's Hospitality when your opponent has a 3-card hand. Probably tells you that your opponent's hand isn't the greatest. As we are going to see that Iono, so both players will shuffle their hand, go to the bottom, and they'll both get to grab 6 cards from the top of their deck, since both players have 6 prize cards remaining.
Let's have a little look what Tord's working with. There's a boss, a few energy cards, a Peonia, which could be big, an opportunity to try and find that Professor Churro's scenario as soon as well. It's a big question about committing that Rapid Strike energy. You know, unfortunately, maybe Tord doesn't know, but there's no Sydney in Alessandro's list, just a Giacomo. So if he does attach that Rapid Strike energy, it won't be removed just from being on the board. From his hand, but can be removed from his board. Apologies.
As we are going to see the Stormy Mountains activation here. I don't think Tord actually has any targets for this, but what this will allow Tord to do is to shuffle up his deck. Oh, I apologize. There's going to be another Rotom V coming down, so at least Tord will be able to end the turn and use that instant charge. So Rotom V everywhere. And it's one of the interesting cards. I think when it first came out, people sort of underestimated the usefulness of that instant charge, but now we're seeing it in a load of decks, right? You know, Charizard would play it, Tord's, you know, Cooking Box deck is playing it, and so are the control decks.
Yeah, the control deck, just being able to take more resources and put it into their hand is fantastic. In decks like Charizard, where maybe turn 1, you don't really have too much necessarily actions that you need to do. And then there's also a Forest Sealstone target to be able to utilize that as well. That's why we've kind of started to see Rotom V be maybe the Pokemon of choice of the V variety, I should say.
Right, but looking at Alessandro's hand, we see the Pidgeot, but we don't see the rare Candy. We don't see any supporter, or at least a way to go grab it. So we want to see a Nest Ball being played here. Going to grab, looks like a second Pidgey potentially. And just debating on what to grab.
Still has access to Stormy Mountain, so at a latter turn can start thinking about maybe reducing and taking cards out of Tord's hand with that Luxray, for example. But, you know, he's able to just kind of sit pretty for the time being with all those fantastic looking arts. I mean, just being able to potentially just Rotom V instant charge further for more turns, just continues to build the hands. You know, Tord's already played one of his Ionos, only plays the 2 copies. Maybe that's another target to utilize with the Power Pad to try and limit what Alessandro has access to. But there's the Luxray V coming down as well.
Because the Luxray V is weak to fighting, though. So if you was to use Fang Type, all Tord would have to do is attach Rapid Strike energy, and 100 Furious Blows would be a KO. So it's something you have to keep in mind. But it looks like Alessandro might be eyeing it up. I don't think he has a way to get this stance out of the active at least yet. So might play his own Iono, as we do see it being played. And let's see if Alessandro does decide to use that Fang Snipe after this Iono.
Yeah, it'd be a really cute way of doing things. Knowing Tord didn't play many cards from his current hand, so they weren't really insta-playable, which sort of can give an indication of, well, maybe there's not really a Fang Snipe target there for me to look at. Maybe if I put him into a position where there's more of those targets and potentially could maneuver this Snorlax out of the active position, does play something like a Switch Cart, for example, there's a way to kind of start negating what Tord might be trying to do. But we do just see the instant charge for the 3rd turn of Alessandro in this top 8.
All right, and let's see what Tord manages to manufacture with a fresh new hand of 6, and obviously gets the top deck a 7. We see an Ultra Ball, we see a Pidgeot EX in the hand, we see a Power Pad. Let's see what this Mysterious Tail can. It hasn't been too successful yet. Let's see what this one can grab. Just a counter catcher by the looks of it.
Yeah, again, not the most useful of cards, because typically it won't really be going behind in prizes against something like a Pidgeot control unless absolutely necessary. With a Pidgeot control, maybe looking to, maybe not this version, but we have seen versions where, or I've seen versions where there's Pidgeot EX is starting to swing away with a DTE attached, with a Lost City in play, for example, just to remove something really pesky. But it's not something Alessandro plays in his version, just going with the Stormy Mountains to get a consistency, another way to just essentially nest ball out the Luxray and the Rotoms. Does have Calamitous Wasteland as well, non-fighting Pokemon, requires an additional additional energy to retreat, and then one more, of course, with Magma Basin to power up that Charizard.
And we just see Tord end the turn with an instant charge to grab 3 more cards. So not the most explosive of turns there for Tord, and let's see what Alessandro can cook up himself. As we are going to see an Arven being played. Now, this is going to be interesting. Whatever Alessandro realistically wants to do this turn, he'll be able to do now, right? So let's see what the Arven will search for. I mean, we can search for any item. So a rare candy could unlock, you know, Pidgeot EX, and then that could maneuver some things for you. We could maybe even find a switching card as well. I think this is going to really give us an insight into what Alessandro is going to look to do.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's just try and watch here. That Forest Sealstone move to the front there. Chosen, the Ultra Ball and the Forest Sealstone. So it looks like we're going to be cooking up a bit of a storm here from Alessandro's side. We're going to be getting that Pidgeot EX down in due course, because there is a rare candy already in hand as well. There's another shiny card there about to be discarded. Just for viewers at home, that is the shiny Mimikyu with that Safeguard ability. Oh, he's actually put it back in hand for the time being.
It's a helpful card, that one, isn't it? You never know when that's going to crop up. Safeguard, being immune to EX and V Pokemon damage, never a bad thing, as the Ultra Ball is going to be played, discarding a Fire Energy and a Nest Ball. Looks like a Pidgeot EX is being eyed up. I think rare candy is already in hand, so that means Quick Search will now be available, and so will that Forest Seal Stone for that Star Alchemy as well.
Here we go, rare candy for that Pidgeot EX. Remember, only 1 Quick Search can be used each turn, so even if he had 2 Pidgeot EX down, wouldn't be able to utilize it twice, of course, just the once during that turn. So there's the Quick Search now, just grabbing the pieces that he's looking for. And I've just had some information come through as well that OWYN KAMERMAN has won Game 1 in his matchup in top 8. So as we do get the information, we will try to give you those details as well. So OWYN KAMERMAN currently 1 game up in his top 8 match, looking to go back-to-back regional to special event champion.
Wow, and he's doing a fantastic job of it so far in top 8, and won first game in top 8 as well. Looks like our Quick Search target was chosen, didn't quite get to catch that unfortunately, but we'll have a little gander and see what it was. Like a Heavy Ball was being eyed up, or Peonia was being eyed up as well, and let's see what that back card was. It was the Peonia that was taken.
Yeah, so many different lines that we can take here, so many different ways. That Snorlax really putting in work. Instant charge once more time to just try and load up the right cards he requires to combat what Tord may be trying to serve up here from his own massive hand.
Well, it is over to Tord. It is over to Tord, I should say. Did top deck the Collapse Stadium. Mysterious Tail being used again. Look at top 6. Grab any item you find there. We do see an Ultra Ball now. I believe there was a rare candy in hand. That means Pidgeot EX would be live. Does also mean that Quick Shooting as well could be live, if that's what Tord opts to go for here. Now that is a 1-0-1 line in Tord's deck, and there is that Sobble, that Quick Shooting, letting you place 2 damage counters on any one of your opponent's Pokemon. A once per turn ability. Fantastic ability. So a lot of play, you know, back in the day, as it were, coming out from Chilling Reign.
Yeah, just to remind everyone, just a kind of a few key cards that we've seen prize as well. So Tord does have that Professor Churro Scenario prize alongside that Urshifu VMAX.
Just to cut you off there, I apologize, but Tord did play an Avery, so that means Alessandro will have to discard a Pokemon. It looks like it will be that Rotom.
Yeah, got enough value out of that, I think. That was maybe 4 or 5 instant charges throughout so far. Just very quickly going back, just again for knowledge for you viewers as well, that one single rare candy is also prized on Tord's side. A couple of unique cards that are useful for Alessandro that could be coming to the fore. A Clara, a Switch card, 1 rare candy, and that Giacomo is prized as well.
As it looks like we're just going to see a double turbo energy attached to Pidgey and an instant charge there from Tor. But thank you for that prize recap there, Alex. I know in these meticulous resource wars, knowing what's in the prizes can be, or is, I should say, pivotal. Now it is over to Alessandro. Now it's going to start to turn off. Has quick search available and Stormy Mountains as well. Looks like Peonia was being debated. Peonia letting you look at 3 of your prize cards, put them in your hand, and then you put any 3 back. So it looks like he's taken, was it the Rotom, a Rare Candy, was it, and a Clara?
Yep, exactly those 3. So now can put any 3 back into the prizes there. So has missed the Giacomo and the switch card, so isn't really able to maneuver around with that Snorlax in the active spot. But, you know, with things like Power Pads of his own, Silene, if I'm not mistaken, and the Team Yell's cheer, there's opportunity to go after it again later down the line.
And it looks like that Rotom is getting put straight back to the prize cards, I guess. Like you said, now that Pidgeot is established, you could argue the instant charges less valuable. So it looks like Defiance Belt, a Magma Basin, and Rotom V have been put back.
Yeah, exactly that. Doesn't need to utilize that Defiance Belt. Defiance Band, sorry, to deal any additional damage. And there is the quick search happening right now. What other piece of the puzzle does he require? He's looking for the power pad. Does look like he's trying to maybe target that Peonia again, maybe take the other side of those prizes this time, maybe stretch for that switch cart, which is an oh so vital piece of the puzzle here to really start just inhibiting exactly what's in Tor's hand.
As it looks
there
like
it is.
Power Pad is being played to grab that Peonia back. Could shuffle back an Arven or Iono, as it looks like Iono is going to be shuffled back as well.
Yeah, you've got to be thinking, what are both of these players thinking right now? You know, we're already kind of deep into our top 8. There was additional time for both our players for this top 8 match, of course. But as time does tick on, it's really a bit of a standoff right now with that Snorlax in the active spot and the Mew, or the Celebrations Mew also in the active spot, unable to retreat, of course. Do see a Bravery Charm attached to that Luxray V now, making it just a bit more bulkier than usual. 260 HP now. It has to be dealt with.
It's a big number, 260 HP on a basic Pokemon, especially while it's removing trainers from your opponent's hand. But it looks like that block Snorlax will be left in the active as it is over to Tord now as well. Let's have a gander at what we're looking at.
All of those cards. Such a big hand. We do see the Rare Candy Pidgeot.
There we go, Rare Candy Pidgeot as well. It's a Pidgeot War, quick searches everywhere. So now Todd will be able to use quick search himself, grab any card. And I would imagine when you're playing against a control deck, being able to grab any card you like in a turn is fantastic.
Yeah, he was eyeing up that boss there in his hand, as he does use Mysterious Tail one more time before trying to get it out of the active position. But there's a number of different avenues to go down here. We do see the quick search now before making any sort of rash decisions.
Ooh,
oh, here we go. Inteleon with that fantastic quick shooting ability might be coming down this turn.
I really like the quick shooting here because, you know, these control decks will like to use, you know, Penny and all that jazz to sort of try and remove damage from play. But what Inteleon will let you do is sort of attack 2 Pokemon at the same time, right? You can attack maybe a Blustery Wind into the active while spreading damage to a bench Pokemon. And you can't Penny 2 Pokemon at the same time.
Yeah, here it is. Inteleon, that Rapid Strike Inteleon, utilized well in that sort of Inteleon box deck back in a different format, of course, when it was legal, but now being utilized here in a brilliant way. As he also does gust up the Luxray V with the Rapid Strike energy attached, now able to utilize that fantastic attack that you called out, Shay.
100 Furious Blows, 150 damage, times by 2 for weakness, of course. So that'll be a crisp and clean 300 damage, which is perfectly enough for a KO. We see Collapse Stage, you're going to discard towards Rotom V as well. And this is where the game is going to start getting interesting.
Yeah, Tor's now putting the clock on. He's activated his prize race, of course. Typically, Alessandro doesn't necessarily work via prizes in terms of how he could win matchups. that 100 Furious Blows does mean that Urshifu can continue swinging away if it does need to, of course.
Yep.
Is also a Thornton target for later down the line if it ever needs to change up his ways.
Yeah, it is. Change up his ways. And yeah, it's just worth noting, like you said, 100 Furious Blows has no text. You can just keep attacking. Also worth noting, Alessandro did prize that Giacomo. So being able to discard that Rapid Strike energy right now could be a tall order, meaning that Rapid Strike energy will be sticking around because you can't Peonia and Giacomo in the same turn.
Exactly, and I think that's what Tord has kind of quickly seen. He saw that Alessandro had played the Peonia, but instantly Pow padded it back into his deck, which means he has access to it again, which means he's missed something. That's a good tell to see that Tord is thinking about how his opponent is playing. He's reacting to all of the different plays that not a lot of players would always pick up on. And that's fantastic to see.
It really is. We are going to see quick search being used there for Alessandro. And I think you're right. When I was watching the last game, as we do see that Peonia, funny enough, being taken just right there, as you mentioned, Alex. When I was watching the round 9 game with this deck, that's why the name React box was almost popping out at me, because it feels as if you really do have to sort of see what lines your opponent gives you, react to what they do, and then play from there. As we are going to see that Peonia being taken, and it is going to be played. So I imagine now that Giacomo will be liberated, and the switch cart as well. So let's see what Alessandro opts to put back.
Yeah, switch cart, Ultra Ball, and the Giacomo there from the right-hand side of those prizes. Of course, can put any free cards back in any placement of the prizes that he would like. But having access to that Giacomo, knowing that Tord currently has a double turbo energy on the board alongside a rapid strike energy on the board, does mean that there's a lot of value in trying to get it out as soon as possible, and will always have access to it regardless of whether Tord Ionos him.
Yeah, that quick search is really impactful. As it looks like double Arven and Artisan have been put back. Arven has done his job now. The board has been set up, so that will be good. But you are correct that Giacomo letting you discard one special energy attached to each of your opponent's Pokemon. So that Rapid Strike energy would be discarded, and so would that double turbo energy as well. That's quite devastating if we saw it.
Yep, there's a number of different avenues here, and we're starting to see that Pidgey, been targeted down by Tord as well. Maybe within range of a Yoga Loop at some stage. Will there be an opportunity to utilize that, especially when there's DT and the Rapid Strike energy out, but can power it up with a Charizard, remember?
Yeah, now that would be something. Charizard EX Infernal Rain to power up a Yoga Loop. And it is possible, for sure. It's definitely possible. And let's see what Tord opts to do here, because that Giacomo right now would be devastated. And let's see if he can prevent that. We are going to see Pidgeot EX being activated there, that quick search. So like Torb might be eyeing up his own Peonia. Maybe Torb might be trying to go for a G-Max Rapid Flow this turn. We know that Urshifu V-Max is currently in the prizes. Maybe Torb has realized now that with the second Peonia being played, that Giacomo might have been liberated. So if you are going to go for a Rapid Flow, this might be the turn to do it. So I'll be intrigued to see if that's what we go for. I would love to see a G-Max Rapid Flow here, Alex.
Yeah, even with that knockout, he's now just increasing the chances of grabbing all the good cards that are remaining in the prizes as well. Leaving behind that Battle VIP pass could be vital here, because now has access to that Professor Churros scenario and the Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAX as well. So many cards available here for Tord, and all of those pieces are starting to finally come together. Will he be able to piece it all during this turn and hope that Giacomo doesn't come down to impact the value that he could get out of the Rapid Strike energy and the double turbo energy?
I mean, that would be fantastic. Tord does have almost a one-turn window to pull off this, as he's going to put back a Jirachi, a counter catcher, and an Ultra Ball. So that means Professor Churro's scenario has been taken. And so the Rapid Strike Urshifu. We are going to see a quick shoot onto that Pidgey. 10 HP left. Oh, goodness gracious. That Rapid Strike Urshifu is definitely in hand, Alex.
Which direction will he take it? That's always the question that we're having here. In every game that we've seen, do we start swinging around the Pidgey for the time being? Is it just a pass over for the time being?
Okay.
So potentially losing value if this Giacomo comes down, removes those two double energies out of play.
Yeah, interesting. So looks like that Giacomo is going to come down immediately, though. So there goes that Rapid Strike energy, and there goes that double turbo energy as well. I think it is a...
discard a special energy from each of your opponent's Pokemon. So it's both that go to the discard pile. So excellent turn there, I think, for Alessandro to try and limit what Tord could do.
Yeah, all of a sudden now it's going to really reduce the options for Tord. I think now only fire energy are in the deck because there's only play one of each of those special energies. So that does mean that the Rapid Strike Urshifu now is essentially useless outside of a Thornton play.
Yep.
But it does mean Yoga Loop is still alive, and so is Blustery Wind, since they are colorless attack costs.
Yeah, 100%. I think that Thornton, being able to utilize it on not... I'm just seeing the Ultra Ball away of the Radiant Charizard there. That, again, not something we typically see in a lot of control lists, but it's just a massive attacker with just the one energy that's really required. But just going back to the Thornton, it's choosing a basic Pokemon from your discard pile and switching it with one of your basic Pokemon in play.
Yep.
So there's an opportunity to remove, well, we've got some use out of you now, Rapid Strike Urshifu V. Let's try and find something else that will help me for the rest of this matchup, right? It doesn't have to be on the bench. It could be anywhere in play.
Yeah, and I think that Rapid Strike Urshifu now can do a whole lot of nothing for the most part. With only fire energy, each attack has a fighting in the attack cost, and so does the V Max. We are going to see Quick Search being used as we do see a rare candy into the second Pidgeot EX, so that 50 HP Pidgey is now safe with an extra 270 HP added there, so 280 in total. Oh, Chi-Yu might be getting eyed up there. With that attack for one fire energy, discard the top two cards of your opponent's deck. With that jealously Singe.
Yeah, great name for an attack.
Great name.
We've seen obviously two different Pokemon utilized in control archetypes. There's either the Chi-Yu, of course, but it has that one retreat cost in comparison to that Crabominable V, which has a very similar attack, utilizes one water energy, but by using this fire energy, you can use that Radiant Charizard as an attacker as well if you need to just remove something out of play.
And then it opens up Magma Basin plays as well, as we are going to see the Bravery Charm attached to that Mimikyu. It's going to have a plus 50 HP, so it's 120 HP Mimikyu that is immune to damage from EX and V Pokemon. Over to Tord now, though. Let's see what he can manufacture. Remember, it is down that double turbo energy and that rapid strike energy as well. So the only energy available to him now are those fire energy, which can be accelerated via Infernal Rain, of course.
Yeah, what can you put together now, Tord? I've removed your energies, your special energies from play. There's a fire energy in the discard pile as well. Tord does play 5 copies of fire energy, and of course can sort of reuse them with things like Super Rods if they ever get discarded, as we do see the Pidgeot's Quick Search from Tord's side now. So eyeing up that Super Rod, it looked like.
Yep, looks like that Super Rod. You know, I mean, when you're down all your special energy, it now means your basic energy are super important. So we wouldn't mind seeing some of those shovels back in, or maybe even some of the Pokemon that have been discarded as well. Let's see what sort of targets are there. I thought he was going to fan through the discard pile there, but unfortunately didn't. Looks like a rare candy's being eyed up, so we might... We're going to see first we're going to see a manual retreat. Oh, we're going to see some waterfall action. 2 energy, 70 damage. I mean, that's a good number. I mean, it gets around Mimikyu.
It's definitely an option. 2 colors energy is a way to power up the Inteleon as an attacker. That's why we saw the Super Rod with the retreat with the Urshifu. And not something we've typically seen, especially with this Inteleon, but just to be able to keep swinging away, applying pressure, whilst also utilizing quick shooting. Wow, this is one line I had not expected. Yeah, I was about to say at the start of this stream, Alex, if I told you we were going to see a Charizard EX power up a Rapid Strike Inteleon to then use Waterfall, what would you have said to me? Yeah, I would have said you were out of your mind. But here we are at this stage of the format where you're utilizing all of those special little combinations and just start swinging away. Here's quick shooting on that Pidgeot EX that was already been damaged once again, up to 260 damage now with 220 HP remaining. Yep. And now this Inteleon is just going to be swinging away, just applying some pressure, you know, putting Alessandro on the clock. Right now, how are you going to deal with this? And that's what the aim of the game is against controlling archetypes, is as long as you can apply consistent pressure. Now, there is one way you can get out of this, is if you can abuse Penny, since you have got that Bravery Charm attached, so that Waterfall will not be taking the KO, obviously. So you can sort of absorb a hit, Penny, free retreat, put it back down, you know, over and over and over again. That does require a lot of cards to make that loop happen, but it is a possibility. 100%. I mean, you also got to start thinking about other ways that can maybe take out this Inteleon. We've already seen that Radiant Charizard hit the discard pile, of course, but a combination of Magma Basin with a double turbo energy does provide Alessandro with an opportunity here to actually just knock out a Pokemon which had to be rare candied up. And that also eliminates the quick shooting ability as well. That's kind of started to impact Alessandro's board. As you saw, Tor didn't necessarily target the Mimikyu with the quick shooting, because with cards he's expecting like Penny. He's just going to make sure those damage counters are staying on the board as long as possible and just asking those questions of Alessandro.
Speaking of Penny, we did see it being played to pick up that Mimikyu with the Bravery Charm, and that block Snorlax has been promoted. So while that block Snorlax is in the active, that Rapid Strike Inteleon is stuck there. I mean, it can attack though, and it can use quick shooting, but it cannot retreat. So Tord will have to just keep swinging away with that, at least for the time being.
Yeah, it would be a 2-hit knockout, of course, utilizing quick shooting to overcome the additional 10 HP that Snorlax would have over 2 attacks of Waterfall, of course. But again, Alessandro's biding his time here. He has the opportunity to put that Snorlax in the active spot, and now it's just saying, well, Tord, how can you deal with all of these things in front of you?
And that's the thing, when you've got quick shoot, when you've got Bravery Charm as well, I feel as if, sure, Tord might have some outs, but are they applying enough pressure to where you can, you know, get out of this sort of healing loop? I think Alessandro might be trying to start here as well. I was going to see a pass.
Yeah, just to give you more updates in our other top 8 matches.
Okay.
Filippo Colamorea up against Oscar Madsen, of course. That Roaring Moon EX against Charizard EX is currently 1-1. So going down to game 3. And also OWYN KAMERMAN versus Brent HERMANS. Brent has been able to tie up the series in the top 8. And it's currently 1-1 as well. That was, if you recall, Mew VMAX Fusion Strike build up against Lost Giratina V-Star.
And that's currently 1-1, you said?
That is 1-1 as well, yes.
Okay.
Oh, just one more. CRISTIAN SARNATARO also won game 1 in his matchup. I believe, was that against... Oh, okay, I just got confirmation, but he's playing Chen Pao, isn't he?
Against Bolly? And
might be against Bolly there, yeah. So, wow, some riveting games going on in the background as we're continuing, of course, in this matchup. Of course, it's against Bolly. He was the last remaining person. My mind blanked for a moment as we were trying to watch Tord's game plan come out and unfold as well. So lots of things going on, and as always, we'll keep you updated throughout as we do see another quick shooting on that Pidgeot EX on the bench, now down to 200 HP.
Yeah, that has been doing really well there, that Pidgeot, as we are going to see the quick shooting, I mean, the Waterfall into the Snorlax.
Yeah, just one more quick shooting would put it in range of that Charizard EX coming up to swing away at it.
Okay. Could be something worth keeping an eye on, as we did see Tord take a rare candy, I believe, from the quick search on his last turn. But it is over to Alessandro now, fanning out a discard pile. You know, the deck is starting to get a little bit small there. Alessandro has been able to get through the deck quite well. We are going to see a Clara. I wonder if this is going to get back the Radiant Charizard that you mentioned earlier. Ooh.
And the Fire Energy as well. So Fire Energy back into the hand for the moment. It would have been, yeah, there's loads of different avenues to go down, but, oh, sorry, of course, he did put the Magma Basin back into the prizes for his Peonia on the left-hand side, so wouldn't be able to instantly power it up with just the one turn for that. There's this switch cart here as well.
That healing's actually kind of clutch as well. Going to heal that 30 and then switch that looks right into the active. So whatever Tor took of the quick search, if it was a trainer, could get discarded via this Fang Snipe. Would actually deal 20 damage, funny enough, because that Inteleon is weak to lightning as well. So 30 damage before. Oh, we're going to see a counter catcher as well, sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, into the Urshifu. Okay.
Oh, and taking out a trainer card. We know he took that Professor Churro's scenario.
Oh, was it Churro? Okay.
Into the hand as well. Remember from the Peonia earlier. So there's so many options available. Yeah, we're going to see a Fang Snipe for the first time in this top 8. Lots of things going on here, but he's going to have so many options. We do see the quick search, of course, first. Just kind of double checking. Oh, just double checking that. What's available here.
I'm going to try and debate whether he's used quick search already this turn.
He has it twisted, but did he just twist that Pidgeot EX?
He just twisted that now.
Yeah. Just confirmation. There we go. Thank you very much for just double checking. We want to make sure all the gameplay is as clean as possible, of course. As he's just double checking what's available. It looks like the PAL pad has been targeted there. And just another shuffle up, of course, from Alessandro's side. Just playing this out as best as he can up against this unknown kind of quantity heading into this tournament.
Yeah, one of those unclassified decks in day one. That's I'm sure it would have fallen into that category. Here you go. I'm going to see the Fang Snipe.
Just a hand over the whole hand there. There's options. Immediately targets that. But with Palpad as well there.
Yeah, can just immediately put it back in the deck, right?
Yeah, that's very true. And that means Tord would get value out of the Palpad because they're potentially maybe utilizing another supporter. So, yeah, it's hard to say. I think both are viable targets.
They really are.
So it's just down to which one. Yeah, remove the Palpad, get less value now. So it means you have to utilize that Churro as soon as possible. It means Tord does only have one more Palpad remaining amongst his deck and hand.
Wow. And there we are, that Fang Snipe.
A little bit of damage as well, a little chip damage.
Yeah. Can't forget about that. Can't forget about that. As it is over to Tord now, going to top deck start a turn. I think one might have been a battle with our P-pass there, not particularly helpful. But no, you're right. I think we have seen Tord's other Palpad been played already, right?
Has it been played already once before? I thought he might have held on to it. Yeah, we're just double checking. He gets a chance to have a little look.
No.
Yeah, I believe it.
Ignore me.
No worries at all. It's good to make sure we're as clear as possible alongside the viewers on YouTube and Twitch, because we're all just trying to work out exactly the route here for Tord. The hand isn't the most useful.
Really not.
Could potentially look to Iono back into all the good cards back into the deck. Does have Churro, can start swinging away as well. Of course, won't be able to gust at the same time, which is typically what he would maybe have liked to have tried to do. Do you see the quick search first as well? There's the other Palpad.
There's the Palpad.
Yeah, so it looks like he might be using Churro's scenario here and immediately Palpadding it back into the deck. And then just trying to make sure he's capable of taking the right knockouts here. The problem is, he's not able to knock out this Luxray.
Funnily enough, because Alessandro obviously hasn't taken any prize cards, that Burning Darkness is doing 180, and even with quick shooting, and as we do see that Professor's Troy scenario being played, it's still only dealing 200 damage. That Luxray has 210, so it survives by one. There's that Nest Dash Grovit.
Hello, Scrovit. Being able to maybe protect the hand.
I was about to say, now that's a defense against Fang Snipe.
That's a very cute there as he chucks away his hand. It's Nest Dash, a funny little cute ability combined with, I guess, the Barbaro and the Pidgeot EX, which Tord plays in the next. All the support Pokemon, just a Bidoof there, and just saying, well, let's make your Fang Snipe as useless as possible here. Yep,
go on then. Good luck getting that, as we are just going to see the
there you go.
Burning Darkness attack there, 180 damage, plus the 20 from quick shooting. So that Luxray has 10 HP left.
Putting it on the clock here as well. Of course, Alessandro has ways of trying to maybe find another penny once again.
Yeah,
or maybe finding a way to just maneuver it out of quick shooting, damage output.
Yeah, Bravery Charm would help with that.
Exactly that. And he's already used one penny. So is there another penny available? There should be.
He plays 3.
A couple more. But then what? It's just thinking about, well, what do I utilize now? This Charizard will knock out both of the Snorlaxes, of course. The Pidgeot, the fresh Pidgeot, is one that would be able to tank some damage.
It would.
But the other Pidgeot wouldn't be able to, so it's got to start thinking about applying all of this pressure from towards boards. Just forcing the issue here.
And that's all you can do against controlling archetypes, right? Is just try and pile on the damage and think, right, you can remove damage from one Pokemon, but you can't do multiple in a turn. So let me just keep attacking. All of a sudden, I'm going to put pressure on your healing loop and try and stop it, as we are going to see that Penny going to pick up that Luxray. Now, what would the promotion be? It's going to have to be the fresh Pidgeot.
Look, with the fresh Pidgeot, being able to retreat does have the Mimikyu in hand.
True.
So maybe has to retreat into the Mimikyu for the time being. Yeah, looks like it's maybe an eyed up here. If that Mimikyu, of course, with Safeguard as an ability, can prevent all damage done to this Pokemon by attacks by your opponent's Pokemon EX and Pokemon V. So that's one direction to take it in here. Alessandro looking for more opportunities to buy his time.
Yeah, that Mimikyu can stare down that big, hefty Terra Charizard EX. That Safeguard ability will not be taking any damage from Pokemon EX or V. So that Charizard cannot attack it. Or at least, could attack it, but wouldn't do any damage.
Yeah, right now, Tord, of course, only has access to one boss. He's already utilized it once, of course. Hasn't played the
Power Pad.
because...
Got back in.
Yep, exactly that. It got shoveled back in. Ooh.
Oh, that's interesting. That Calamitous Wasteland boosts retreat cost of non-fighting types by 1. So that means that a Terra Charizard DX will not be able to retreat right now unless another energy came down. As we do see as well, Radiant Charizard coming down with a basic energy too.
Yeah, that threat of an attacker. You know, that Inteleon being able to start pinging around all of these types, even if it comes up, takes out the Mimikyu with 70 damage, it's going to go down to this Charizard if Alessandro can get another energy on it after Tord, or if Tord does actually target it, of course. 2 Pokemon in Tord's hand, not the most useful right now, but how will he play this out? You know, he's been trying to protect himself from Fang Snipe. Right now, no board space for Fang Snipe either. No way of easily retreating out of the Charizard EX. So many questions as we continue this really, really interesting game. This is really a chess match here.
Oh yeah, chess match is 100% the best way to describe this. You know, all these quick shooting damage is so important. Every attack is important. Every energy, even basic energy, has important. We've already seen the special energy get immediately discarded, right? So that's no longer an option. So now these basic energy are so impactful. And we see the little Calamitous Wasteland of all cards. I'm not sure many people knew what it even did before this weekend, or at least on this stream. But again, just forcing Tord to jump through these hoops.
Yeah, so many decisions here. I wasn't quite sure which card he took. We just get a little look. It was his fire energy.
It was, yes.
Just as an option here. So it looks like, oh, just double checking
double
as well.
check that Calamitous Wasteland for a second.
Non-fighting Pokemon in play. The retreat is 1 more. So it should require 3 energies. It's not basic. Just want to double check here. Oh, each basic non-fighting.
Oh, basic non-fight. Okay.
Just having a quick read of that as well. I think that's exactly why Tord read that himself.
Yeah.
So now is able to also bench the Bidoof. And now just takes a knockout on this Mimikyu. Nice and easy, 70 damage. Utilize the final quick shooting on that Pidgeot EX as well. That Charizard is sitting pretty waiting to go if it does able to get 1 more energy on it.
And has a double turbo energy in hand.
Yeah.
They can attack with that. Wow, this is, oh God, goodness gracious me. So much stuff going on. What have you noticed there, Alex?
I'm starting to think about if Charizard does come up, take this knockout here, the Charizard with a Super Rod does mean that Tord could take the knockout on the Radiant Charizard and then is only really a boss away.
Yes.
Because it's 3 prizes, takes a knockout potentially on a Radiant Charizard, and then the Pidgeot EX, which currently is damaged and hasn't been picked up, as we do see a heavy ball being played. That's 1 line or 1 route to taking the final 3 prizes, of course. But at the same time, Alessandro is going to be looking at that, hopefully just to try and think, well, how can I stop that from happening? That Pidgeot is heavily damaged. How can I eventually get that picked up via something like the Penny?
Well, that's the thing. If Tord keeps attacking, that means you won't be able to sort of penny this secondary damaged Pidgeot. And that's where I think the quick shooters come in so handy, because you can't penny 2 Pokemon at the same time. So that's Tord's win con, as we've established, right? Get damage on that Pidgeot, try and get down to 2 prize cards, and is it 3, like you said? And then KO that 4 game. But Alessandro's probably spotted this already, right? And like you said, going to try his best to try and stop that from happening. But you have to imagine, if you're playing a Pidgeot control, you probably haven't game planned for quick shooting, because I know I wouldn't have.
No, not something I would have been used to. So this is where Alessandro has to double check all of those resources that Tord has utilized so far. And even for himself, he hasn't been able to play anything. He's played 1 Palpad, I believe, to try and get back that Peonia. But other than trying to get all those resources back, you know, we see that Silene in hand right now. There will be a point where he needs to start cycling some of those really important cards. We do see the Bravery Charm on the Radiant Charizard. That does bump it up to a massive amount of HP, and here comes the Radiant Charizard here starting to potentially swing away. Doesn't have an energy attached yet.
Just need to attach 1.
Chose not to target down the Inteleon quick shooting. Here's quick search being utilized now. Would he go for just the other fire energy?
I think so. I think that might be the target. I've definitely wanted to try and hold on to that double turbo energy, so at least you can start trying to use that blustery wind from Pidgeot EX at some point. So I think grabbing the other fire energy would be advantageous. And with that Bravery Charm, that pushes that Charizard, Radiant Charizard damage to HP, just is what, 210?
The same as that Luxray, so it's just that awkward number.
That's outside of range of a Burning Darkness plus quick shooting.
Yeah, just that awkward number there. But I mean, if it does attack, wouldn't be able to really retreat out in that position. Wouldn't be able to attack again.
Could get pennied though.
Could get pennied. 1 penny left remaining because Power Pad hasn't been utilized on it so far, or even the Silene, for example. But is eyeing up using it now because that Team Yell's cheer also waiting in the wing to really just start the loop of protection. Team Yell's cheer being utilized first here. Maybe wanted to get some value out of the pennies that are available left in the deck, including Clara as well. Silene usually used on things like the Power Pad to start cycling before Yell cheer is being put back in the deck with the Power Pads, for example. So it's I think it's a vital couple of turns here we've got going on.
Yeah, Team Yell cheer so integral for these control decks to sort of start closing out the game when removing that damage. This is going to be a hefty combustion blast from that Radiant Charizard. 250 damage, and bear in mind with that Bravery Charm attached, that Radiant Charizard has 210 HP. So that means even with a Burning Darkness dealing 180 plus a Quick Shoot has 200, Radiant Charizard will survive by 10.
And I think I've just got news coming in. We have our first top 4 competitor, Christian SARNATARO, has been able to take down Bolly Oliphant with his Chen-Pao deck against Bolly's Charizard EX. So he's progressing into top 4. Congratulations to him. Commiserations to Bolly, of course, having done so well to get to that stage. But Chen-Pao in top 4, everybody, after a fantastic showing in Dortmund. It's looking to try and do it again.
Yep, only 1 win away from the finals there. So shout out to Christian for making it into top 4. Massive commiserations to Bolly. As we do see, an Ultra will be in play there to grab that big barrel. So Industrious Incisors will be live. Tord currently has no cards in his hands. This will be a fresh 5 new cards. Let's see what Tord can get here and how it can affect this game.
Is this the one opportunity eventually to see this Charizard go down, to utilize Raihan for something pretty useful? There's that Marwile as well. We've seen the switch card already utilized. Of course, will need to be maybe Silene back into the deck if anything does get Tempting Trap. So this is already maybe 45 minutes gone, almost 45 minutes gone into this matchup, and we're still at this stage where there's so many pieces of the puzzle. Thornton as well available.
Oh, wow.
Thornton being used.
Thornton being used.
Going to utilize another Charmander. Mew no longer on the boards. Basic for a basic from the discard pile. Vital, I think, just to have another attacker.
We'll be able to actually rare candy it into play as well, right? Because Thornton does carry the how long a Pokemon has been in play rules. So if Tord likes, we'll be able to use it. Quick Shooting is going to be used here. 2 damage counters on the active Radiant Charizard as well.
Yeah, just in case that Charizard doesn't get out of the active spot, if Tord is able to find another Fire Energy, can just swing with the actual active Charizard EX on next turn alongside a Quick Shooting to take out even with that Bravery Charm. Oh, no, can't.
Oh, yeah. I was going to say there's definitely no damage being taken there, Alessandro.
No worries. Just getting a bit ahead of yourself, but just thinking it's absolutely fine. Wanted to maximize the value from those pennies.
I was about to say,
200 damage off the board. Penny in hand now. Doesn't need the quick search for it, of course. And can just potentially save that Charizard. Although, is that the direction you want to be taking it in right now? Do you want to force Tord to take this out?
Yeah, I'm just trying to work out. So that Charizard's taking
damage.
250. So it could get carried via a Blustery Wind, correct?
It could indeed. Maybe swinging with a fresh...
The fresh one.
Pidgeot EX does then activate towards Raihan for the first time in this tournament.
This is true.
Oh, not tournament, sorry. In this top 8.
Yep.
Which could prove pivotal for Tord. Because he's also kept his hand knowing that... Well, actually... Is there a world where maybe he goes with the Luxray once again?
Maybe, that's actually...
Or didn't Nest Dash it away to protect it.
That is true.
Luxray in hand, DT in hand, or can just take out this Charizard EX, try and remove those energies out of play. Will be detrimental to Tord's game plan, of course.
You're going to see Quick Search being used first. That might give us some insight into what Alessandro is going to try and do here. Misfortune Sister still in deck. Yeah, a lot of supporters, funny enough. That Chi-Yu is in deck as well. Counter-catcher. Could be getting eyed up. Guess we could be seeing a counter-catcher plus Penny into the block to try and lock Tord down there, as it were. But Barrel, is not a great Pokemon to have in the active.
No, not at all.
Leave it is Scrovit, in all honesty, as well.
Scrovit can keep biting away.
True. The barrel, if you really want, it could be doing tail smash, I should say. We saw that in the EUIC final back in Frankfurt. That was a tail flip, though, unfortunately. But let's see what Alessandro is going to do here. So it looks like we're going to see a penny being eyed up.
Does have that fantastic pivot that our fellow co-caster has mentioned so often as not just the only reason why you play Pidgeot EX here. It's a fantastic free retreater as well. And we do see the Pidgeot in the active spot, but now can just maneuver into any one of those Pokemon there.
Oh, looks like Luxray's being eyed up. Alex with the Bravery Charm. And it looks like that looks to be what Alessandro is debating. Has hit the field. Fan Snipe will be live. We're going to see a free retreat from the Pidgeot EX. And we're going to see Fang Snipe dealing 10 damage. And your opponent reveals their hand. And you get to discard a trainer that you find there. Fantastic attack for these controlling archetypes, since you can remove resources from them. And you get to choose the resources as well.
Yeah, exactly that. And here we go. So that could be very detrimental to Tord's game plan, because we know he was holding on to that Ultra Ball and Rare Candy. So here we go. Tord hands it back over. There's more chip damage onto that Charizard as well. That Rare Candy there.
Oh, yeah.
Raihan is a card, but I mean, I guess Alessandro's looking to never pop that as an option.
No, I don't think, yeah.
We get a chance to have a quick look as well. How many Rare Candies? Maybe three Rare Candies already used.
How many does he play? It's
a full 4, so all 4 have been utilized now. No Charmeleons on Tord's board, so it does mean that Charmander is never becoming a Charizard anymore, is it?
Nope. That Charmander is going to be stuck.
This is tough.
Charmander, and that also is going to limit ability to burst energy into play as well, since Infernal Rain will no longer be an option, unless we do see that Professor Churro. But no, because then you won't be able to Rare Candy into the next Charizard, so no more Infernal Rain, as we are going to see Ultra Ball being played, discarding an Ultra Ball, and the Mawile, a card that we saw, well, Tord did tweet about using it against another controller deck, but I don't think it was the Charizard version with Pidgeot. Not quite as helpful here.
No, not at all. So I'm just trying to figure out what is your game plan, Tord, here. You can't lose any more vital resources. Unable to take that one-hit KO on this Luxray V anymore. Has already done that once with that single strike, rapid strike Urshifu. As you do see it, but Barrel, Industrious Incisors, up to 5, 4 cards drawn. Are they going to be helpful for you here? There's an Iono, but only Pokemon left.
Yeah. So happens you play so many, no energy, no anything along those lines. So like Iono is going to be played. That would give Tord a new hand of 3 and does reset Alessandro's hand. But we'll get 6 back, obviously, because he hasn't taken any prize cards.
Yeah, just like that little quick shuffle there, or cutting of the deck, I should say, when you offer it to your opponent. 3 cards here for Tord, 6 for Alessandro. There's a Radiant Charizard and an Ultra Ball. Radiants are not too useful in this scenario here. Quick shooting, utilized onto the Luxray V, and for the time being, maybe just hold on to the hand.
I don't think there's much else you can do. I mean, can't bench those Pokemon, and I don't think you want to Ultra Ball them away. So, yeah, just have to hold on to the hand. Quick switch hasn't been used yet, though, so we'll be able to grab any card. Is there even any energy left in the deck? Oh, there's not.
There's a Super Rod.
Oh, there is a Super Rod. Okay. So it's like that is going to have to be taken, because if Tord wants to attack right now with this Charizard, we'll need another basic energy, another fire energy, I should say, to be able to do that. So Super Rod's going to be impactful, shuffling them back in.
Yeah, so 2 more fire energies. But now that you're seeing from Tord's side, Alessandro has to find a way to react here, because he knows that means Tord will grab a fire energy and try to look to take down this Luxray as soon as possible.
Ooh, and the Mawile coming down as well. That's a little bit of foreshadowing. That tempting trap could be used to almost be like a block Snorlax, locking your opponent's Pokemon in the act, preventing it from retreating. So let's see what Tord does there. Shuffling in 2 copies of Fire Energy and the Mawile from Lost Origins.
Yeah, some really interesting back and forths here. Tord taking it down to 3 prizes. Very, very quickly, but we're just trying to work out for you guys at home as well.
Basic energy.
Want to know what is? The Squirtle could have done it.
That would have been nice. Got the basic energy there and would have been able to attack. Unfortunately, not.
Just a pass over from Tord. Back over Alessandro's side now. What will Alessandro do to impact exactly what Tor's just done. He's super roided 2 energies, remember. He's going to be digging for that fire energy as soon as possible. Penny coming down. Oh, maybe Penny coming down. Quick search first.
So now you know that you've got rid of all those rare candy. Does the blustery wind KO now make more sense?
It's definitely pretty vital here, although it does start to activate maybe that Radiant Charizard, right?
This is true. No, okay, no, this is true. This is true. I'm eager for a KO here.
I mean, it activates it. It's still very hard to get there because there's none of that special double turbo energy available for Tor's side.
True.
We've got to just keep thinking of these lines here. This is why we're playing so long now. It's been 50 minutes, Shay, of this control archetype up against Tord box. We're gonna go with, I think, at the moment. We've got about 15 different names now. Penny to heal that 2 damage from the active spot.
So I've been told that the chat are asking about time rules in Top Cut, Alex. Oh, wait. We are gonna see the energy get attached to the Pidgeot EX. Here we go.
Blustery wind coming down.
Wind. Everyone close those windows because there's some blustery wind blowing around. And that would be KOing that Charizard EX. So anyway, chat is asking about the time rules in Top Cut, Alex. Why don't you take us through that?
If time is called and game 1 is not finished, it will, of course, have the final 3 turns like you typically would in any game.
As we do see that blustery wind for KO here.
Now it's for 100 damage, and that will knock out the only Charizard EX on Tord's board. But sorry, going back very quickly, if we look at how many prizes each player has taken, what this does mean is that the player, if game 1 hasn't finished, is the player who's taken the most prizes. If it's even, it'll be the first player to take the next prize that wins the game. Okay. Of course, if time is called when one player has won game 1, then it will just end with the winner for that particular game. Unless it up against the wall, I believe. So we do see a Barbara with Industrious Incisors again. That Pidgeot EX play, we're starting to see it swing away now, and without an easy way to evolve up to a Charizard. Actually, no way to evolve up to a Charizard. Yeah, this is going to be really tough for Tord.
Yeah, blustery wind coming in. And this is what these controllers love to do, right? Run your opponent out of all the resources. No special energy, no rare candies left, no Charizard EX. So how about now? These little 100 pokes will start to add up. As we already saw that big, hefty Terra Charizard getting KO'd there. And Tord, you know, using that quick search, I didn't quite manage to see what it was, but what can Tord realistically do? So we've got 2 fire energy attached to Inteleon, so we can do some waterfalls plus quick shooting, right? There is going to be no Charizard EX, so I guess the big hefty attacker now is what, the Radiant Charizard?
Radiant Charizard, also trying to utilize something like the Tempting Trap as well, to maybe put something in the active, maybe limit what Alessandro has access to, and then maybe just keep pinging around until you're ready.
But we know that Alessandro plays so many Penny.
It does, and he's put 2 of them, after using 2 of them, put 2 of them back into. But I think he has used, again, 2 more.
Okay.
So maybe there's a net of 1 left in hand or deck. But of course, still has things like Team Yell's Cheer, the Silene, maybe a Power Pad remaining as well. So it's really down and on Tord to try and figure out a way here, as we do see a quick shooting. You know, he's going to have to utilize all of these pings as best as possible.
Yep.
And then maybe just kind of, again, try and apply some pressure in some way, shape, or form. 70 damage on the active Pidgeot EX. Maybe it was just that 1 turn where he maybe could have nest stashed that rare candy away. And that was a pivotal turn where that Luxray came in and fang sniped it into oblivion, or I should say the discard pile.
Not quite the lost zone, you know what I mean? But yeah, that fang snipe, that rude Luxray just saying, swipe, I'll take that, and put it straight in the discard pile there. As Alessandro is going to play a quick search, so they're going to take a fire energy. Oh, hello. Fire energy could go to that Radiant Charizard. Does need, what, 1 more energy to attack though, I believe?
Yeah, hasn't been able to take that Magma Basin from the prizes, because that looks like it got shuffled around once again.
I think Alessandro put that back from a Peonia.
Oh, yes, he did. He did indeed.
So that Radiant Charizard, we need 1 more energy to attack. That Combustion Blast looks like Silene might be getting played here. Flip 2 coins for each head. Grab a card from your discard pile and put it to the top of your deck. So here we go. And that is a tails. And that's a tails. So Siley goes to discard pile there.
Tails.
Thanks for your help.
Yeah, nah, not quite what Alessandro would have been after, but I've just got some further news here. Another top 8 match has finished. Filippo Colamorea has won 2-1 against Oscar Madsen. So Roaring Moon is roaring its way through into top 4 and has continued that fantastic run he's had across the Utrecht tournament so far, yeah. All right, I'm just looking back again, looking at blustery win that Alessandro's considering here, just start kind of pinging across that Inteleon. I mean, why not at this point?
I think it seems perfectly fine to me. That's the only attacker that Tord has. How about you put that on a clock as well? Goodness gracious me, Alessandro going to do a blustery win, and now it is over to Tord. Let's see what he can manufacture. Boss's orders in the hand, Fire Energy in the hand. Yoga Loop in the hand, and that would be an interesting card to use, but not when you got no special energy left, realistically. No Charizard as well.
Surely can't think about losing this Inteleon here. So vital to just keep using that quick shooting ability. Does get that Radiant Charizard a bit closer to being able to attack.
Oh, true.
As an option as well, but just eyeing up a Professor Truro's scenario from that Pidgeot EX there. Indeed. Which direction are you taking this, Tord? There's a lot of Pokemon available left in the deck. Not quite the attackers that you're after, in all honesty, right now. Where are we going with this?
Trying to think. Tord has a Radiant Charizard, but I don't know, kind of needs like a couple more prizes for you to be able to pop it in a turn, right?
Nest Dash to protect it. Doesn't want to draw into it, I suppose, from maybe an Industrious Incisors.
So there it goes to the bottom, Nest Dash. Oh, here we go.
Yeah, the Manaphy.
Okay.
Not quite as useful right now.
No, definitely not quite helpful, but can't be Fang Staff at the very least.
Does mean it's a target for Erica's invitation.
It really is, but I would imagine that might not be the support, but you never know. Oh, that could literally win the game. We're going to see Industrious Incisors draw 4 new cards as well. Didn't quite get to catch them. Looks like Quick Shooting activation. 2 damage, calculate place wherever you like.
Remember, it does have a 1 retreat cost here. Is a non-basic, so can retreat without having too much to worry about, and just attacks for the moment into the Pidgeot EX. So 140 damage now on the active, 120 on the bench Pidgeot EX. Which direction are you taking this, Tord? We really, really want to know, do you still have an out here? Alessandro doing his best to control this game.
Yep.
Choosing to use the bench one this time as a quick search ability.
Fair enough. I mean, you know, the active one's been doing the attacking. That Pidgeot feels a bit tired, you know, doing make that blustery win, so that bench one can do the quick search. As we do see the basic Fire Energy, I believe, was taken from the quick search.
Yep.
And it's like, might be so that would allude to us that maybe could be a Combustion Blast coming in. Oh, with Defiance Band as well. That would actually KO the Pidgeot EX.
Here we go. He's debating it. He wants to do it.
Debating it.
This could be massive, taking out Tord's draw engine. Well, not draw engine, but search engine.
Yep.
That's available here. With the Charizard, it deals 250 damage, but with Defiance Band, if you have more prize cards remaining than your opponent, the attacks of this Pokemon does 30 more damage to your opponent's active. So 250 plus the 30 will knock out this Pidgeot EX.
Wow. That's a strong turn. Combustion Blast as Alessandro goes down to 2 prize cards remaining here in our Masters top 8 match. Chances are the winner of this match will be advancing, you know, unless, lack of a better term, game 2 or 3 end really quick. So Tord's board now starting to look a little bit slim. Only has the Quick Shooting Inteleon left, the Bibarel and the Scrovit against the world of Alessandro's Radiant Charizard to Pidgeot EX.
Wow. Does mean now that Radiant Charizard
it really does.
Is fully live and active. So this is really back and forth in terms of how we deal with this. Inteleon back in the active spot, the only free pivot because it has energy already attached to it to be able to maneuver into the Charizard that's currently in Tord's hands. there's a world where Tor could take 2 prizes, but still needs to ping away at something. Radiant Charizard down. Raihan massive here. As we see the fire energy attached from the discard to the Radiant Charizard here. Its own excited heart ability activated, being able to now attack with just 1 fire energy.
It's like boss, so it looks like Tor's going to try and go around this 1 prizer. Maybe take 2 prize cards this turn, and then go down to 1 prize card left. But that 1 prize card, Alex, I don't think there's any quote-unquote easy ones right now. There's no like little 60 HP Scrover or anything like this.
If Tor takes out the Radiant Charizard with the Inteleon, because it hits for weakness, so 100 damage.
True, so it does, yes.
Could ping another Pokemon, could then gust up the Radiant Charizard, gust up one of the 2 Pidgeot EXs with the Charizard. That's one way of doing so, but of course Alessandro has a big hand. There are ways to deal with all of this right now and maybe kind of stop that game plan from happening, but Tor playing to every one of his outs right here.
Really is. We're seeing some of the fundamental chess matches here, you know, searching out the boss's orders via quick search, not by quick search, by the right hand, I should say, and then nest dashing it to the bottom, so there is no chance of it getting fang sniped there. Alex, what have you noticed there?
Seeing more things. I don't know if this is ever going to be a thing here, but 160 damage is on that Pidgeot EX there. Attempting trap not only stops a Pokemon from retreating, but what does it do?
Oh, it increases damage by, what is it, 50 or 90? 90!
And there is a Charmander on the bench that can attack for 1 fire energy as well. So there's another world where this could happen. I'm so invested right here, right now. That 30 damage plus 90 will be 120, which again is perfect math on this Pidgeot EX. I'm seeing so many lives, and I can see now why Avi and Ben were just thinking about all these different routes of how Tor can play this deck. And this is really, really impressive, the way he's been able to maneuver. 6 minutes left on the clock, by the way.
Yeah, so what does Alessandro do here? Cannot remove that Radiant Charizard in a single turn. That's not possible. There is no damage dealers there, so his Bluster Wind is capped at 100. If he was to just swing into Inteleon, Combustion Blast Charizard wraps this game up. So Alessandro needs to try and do something tricky here to try and get out of this. Could we maybe see some sort of...
or be a block play.
Oh, but then, but the counter catches aren't live now, sorry.
No, it's not.
No,
so it has to be boss, and he's already utilized that to knock out the Pidgeot EX.
I don't think there's a boss available unless it's been power pad in. I hope we get a chance to check for that.
Well, let's see. I mean, Alessandro's still in a position of, you know, the one being able to utilize quick search now. If I'm not mistaken, I haven't announced this yet, but it might be another result that we've had.
Okay.
And our Dortmund regional champion has progressed.
Hey, okay.
The top 4 having won his top 8 matchup against Brent Hermans. Mew VMAX has taken down Losso and Giratina Visa, so OWYN is 1 step closer to trying to take down a back-to-back regional to special event here.
Wow.
Yeah, wow indeed.
That is incredible. Goodness gracious me. So from Dortmund Regionals, the current champion is in top 4, and so is his deck, Chen Pao. It looks like we are going to see Power Pad there, and I think we saw there was a Bravery Charm taken by a quick search. Misfortune Sisters, golly.
Yeah, so many options there. I mean, I believe OWYN would be facing against the winner of this top 8 feature match as well.
Okay.
So we're getting a bit of insight into what's coming up for top 4 in general. As we do see the Clara being utilized for that Radiant Charizard and the Fire Energy. Which direction does this go?
Well, I mean, if you see that, you would imagine maybe we're going to see a Combustion Blast into the Inteleon. That would make sense. That would at least then force Tor to have a boss's orders, right, to win next turn.
Agreed. Yeah, but I believe Tor does have 1 left in deck.
He does. Well, we know that, but Alessandro doesn't.
Well, I think Power Padded it back. Did he Power Pad it back?
No, he must have done, yeah, because he used it to get around the block Snorlax.
Yes, exactly.
Feels
that.
like
Here
an
we go.
eternity ago, that does. But yeah, that was the same game.
Has Alessandro just played into towards hand in some way? But this is, Alessandro is forcing this with the Bravery Charms on 210 HP. Combustion Blast from the Excited Heart activation, taking the knockout on Teleon. Tord, on you, my friends. Radiant Charizard in the active spot. What's in your hand?
I was just going to draw
Ultra
the boss,
Ball.
actually. Is the boss in hand?
Counter Catcher in hand.
Catcher is live! Because
Absolutely incredible to have gotten down to this stage that it will be a Combustion Blast for the knockout on one of the final Pidgeot EXs that have been damaged throughout this long slog of a Game 1. Tord, winner of Game 1 in top 8 of our feature match once again. Completely, I want to see how shaky his hands are right now, because that is fully up against the wall, in my opinion.
I don't think it gets closer to the wall than that. All those quick shootings were so meticulously placed, and it all came right down to the wire. And I tell you what, losing a long game like that, I find, can be super demoralizing. But on the flip side, if you are the winner of a long, close game like that, what can't I do?
Over 60 minutes it took for Tor to take down Game 1. That Counter Catcher was actually a card he put back into the prizes from that Peonia. He took that after the KO with the Inteleon on that Radiant Charizard, so it went into his hand. So he ended up in a fantastic position. I guess he knew where it was as well.
Yeah, for sure.
If anything did happen in terms of Alessandro taking another prize, but of course still did have boss as well. As we do see the prizes being laid out for these final few minutes for Game 2. Wow.
Wow, indeed. Alessandro has led the one copy of Luxray, and it's going to be a pass over to Tord now. Has led that Sobble Battle VIP pass. Fantastic cards. You can start getting your Pokemon up and into play. Now, with 1 minute 50 left here on our timer, what is Alessandro's win con here? Just going to be... just try and bench.
Yeah,
no, there isn't a win con. That's what I was trying to establish.
Tord needed to not be able to find another Pokemon, and Alessandro extends the fist bump, and Tord has been able to take this round, this top 8, and progress into top 4 with that.
Game plans, but I think for Roaring Moon, it's integral to find this explosive start with these numerous support Pokemon like the Squawkabilly, like the Galarian Moltres V, to start getting things up and running.
Let's jump straight into the action with those prize cards. Not looking too harmful. Don't love Filippo's Galarian Moltres V there, but could be a lot worse. Luckily for Roaring Moon, it can get going and accelerate energy in many different ways. We're not reliant on the Galarian Moltres V, but we're starting with Christian's turn, starting a sweet little Bidoof, and unfortunately, Filippo is going second. So very, very important for Christian to prioritize getting at least one more Pokemon on that bench.
Yeah, of course. And what's going to be very important for Filippo is playing those Pokemon catcher. If he is going second, if Christian is going to be benching those Chen Pao, getting his board set up, it leaves him in quite a vulnerable situation if Filippo is able to be fortunate enough to get those heads from those Pokemon catcher and start applying some really dangerous scenarios for Christian.
Yeah, indeed. It could be, like you say, quite the slugfest. We're going to be seeing some really hard hits. I can't imagine this is going to go very slow. Both players possibly trying to force their opponent to take single prizes to kind of skew the prize trade, slow things down, in kind of turn the tides, kind of make things better for them.
Yeah, of course. And I think that there's more decisions to be made for Christian. I think his engine of the Bax Caliber is much harder, much more intricate to get up and running than, say, Filippo's easy enough. Professor Sada, a couple of Dark Patch, I'm ready and raring to go. For Christian, it's a little bit more delicate, right? You've got those evolution lines that you need to keep aware of. You have to keep those Bibarels nice and active as well for those industrial synthesizers to find those last-minute pieces that you need.
I think that's very, very well put. Very precisely the point is that although Filippo uses supporters and items to accelerate that energy, Christian has a harder time getting to that space, but then essentially infinite damage, infinite energy attachments, which kind of does put him in a strong position long term, because Filippo will eventually run out of resources.
Yeah, completely agree. And I think for both lists, they both play one INO each, so there's not much disruption going to be happening. But if it does, both players are going to be willing to play those cards at the right times for the maximum disruption and effectiveness. So both players will be aware of that. Of course, both players have their internal engines to get those cards back up and running. But you know, those are going to be some of the more important parts to the game as we go along.
That was a nest ball for a Frigibax, a Pokestop, discarding a water energy, and a another Pokestop, going for another nest ball. Each time Christian searched his deck, he's been checking for those all-important counts of Baxcalibur, Frigibax, and Chen Pao.
Yeah, I really like not going for a Chen Pao possibly in this turn, just because of the problem that is being permitted with that Pokemon catcher. I think this is going to be, you know, you don't have to pop down that Chen Pao anytime soon. It's a basic Pokemon. If it is your main attacker, you can just pop that down at any point in time and start attacking with it. So I really like this play from Christian.
Yeah, I do too. I think it's just nice to be able to kind of take your time but still get set up effectively, which is exactly what Christian's displaying here by just passing the turn over to Filippo with an entirely single prize board. I also really enjoy the Chen Pao not being present quite yet.
Yeah, of course, and with that mitigating this chance of Filippo going ahead in the prize race by 2 prize cards. Of course, he is going to be aware that Filippo is going to be playing those Pokemon catcher, and of course, you know, with that explosive engine, it's more than likely that Filippo is going to be able to attack as early as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the danger of Roaring Moon going second, is that it can just prance into the limelight and go, I have 3 energy all of a sudden. You're like, ah, goodness, how did that happen? It's so fast with the Dark Patch engine and with Professor Sada's Vitality being able to accelerate 2 extra energy, 1 attached for turn. Bob's your uncle, you're done.
Yeah, of course, and that's why Filippo would have been quite upset at maybe not winning that coin flip, not having the priority of going possibly, well, it's more that if Christian has the priority, he can go first, just pop down a load of single prizes, and Filippo, the majority of his deck are those heavy hitting 2 prizes. So Christian, although may lose a prize card in this turn, the risk is that Christian will still be able to get up and running next turn to start getting ahead in that prize race. It's a little bit of a mind games here. We talk about chess being the game in the last one with Tour Against Control. This is very much checkers, I might say.
Yeah, Christian going first is very advantageous for himself to be able to evolve as well. Obviously going first, we get to put those Pokemon down first, and as a deck that relies on evolution to be able to attack effectively, Christian is wanting to go first, and Filippo might want to go first just to take that advantage away from his opponent, not necessarily for his own gain.
Yeah, I completely agree. And as we've already established, if Filippo is able to get the first attack, I don't think Christian's too bothered giving up a single prize. What he wants to be doing here is to be taking multiple prizes per turn to start accelerating that prize-taking race.
Indeed. However, there is a small threat that could be faced on Filippo's board. As we see the first water energy hit the battlefield, we know this is a moisturized Roaring Moon.
Now, this play as well, Amy, is quite interesting. If Filippo is able to attach to the Mew EX and somehow gust up that Gradient Greninja, he could go for a genome hacking for Moonlight Shuriken to take out those 2 Frigibax. That is definitely easier said than done, but with a couple of energy switch and of course a Professor Sala's Vitality, it's more than possible.
I really love that play. That is such a brilliant point. Mew EX Genomes hacking allows you to choose one of your opponent's active Pokemon's attacks and use the attack of that Pokemon. Currently, Christian doesn't have a Manaphy on his bench, so those 2 Frigibax would be prime targets for a genome hacking ninja fiasco. Yeah,
of course, and you know, Christian's going to be quaking in his boots here, because if of course this Squawk in Seas is going to be finding those pieces required for Filippo, he's going to be in quite a tricky situation. I know a friend from back home who loves this play, the genome hacking for that Moonlight Shuriken. It takes people just by surprise most of the time, and you know, as we say, most of the time it is going to be a game-ending attack.
Here we go. There was 2 darkness energy there in the discard pile, but it doesn't look like this hand's great, to be honest.
Oh, we find some of the pieces though. We do have switch card. We have the Pokemon catcher as well. Restart's already used with that Squawking Seas. Trekking shoes could be vital here, finding the last piece.
We're gonna have to do some really big trekking.
Yes,
We're gonna need to. These shoes are made for walking, and that's just what we'll do. Don't want that. Ooh.
Oh, I didn't see that extra card. I think you just put it to...
Filippo.
Yeah, I know. What was that? Come on, show us.
Show us.
Unfortunately, it wasn't that Professor Sala's Vitality that was required. No extra. He does have the 1 energy switch, I believe, so can attach 1 to that Mew.
Ooh,
from the Moltres.
Catcher first.
Catcher, it was 3.
Flip. That's a Tails.
Yeah, 3, unfortunately, for Filippo, which will be a Tails. Unfortunately, won't be able to use Pokemon Catcher there for that Radiant Greninja.
It doesn't feel good. I don't feel like an attack is happening this turn. It's not completely impossible, but it feels unlikely. The best they could possibly do.
Oh, interesting.
Ooh, I don't like that as a Roaring Moon player.
No, I certainly don't. And there's another reason why, because he'll be really looking at a stadium count here, because of course to knock out the Chen Pao with of course the Calamity Storm, he will need a stadium in play. He really doesn't want to be using the Frenzied Gouging here to take 200 damage, because of course there are threats like the Moonlight Shuriken for Christian to be able to use. And here we see Filippo just play that Judge there. Of course, will be promoting the more Peko. I really like this play here, only because he's putting a single prizer in the active. Of course, Christian's only ability to gust will be those cross switches. So it's asking more questions from Christian. Are you able to find gust to knock out one of my 2 prizes?
I love it. Absolutely fantastic play. And again, we've talked earlier in the weekend about how that Morpeko's attack is so advantageous for Roaring Moon. You not only get to do 70 damage, which does knock out this poor Frigibax, but also move the 2 darkness energy onto a bench Pokemon. It can go on the Mew EX. We can do that Greninja combo later if we fancy. We also have the option of putting them on Moltres or a Roaring Moon. I just think it's absolutely fantastic. Very, very fantastic combo. I was sad when Morpeko started to kind of come out of people's decks. I'm glad he's back in a hungry hurry.
It has fantastic synergy. Like you said, with that Energizer wheel, it is able to put those energy back onto a more aggressive Pokemon like that Roaring Moon. And of course, in this circumstance, take an easy one prize from that Frigibax.
And we don't mind that. 2 Frigibax is always seen as like the safe zone to me when I'm playing Chen Pao. I always want 2 Frigibax if I can have them. And, you know, that's a very suddenly developed board for a turn 1 from Filippo. Like, look how many energy are flying around already. And Christian needs to keep up the tempo to be able to respond. And, you know, if a Baxcalibur does become evolved this turn, if no other Frigibax is lingering, it just paints a huge target on his back.
Yeah, and this is a very, very important Industrious Incisors. Like you said, they are going to have to find multiple resources here to start getting up and running in this prize trade, because now that Christian's benched that Chen Pao, Filippo's going to be rubbing his hands here, because of course that is so easy to knock out in the current board state. He does have an optimal board state at the moment with all of those Roaring Moons ready to go. He has the Galarian Moltres V set up. He has the Mew EX for an option of a Moonlight Shuriken as well. This is a tough situation for Christian.
Yeah, the sequencing is going to be crucial here. I think he's debating whether the Moonlight Shuriken or the Irida should go down first. I think I would go Irida, but I'm not the expert Chen Pao player.
I like the Irida first, only because you're thinning the deck further. If you're looking for those combination pieces, I think, you know, not going for the conceal cards necessarily first will mean that I'm going to take a Nest Ball. I'm going to thin out my deck even further. I've already taken the Baxcalibur. Those are 3 cards out of the deck that are not necessarily... well, I don't necessarily want to find from the concealed cards, and of course now increasing the odds of doing so.
Yep, taking those right away. It does mean that kind of Christian may... Ooh, Oh, okay. The second B-barrel off of the Pokestop there, but did get one custom catcher and counter catcher, sorry. And I think that's where Christian was dabbling, was thinking, I don't really want to have to knock out this Morpeko, but here we go.
Here is the Ampu very much. Now, talking about other threats that Christian has in his arsenal, the Ampu very much now is used to its full utilization. We talk about these different options that Christian has as an attacker. Ampu very much is so vital at this point, only because he's not having to use any sort of Chen Pao to knock out these larger Pokemon. I'm okay not having to use Gust here. If you're going to put a single prizer up, I'm just going to Ampu very much.
A one-hit wonder, taking down Morpeko for 2. Oh, did they arm thrust? I think only one prize card's been taken.
No, I think it is 2 prize cards taken. They wouldn't have been able to arm press that too.
Oh yes, you're right. Yeah, no arm press because not 2 lightning type energy. No worries. But yeah, two prize cards is absolutely gigantic in this because Filippo was specifically putting Morpeko in the active to try and avoid that exact eventuality. But Christian said, I've got another trick up my sleeve.
Yeah, this is the exact situation that Filippo wouldn't have wanted to have seen. Of course, the Ampu very much, like you said, helpfully taking 2 prizes for Christian here and now putting himself ahead of this prize race. And now for Filippo, questions are going to be asked of him now as to how he alters the game plan against Christian. I would like to see a knockout on the Chen Pao. I don't think oh, well, no, saying that, there is a Squawkabilly on the bench. So, yeah, I think that Filippo will have to deal with this Iron Hands, unfortunately for him.
Yeah, I think you're quite right. Just knowing that Christian has various ways of bringing Pokemon forward on the bench. Squawkabilly is unfortunately incredibly vulnerable. Looks like we might be playing a boss's orders for the Excalibur. They're going for it. They're assessing that there is no more Frigibags down and calling Christian's bluff.
Now, I didn't see this boss's orders in hand because this is absolutely massive. With no Frigibags, like you said, on the field, there's not going to be any sort of energy acceleration for Christian next turn, and will have to rely on that Iron Hands EX for next turn and possibly get another Frigibags down. Now, the threat of the Ampu very much on the Squawkabilly, sorry, is very much still alive, but it's whether Christian can find that Gust, Amy.
Yeah, that's going to be the key to all of this, but we do have a lot of ways to get there still. There's Pokestop down, unless it gets removed, which, I mean, obviously Filippo's going to be trying, but there are more stops in Christian's arsenal.
Yeah, and of course, Filippo will have to discard this stadium in order to get this knockout. Not necessarily something that I enjoy, because if Christian just puts down no stadium here, the frenzied gouging will have to be required to take a knockout on any of these EX Pokemon. And here we see the benching of the second Bidoof here and a Super Rod there. Shivery Chill will be able to get 2 energy back, but unfortunately none of them going back in from this Super Rod.
No, Pokemon is the aim of the game. We need to make sure that we're keeping that engine going, and this is exactly that delicate engine that you were talking about earlier, Benjamin. Being able to attach energy freely is fantastic when you have the partner Pokemon to do so.
Yeah, of course. And again, another very important industrial incisors here. Does he find the Gust for a knockout here on one of these 2 prize Pokemon? Unfortunately not. Does find one of the Irida, but unfortunately no other cross switcher in the hand, Amy.
Oh, going for, yeah, a Shivery Chill. Thin the deck once more, but you're quite right. We don't have the Gust right now. 1 energy. Oh no. I think Christian's resources are running dry as well.
Yeah, I would really like to see the Shivery Chill here, followed by an Iono. I think thinning the deck out from with a water energy will make that Iono that bit more effective in finding those resources that are going to be important this turn, like the cross switcher.
I reckon we'll definitely be able to get a Frigibags. We've got Supporter in hand. I believe there's an Iono, but I think, yeah, it's being ultra balled away, just going for the definite, going for the, no, I really do need this Frigibags. Here he is, making sure that certainty is withheld, rather than, as you say, going for any sort of disruption.
And I think Christian's going to be asking the question now for Filippo, do you have Stadium to knock out this Chen Pao? Chen Pao being 2 energy retreat cost. This is going to be stuck in the active if Christian does decide to pass here without having any sort of switch. And if Filippo is able to take this knockout on this Chen Pao with that, following that pass, it'll put Filippo right in the driving seat.
It really will. I don't know. I don't know whether they're going to be able to, but Filippo might, in a perfect world, possibly be able to gust forward the Frigibacks and just deal with that again if the moment called for it. Of course, it's not ideal. It's very far from ideal, but
yeah,
push comes to shove. But there is the Stadium.
Yeah, did have that Stadium in hand. Was sneakily keeping that in. Of course, was so fortunate to have that Stadium in hand after discarding 2 earlier in the game. And now all of those Stadiums are going to be used for Filippo, I believe. So... oh, no, there is still 1 left in deck. Apologies, that would have been one of Christian's Pokestops from the earlier turns. But now with this knockout, with a Calamity Storm on this Chen Pao, like I said earlier, Filippo in such an advantageous position.
Beautiful, perfect numbers. It's lovely when it all adds up.
Certainly does. It certainly does. And with this Calamity Storm, of course, with the Iron Hands still on that bench as well, it'll put Filippo only 1 Frenzied Gouging away from taking this game 1.
Christian still has everything to play for, and like you said earlier, that Squawkabilly is still sitting pretty on the bench, and Iron Hands will take 3 prize cards on it.
Yeah, there are still options for Christian to take knockouts here, but I think as soon as Filippo will be taking this knockout, I don't think he really cares. I think all he cares about now is that Iron Hands EX stays on the field in order for him to take game next turn with a simple gust.
Absolutely true. Bidoof coming into the active there.
Yeah, just promoting the Bidoof.
For Rare Candy, yep, it's a necessity. And the Baxcalibur, of course. Tried and tested combination.
Certainly is. I mean, Irida's so fantastic for this archetype for that one reason. Able to find that one of stage 2 and, of course, the Rare Candy as well. And maybe even other combination cards depending on what's on your hand as well. Irida, such a great addition to this deck.
Here we go. Ooh, okay. Setting up for a Moonlight Shuriken.
I don't mind the Moonlight Shuriken here only because he'll be able to leave a single prize in the active while also softening up 2 of these large 2-prize Pokemon. I think if you're able to Moonlight Shuriken maybe the Mew EX and the Squawkabilly, it means that if Christian is able to get another Moonlight Shuriken up and running next turn, he'll be able to take a 4-prize swing.
That would be lovely. You love to hear it. You love to see it. And also just, scooping it up there. Just maybe not having enough resources to be able to come back from the lead in this semi-finals.
Unfortunate for Christian there, I don't think he was able to switch out from the Bibarel. I think those Industrious Incisors are showing their importance in this game and showing how much of an impact they are if they don't go your way. If you're unable to find those resources like the Cross Switcher, like the Nest Ball, like the Rare Candy, it can be such an impact.
Yeah, and that's just how it goes for a moment. But let's have a little look at what's going on. We get a little sneak peek, some beady eyes on our other top 4 match.
Again, unfortunately with Tort's board state, I don't know whether he's in a good position or a bad position. But fortunate for him, having that Mysterious Tail Mew in the active is always great to see. But of course, you know, so great to be able to see these other matches going on, Amy.
It's honestly a joy that we can bring the action in multiple ways and show off a little bit of what else is going on in the hall and what it looks like for the players who aren't on our main stage as well.
No, for sure. And here we see both of our other top 4 players getting ready for their second game. And of course, Christian will have the ability to say whether he goes first or second. So interesting to see which one he picks now, of course. And here we see both players just putting down their prize cards. Interesting to see if any sort of impact is made there. Oh, the more Peko is in the prizes, Amy.
2 Pokemon Catcher, a Rare Candy, and a lot of Ball Search on Christian's side. I'm not sure how this is going to fare for either trainer, but we definitely know that Ball Search could be a real hindrance to Christian, as we have observed harshly over this weekend that it seems Chen Pao's biggest weakness is kind of not being able to keep hold of those consistency Pokemon. It seems like hitting Chen Pao in the consistency is where it's at.
Yeah, I completely agree. Couldn't agree more. And for Filippo, prizing 2 of those Pokemon catcher, it will mean that there's potentially less of a powerful impact in those earlier turns. Of course, we speak about whether Filippo wants to be able to gust in those initial turns and, of course, take big swinging knockouts early on. But fortunate for Christian, we saw his game plan going into game 1, of course, putting down those single prizes, and I imagine that's exactly what he's going to go for here.
Yep, completely agree with you there. And as it went to show, unfortunately, Morpeko wasn't very useful for Filippo, and he doesn't have the option this game, so going to have to stick with the big guys.
Yeah, and that's going to be really important, actually, going into this game, because it means that Filippo won't be able to put a single prizer into the active as a sort of, go on then, you know, a little bit of a bait, a little bit of a, you know, go on, take a knockout on this one, other than, say, the Radiant Greninja, but whether he wants to be risking that, putting it in the active and hindering his own consistency, that only time will tell, Amy.
Oh, yeah. And getting on into Christian's turn, speaking of the devil themselves, here we go with our concealed cards. Discard 1 card, draw 2. Incredibly powerful, great for consistency. Both of these decks rely on it, and both of them can utilize the Greninja itself for an attack. And oh my goodness gracious, that is the swan song of Chen Pao. Whoa.
Hey, I heard you like Battle VIP Pass. Well, Pokestop into 2 on your first turn is pretty fantastic to see for Christian, and no wonder he's going for those 2 Bidoof. If you're going to be able to do so, do it. Because, of course, if he's able to get those 2 Bibarel up and running early on, suddenly that board state starts evolving very quickly, Amy.
We all love a Pokestop party that comes out on top with a double Battle VIP Pass. You just can't make it up. And, you know, Filippo's like, cool, I'll do it too! Yeah, let's go.
Not so much of a party than Christian's, but of course 3 items from that Pokestop turn 1. That is pretty fantastic to see, considering how much supporters, how many items will be in his deck already going in his turn 1, sorry. But of course now he's going to have to navigate his hand in order to find maximum impact with these items.
Absolutely. Honestly, both players getting such fantastic draws off the Pokestop in this top 4 of our special event. Yeah. I'd say that's pretty special in and of itself.
It's pretty special, and well, what Filippo goes for here is going to be really important, because of course I didn't see really much going on in that hand. If he's got no other Pokemon search going on, it's whether he wants to use maybe a Water Shuriken to draw into more resources to find Pokemon, or whether he, you know, wants to go a different route. Does he want to go straight with that Squawkabilly? But of course he has to understand those resources in his hand are so vital.
Yeah, and they're finite. Some of them are not able to be got back from the discard pile once they're in there. So you've got to be able to utilize them well. Sometimes some hands are too precious to squawk and seize away.
I completely agree. I couldn't agree more. And of course, going for this other route, which is the concealed cards and that Dire Flame Wings, all important, of course, to the combination of Roaring Moon. I really like this because I feel like this is more of a reserved way of playing it rather than going for that squawk and seize and going super aggressive. I think what he's doing here is trying to bide his time, maybe.
I don't think that's a bad plan either, and I think the fact that Roaring Moon has that flexibility and that there's not always a very singular linear way that you should start a game, it kind of just shows that it's not quite as quote no brain as people sometimes give it a bit of slack for.
Yeah. Completely agree. And with this concealed cards, we'll be able to see 2 additional cards. After that Earthen Vessel, of course, thinning the deck, he will be able to maybe see some more of those important resources that we all know and love. Does have Switch Card already in the hand, which is going to be an important piece to this puzzle to retreat into that Radiant Greninja if he does want to.
And we got the concealed cards, gigantic hand at this point for a Roaring Moon, but honestly, I'm not really seeing much to do in there.
No, I'm not either. I see the Ino, whether he wants to play this as early as he might be. Of course, he won't be impacting Christian as much as he would like to in maybe the later turns. But of course, I think what he might be thinking here is that, look, I'm not getting my engine up and running anytime soon. I'm not going to be attacking whether I want to keep this Ino or see the threat of a possible Chen Pao attack next turn. I think maybe playing the Ino is going to be safe here.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know. I'm also eyeing up that lone Frigibax on the bench, along with the one in the active, and thinking, ooh, like that could get a bit sketchy, a bit quick if not dealt with appropriately. But honestly, going with the two Bidoof and 2 Frigibax, I think is fantastic. Oh my gosh, that 2 more battle VIP pass.
That's 2 more battle VIP pass. This is pretty fantastic for Filippo as well as Christian, finding all of those multiple battle VIP pass turn 1. They're both getting as an optimal setup as possible. Unfortunately for Filippo, of course, well, no, now he's going to be able to find that Squawk Seize and maybe find those important cards like the Dark Patch, like the Energy Switch, to find those important cards to get these attacks up and running.
5 battle VIP pass played between the 2 players.
Pretty good.
5.
That's pretty good, Amy. I like those odds. I
love those odds.
I really like that. You know, having both of our players having optimal setups is definitely what we want to see. And of course, going for that Squawk Seize, as I would have imagined. And Filippo just deliberating getting rid of this Pokemon catcher.
Ooh, then that's 3 down. 3 down.
That's 3 down already. Of course, going for those 2 energy cards, it will mean that that Squawk Seize is going further into the deck. Of course, if you're playing these cards like Earthen Vessel, like Ultra Ball, taking cards away from the deck, and you're making those abilities like Squawk Seize dig even further.
Think about how many cards Filippo's gone through already. It's a lot, and to great avail. Honestly, getting really well set up so far. We're still going. Looks like Filippo could launch a meaningful attack this turn.
Yeah, what looks like it was impossible initially is now looking very much possible. Just an energy switch now will mean that he'll be able to Calamity Storm against this lone, oh, sorry, not lone, but this it definitely is a lone in the active, of course. It's looking pretty scared against that big, huge Roaring Moon in the active. And I think that energy switch is found, Amy.
Yeah, absolutely. Unfortunately, not able to capitalize on a Greninja turn. That would be the ace in the hole. Being able to Moonlight Shuriken both Frigibax right now would be also delicious. Don't think we're going to see that though, but honestly, just taking a KO on a Frigibax still kind of achieves what we saw last game, and that worked out great.
Yeah, for sure. And being able to Calamity Storm this Frigibax in the active as well, it reduces Christian's outs to more Baxcalibur in the later game. Like we saw in the past game, if Filippo is able to just boss another Baxcalibur in the later turns, it could come up trumps for Christian.
And we say goodbye to our first Friggy friend of game 2.
Yeah, of course, and here we see the concealed cards being started off for Christian, looking like he wants to possibly discard this lightning energy. Of course, not going to be useful for any sort of Chen Pao shenanigans. But here we see an Ultra Ball and an S Ball. Hopefully he can find those Chen Pao and start taking some prizes to get ahead of this prize race.
That was rather lovely too. Unfortunately, yeah, gonna have to discard some cards with that Ultra Ball to trigger its effect, but also with an Irida in hand, we kind of have the guarantee of Baxcalibur. We have the we have the guarantee of Baxcalibur. We have the guarantee of Red Candy, and then it's just kind of what's next with the Ultra Ball. Is it the Chen Pao? I feel like at this stage I would want to deal with the imminent threat of an already raring to go 1 KO up.
Yeah, of course.
Roaring Moon.
And I think with having these 2 Bidoof on board, as soon as his turn started, he will be kind of really excited to get these evolved as quickly as possible, because as soon as you get those 2 Industrious Incisors down, you start ripping and roaring through that deck, Amy, and you start seeing all of those resources that you need, those cross switches, those superior energy retrievals, and more importantly, those Baxcaliburs and rare candies.
Absolutely. 1 cross switcher down, sadly, to the Rare Candy, but 3 more to go. We'll be okay. Still plenty of time and plenty of resources with a nice fruitful deck that's yet to be uncovered. I mean, the hand looks a little clogged, but there is another Ultra Ball in there, so BRL can do its thing. But I was about to say, yeah, I'd probably want to do an Irida first, just to be able to get that guaranteed Excalibur, thin the deck a little bit of resources that we know we need, but don't really want to be drawing off the BRL because it kind of makes the Irida less effective.
And that's, I couldn't agree more. I think finding the rare candidate Excalibur, you know you need that, right? You know you need these two cards, so guaranteeing it from the Irida is going to be oh so important. And not going for the Ultra Ball, choosing the superior energy retrieval rather than the Ultra Ball to maybe find another Bibarel.
Oh, a fresh 5. It's the best feeling. Here we go. We got more energy, superior energy retrievals. A Pokestop. Oh, 2 Pokestop. All right. And everything's coming in 2s today.
just about. And finding that energy was also important because, of course, you will need to maximize that damage output to knock out these Roaring Moons. Of course, you will be needing 5 energy. Getting that superior, getting that energy as well as a Shivery Chill off will mean that you have the 5 that you need. And with no more energy in the discard, of course, those superior energy retrievals are unable to be used. And here we see the retreat into that Chen Pao. And
here we go.
Yeah, and I imagine Christian will be getting ahead of the prize race sometime soon.
Jumping into the pool of the deck. Grabbing 2 more water energy. They sparkle so beautifully under these lights. And yeah, looks like we're going for a KO. It's a bit of a shame almost that the Iron Hands ended up in the discard pile. We can see it again later, but again, it's about this resource management and everything's finite and there's only 1 Excalibur down. Again. Yeah,
of course. My mistake as well. It's not 5 energy, it's definitely 4. I was thinking of the Ancient Energy Booster Capsule being attached already. I was talking too prematurely. Although Filippo doesn't play that out, of course. Important to recognize maybe for some other deck lists. And here we see the Pokemon Catcher heads.
Oh, there's Excalibur. Not where I wants to be, in the active spot once again. Oh.
This could be very important, Amy. We spoke about this earlier. Having that earlier knockout on the Frigibacks, if Filippo was able to cause some sort of disruption to knock out this Excalibur, it asks more questions from Christian. Are you able to maybe get another Frigibacks up and running? And with no other attacker on board, Amy, this is almost is so important because now it's not leaving maybe an Iron Hands on the bench with all of the energy required to amp you very much. Christian now has no other option.
It feels dreadful, and history is repeating itself as the Excalibur once again is staring down at Filippo's board state thinking, oh no, not again, please. With a Roaring Moon ready to go on the bench, Mew has free retreat into that Roaring Moon, taking out Excalibur and the Pokestop.
Yeah, and now Filippo, only 4 prize cards away from taking this game and putting himself into a major event final. And that Chen Pao on the bench is going to be looking pretty tasty for this Roaring Moon if he's able to maybe gust it up and take another knockout. But I think for Christian now, it's pretty much just set up and wait, unfortunately for him.
They've just got to bide his time, but is there enough time? I feel like when you're faced with such a calamitous Pokemon, such as Roaring Moon EX, it's not easy to take the back seat and wait. Waiting patiently is not what Roaring Moon does.
No.
Roaring Moon waits for no one.
No, of course not. And it puts Christian in this awkward situation again where he may have to rely on Moonlight Shuriken in the later turns for a dual knockout on easy lower HP 2-prize Pokemon, like this Mew EX and Squawkabilly. But you know, it's whether Christian can keep up with Filippo's onslaught of heavy-hitting attacks from this Roaring Moon.
Now, let me tell you, it's absolutely far from over. Remembering Squawkabilly is still on the bench, and we still have the potential for an amp you very much. Now, the concern that I have with that is that we have so much in the discard pile that we need back at this point. Are there enough super odds to be able to achieve that?
Well, that's going to be the question here. One Frigibax is already on the bench, which is definitely what Christian would have liked to have seen. But I think he needs the insurance of benching another here against Filippo, because, of course, the gusting is still an option here. Still has one boss's orders left. Has taken one Pokemon catcher from the prizes as well, from that last knockout. So this gusting play is still a threat here for Christian.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's a threat that shouldn't be taken lightly. I think almost if Christian does opt to leave the Greninja in the active spot, I think it's quite a clever bait. Yeah, it's staying there. I like it. It's got 2 energy on it, right? That kind of does pose a threat to itself. So if Filippo does gust the Chien-Pao or the Frigibax or the Bibarel or the Bidoof, the Greninja can still possibly attack next turn, which is scary. Is just scary enough.
It's scary in itself, yes. And I think what Filippo needs to be mindful here is that if he's not going to be able to take a knockout on this Chien-Pao or Frigibax, he has to keep aware of having another attacker on board for next turn.
Yep.
He has 2 options here. He does have Judge in hand, but he does have the research. Whether he wants to go aggressive to try and find more outs to these important resources, like the Nest Ball, like the Roaring Moon itself as well. Whether that's just going to have to be seen, whether he wants to prioritize that added disruption from Judge.
Trekking into a Trekkers and then into a Dark Patch. We love to see it. Here we are. And attaching to Galarian Moltres V. So it looks like that's going to be our next attacker, potentially. I imagine it is going with a Dire Flame Wing. And checking that discard pile, see how many dark energy and how many water energy we've got left in there. But honestly, I think Filippo's in a really strong position here. Even if he just opts to take out the Greninja this turn, I just don't feel like Greninja should be disrespected.
Well, what can happen here? There are 2 E-Switch in hand, Energy Switch, sorry, in hand, which means that genome hacking, Amy, is a big problem possibly for Christian. So if those 2 Energy Switch are able to be used onto the Mew EX, as well as an energy attachment, we could see very much that genome hacking for that Moonlight Shuriken take out that lone Frigibax on the bench.
Ooh, wouldn't that just be delicious? I would love to see it come to fruition. Haven't attached for turn yet, so there's still time. There is still time for it to happen. It's just whether the resources are there. Oh my gosh. Yeah, again, leaving the Greninja inactive is just kind of risky.
No, I completely agree. And I'm really eager to see whether he prioritizes the Judge over the research or vice versa, because there are very important cards in hand. And here we see the boss's orders onto the Frigibax. It wasn't a Judge, Amy. It was the boss's orders.
Oh my gosh, the boss. I didn't even see that in Filippo's hand. Yep, again, using Chien-Pao's biggest weakness against it, its friends.
Yeah, of course, that concealed cards. He hit that pretty well. Talking about concealed cards, Amy. He concealed that boss pretty well from us. And the boss's orders on the Frigibax, of course, puts Christian in a real sticky situation with 2 energy attached to that Moonlight Shuriken. Maybe, that Radiant Greninja. Maybe Moonlight Shuriken being his only option of attacking this turn.
This is it, the semi-finals. No one wants to lose coming this far. There's still all to play for. Christian can swing this around.
He can swing this around. If he's able to Moonlight Shuriken again, that Squawkabilly EX as well as that Mew EX, he puts himself in a position where he can take a full prize swing. Now, but it's whether he can keep up this sort of engine. He needs to find his valuable resources such as Super Rod, Nest Ball, and of course that all-important Frigibax and Baxcalibur. There's no ifs or buts, Amy. He still needs to find it.
You're right. He needs to find a lot to make this work. But we have 2 Bibarel. We've got good chances here. As long as he's able to thin the hand enough, there we go. Here's the beginning. Getting away with, yep, 2 water energy. I don't know if I'd have taken both off the Earthen Vessel there, because they're going to be a little bit harder to thin from the hand. But Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No, I like this.
I really like the Earthen Vessel now if he's going to opt to play the INO, only because, of course, he's putting cards from his deck and guaranteeing that they're going to be put to the bottom of his deck. So, yeah, really like this play from Christian.
Loved that. And of course, as we assessed earlier, yes, Greninja's now all ready to rumble with 3 energies. So gonna go in for some steady damage. It's opting to slowly damage the opponent.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. And this Pokestop is going to be very important along with those Industrious Incisors. He will need to start finding those important super rods. Does have a Nest Ball in hand, so if he's able to find that rod here, he will be able to and finds it!
He got that top deck! Oh, I'm always skeptical of a Beaver for 1, but here we go. 2 Frigibacks naturally. We're gonna go for a 3rd?
I mean, ask and you shall receive. The Industrious Incisors for 1 there, and keeping those important cards in your hands still. This is possibly the best Industrious Incisors Christian will have seen in a very, very long time.
Oh, wow. Beaverell really pulling its weight in the dam in the back there. It wasn't the Frigibacks to be afraid of this turn. It was the Beaverell.
Certainly was. It certainly was. And now just looking in the deck's getting now pretty thin, right?
That's the concern.
Yeah, that is definitely the concern. But unfortunately for Christian, using that Super Rod will mean that if this Radiant Greninja is taken out in the next turn, he won't be able to use it to bring back that said Radiant Greninja to start filling out this sort of game plan that he has.
Taking some lower HP Pokemon damage there. Going for the Mew EX and the Squawkabilly. That's an interesting one for me.
I really like this, only because in the next few turns, if Christian is able to find the Radiant Greninja once more, he'll be able to take another Moonlight Shuriken to take the game.
Yeah,
there's 4 easy prize cards on board now. Taking that swing will, well, it won't give him an advantage. It'll give him the game. But it's now, of course, whether Filippo can have that added bit of disruption with, say, a Judge, and it's whether then Christian is able to draw into it with that Industrious Incisors.
Yeah, that's ever so true. I was wondering whether it would be worth putting damage onto the Roaring Moon so that it isn't able to Frenzied Gouging without a modifier to its HP, or an emergency jelly, but that Pokestop has betrayed us, Roaring Moon fans.
Yeah, certainly has. That Pokestop has to come down in order for a Calamitous Storm knockout on this Radiant Greninja. I think for Filippo now, he does definitely take a knockout on this Radiant Greninja. He will have seen the game plan that Christian has in his head for this double Moonlight Shuriken knockout. So the Radiant Greninja is a massive, massive threat.
It still works out in the prize mapping too for Filippo. They're happy to take a single prizer here. And then it's just 1 Chien-Pao to the victory, and 2 taking Filippo to that finals. So I kind of like I really like the Greninja here. It's not only assessed as a threat at this point, but also it gets him that huge step closer. It's
such a great card. It's added consistency. It's an attacking threat. I think Filippo is happy to take this knockout, but looking like he may retreat here, actually, which would be pretty interesting. Maybe going for that. Is he going to go for the genome hacking?
No, surely not at this stage with the...
Oh, he is retreating into that. Oh, going for that switch card.
Oh, to heal enough so that he's out of range for the future, taking that possible win condition away from Christian.
Yeah, fantastic play there from Filippo. Having that switch card, heal that all-important 30 damage from UEX. Therefore, Christian unable to take the game with that Moonlight Shuriken. Fantastic play.
Oh my goodness, I did not see that coming. What a difference 30 HP can make. That switch card coming in so handy, and it's exactly why it's in this deck.
Yeah, of course. And now Christian's left with some questions to be answered. I think now with that game plan taken away from him, it's whether he goes down the aggressive route now of going for that Chien-Pao and start having to maybe disrupt Filippo with that 1 INO. I can't remember if that 1 INO is actually used. It it was used, of course, actually. So unfortunately, the disruption element isn't going to be a way that he can get back into this game. I think for Christian now, it's just a swing and see what happens.
Yep. Oh, what to promote though? Going with Frigibacks. Oh, top decked another cross switcher, so that's perfect. Okay.
And I think why this is so important is because, of course, there's no other Roaring Moon on the field.
Nope.
Roaring Moon is the only way that Filippo can take the game next turn. So if Christian is able to cross-switcher up this Roaring Moon and take the knockouts with this Chen Pao, at least he's still keeping it up in this race.
He's still in the game, and we saw so many Roaring Moon get discarded with that Pokestop. I feel like it's safe to presume that it would be difficult for Filippo to present another one as a threat. And Mew's genome hacking cannot do much when it comes to Chen Pao. Copying its attack does virtually nothing. And yeah, Filippo won't be able to take a 2-prize Pokemon without the assistance of a Roaring Moon.
And I think Christian here, just counting what he has left here, the deck is looking pretty thin, but still needs that Baxcalibur. Only has 1 Industrious Incisors left. He's trying to see if he can thin out his hand as much as possible. He does have Rare Candy in the hand already, but it's finding that all-important Baxcalibur, Amy.
If we can't find it, then that's going to be no good. Just sending the hand for the next Industrious Incisors. Come on, Bibarel, let's go.
Let's go. Earthen Vessel. Oh, water energy.
No, that's not enough.
No, that's not going to be it for Christian.
Oh, no, that's it. That's got to be game.
Yeah, it's a question of he couldn't even Shivery Chill either.
No.
Oh, this is difficult for Christian.
All over now. Filippo takes it into the finals with Roaring Moon.
And what a result there for Filippo, showing the pure aggression of Roaring Moon and just how strong it can be. Coming down.
Yeah, both players are starting to set up. Now let's consult these prize cards. Owen there has prize busters orders, 1 copy of Forest Seal Stone and 2 Camermatics. And over for Filippo playing up Roaring Moon, 2 copies of Battle VIP past Rabbi, and 1 Professor Research could impact Filippo getting set up. But here we do see our fist bump start the game, and Filippo is getting started here in the final of the Utrecht special event.
And going first and second is going to be so important. Who is going to take that initiative and go first? Who is going to choose to go second? We both got these decks here. I mean, Roaring Moon versus the Fusion Strike Mew. Both players will take their advantage in going second. Oh, not a fantastic Pokestop there.
I think that Pokestop in that hand means all we're going to see is an Earthen Vessel to grab 2 basic energy and attach effectively and pass, and maybe 1 use of Dire. Oh no, there's a way to even use Dire Flame Wings. Also worth noting, 2 Roaring Moon got discarded off that Pokestop.
Yeah, this is not a fantastic start from Filippo. And going back to who wants to go second, who wants to go first, OWYN has the chance to go through this Fusion Strike acceleration, let's say, the Alyssa Sparkle, of course, with the addition of the Fusion Strike energy. That Melodious Echo, Shay, it's looking pretty tasty on that Roaring Moon, I might say.
Yeah, we both know Meloetta has no problems reaching those 230 damage on your first turn going second, since you can attach 1 Fusion energy to get 70 damage into play, then use a Lesser Sparkle to get another 2 energy in place. That's 210. 1 Power Tablet means that Melodious Echo will be reaching at Roaring Moon numbers, as Filippo is going to discard Power Pad via the Earthen Vessel to grab 2 basic Dark Energy.
I absolutely love seeing this Fusion Strike Mew on the finals table, and especially now with Filippo possibly even taking a pass. Owen is going to be licking his lips here because, of course, from that explosive potential that these Fusion Strike archetypes, have, if he's able to get these Genesects down, draw into some additional resources, find those sparkles, find those pieces, and of course the all-important Power Tablet for this Melodious Echo, he'll be taking a 2-prize swing on his first turn.
And you know what? Do you know what would be even better as well, taking just this 2-prize swing? If you could utilize an escape rope, so you could actually push that Galarian Moltres into the active, remove 1 energy, or the only energy Filippo has in play currently, while taking 2 prize cards. Because, you know, Roaring Moon is harder to set up traditionally, since you can't use that Dire Flame Wings.
Yeah, all important in this matchup as well. It's important for Filippo to keep that Dire Flames alive, only because he'll be able to utilize cards like Energy Switch to get those Roaring Roaring Moon's up and running. Now, you speak about the escape rope, of course, a versatile switch option, but in this circumstance, it'll be just as effective as a gust.
Yep,
Shay.
basically a boss's orders and a switch at the same time. Looking at Owen's hand, though, I don't see many ways to get that hand size down. I see, what, 2 copies of Power Tablet and a Lost Vacuum, I think. So Owen is going to conclude that battle with our P-Pass, Rabbi, by grabbing 2 copies of Genesect V, and I think there is a Mew V in hand as well as a switch.
Yeah, it's going to be integral as to how he sees this playing out. Of course, having the switch and but it's the Power Tablets that are important, because if he's using these Power Tablets now and using these important resources early on, if he's unable to secure the knockouts on this Roaring Moon, it'll mean in the later turns, this will be a very punishing play.
You are 100% correct. Those Power Tablets, you know, increasing damage by 30, but you're correct that Roaring Moon does have 230 hit points. It's actually quite a hard number to hit. It does require some modifiers, and obviously Choice Belt does not work into Roaring Moon.
No, of course it doesn't. And with these 2 Power Tablets now gone, Owen will definitely be trying to run through this deck even further to try and find these combination pieces to get this knockout on the Roaring Moon.
But so far, that Fusion Strike system wasn't the greatest. See, Lost City, Lost Vacuum, UV, and a copy of DTE. Not cards traditionally you really want to see. You want to be seeing that Ultra Ball and wait to sort of get that hand down. A Lesser Sparkle and 1 copy of Fusion Energy would be ideal, but hasn't quite got there yet. So Owen's going to have to navigate these tricky Fusion Strike systems. I'm going to go for a Lost Vacuum first. Going to get rid of that Pokestop, which Owen could use, by the way, but opted not to. Just get it out of play. Going to get that Lost City into play and then immediately replace it via another Lost Vacuum. Fusion Strike system for 5, Rabbi. Here we go. Fusion Energy. Is that Alessa as well? It was.
Energy. No, it's Forest Seal Stone as well.
And the Forest Seal Stone. Oh, my goodness.
Sorry, yeah, of course. So we'll be able to use the Lesser Sparkle, get energies up on that Melodious Echo, and of course the active Mew as well. And now, Shay, he'll be able to guarantee knockouts on this Roaring Moon.
Yep, and could even use Forest Seal Stone if you wanted to go after and grab the escape rope if he so desires. Going to attach the Fusion Energy to the Iskew as well. Obviously, there is 1 Fusion Energy in hand, so Murder's Echo will be swinging for 210. Plus 60 from those 2 Power Tablets, more than enough damage, as Owen KAMERMAN is going to get straight off to the races here in our finals. Attaching that Fusion Energy, does attach Forest Seal Stone. Are we going to see the escape rope as well? Doesn't look like it. Just going to see a Murderous Echo for KO Rabbi. Owen KAMERMAN takes our first prize card here in the Utrecht Special Event Final.
A massive knockout there as well, and I really like the...
Oh, wow.
Oh, and it's an early
Let me
concession.
see a quick concession there. Rabbi Filippo said, I haven't got a lot to work with here. And Owen KAMERMAN takes game 1 here in our Utrecht Special Event in record time, Rabbi.
Yeah, record time. I think this is telling of a past final that we've gone through.
It really is.
The Mew Mirror, but this time it's the Roaring Moon. But of course, Owen now only 1 game away from taking the title here. And of course, going back to that play, I really like the attachment to that Ice Cube, only because, of course, attaching it to the Mew, he doesn't really want to be attaching to other Pokemon other than these 2 single prizes.
Yeah.
Because Filippo has to get rid of these all-important Fusion Strike energies.
Yep.
And if he's attaching them to these more or less non-threatening single prize Pokemon, it means Filippo's forced into some tricky situations.
Yep, you're 100% correct there. Those Fusion Energies also mean you can attack without using double Turbo Energy damage reduction. We didn't quite get to see a lot of Filippo's deck here. The Roaring Moon traditionally, on paper, should be going to the Mew VMAX deck, right? You know, in theory, the Dark-type attacker can KO the Mew VMAX very easily. Won't have to use Frenzy Gouging if you can use Calamity Storm plus a Stadium. But you know what? That's what Mew VMAX can do. It just says that this might not be a great matchup, but I'm going to take prizes before you. Can you keep up?
Yeah, of course, Mew, so consistent. We know how consistent it can be with the Fusion Strike systems, and it's able to capitalize on the poor start from Filippo, and it's so punishing when you're able to take these big swinging knockouts with the Melodious Echo or even the Turbo Strike later down the line.
All right, so let's have a look at these prize cards. I had a quick peek at Filippo's start. This is infinitely better than game 1. Let's consult these prize cards real quick. 1 copy of Power Tablet 2 Battle of our P-Pass for Owen, and then for Filippo, the Water Dark Energy Switch, and 1 Professor Sada as well. Doesn't he play 2 copies? But it looks like our game 2 is getting started. Owen KAMERMAN is kicking us off. Filippo needs to win this game to stay in the final and try and leave here with the title of Utrecht Special Event Champion.
Yeah, elected Owen to go first, of course, I think what Filippo is going to be hoping for is more of an explosive start than he had in his last game. Of course, going second means that he will be able to attack first.
Yep.
But I think the advantage that OWYN has is that he does have a couple of single prizes that he can just put up in the active and say, look, if you want to get ahead of this prize race, you will have to try and gust around this.
Yep, and maybe try and utilise a skate rope himself. So OWYN might want to track it down to one prize, just consulting Filippo's list. Doesn't actually play a skate rope, so won't be able to utilise that. As OWYN is going to play an Ultra Ball, discarding an Alessa Sparkle and a boss's orders to grab himself a Mew V and consult the deck and try and work out what's been prized. Worth noting, Rabbi, OWYN did prize 2 copies of Battle VIP Pass, so we might not see as an explosive turn 1 for OWYN if you can't get those Geneset V down.
Yeah, well, we saw how much of a problem it was for Filippo to get set up without those resources like Battle VIP Pass, without Ultra Ball, so it may come up to be detrimental for OWYN's setup. However, what I like here is that, again, he does have the option to switch into those single prizes, but if he doesn't, Filippo is going to be, you know, he's going to be rubbing his hands here because the Calamitous Storm, the Frenzied Gouging, he has so many powerful attacks in his arsenal to be taking an early double prize swing.
As we are going to see OWYN empty the hand, play Lost City Fusion Strike system for 3, draws into a Skate Rope, Mew V, and a Genesect. So prizing 2 copies of Battle VIP Pass hasn't seemed to slow OWYN down too much here. Although if he does choose to bench that Mew V, there's only 1 bench spot open for a 1 prize, which I imagine OWYN will try and put down. Does draw into the Meloetta there.
Yeah, it does draw into that Meloetta, and that's going to be very important for, like I said, getting a single prizer up into the active, because what he wants to be able to, he doesn't want Filippo to get ahead of this prize race early. This, much like the feature match that we had before with the Chen Pao and the Roaring Moon, it's all about who can be aggressive here, who can have that first step into the prize race, and who can get up and running the quickest.
You are correct. And with that in mind, would you actually want to put down the Meloetta and use that? Ideally, you want to try and use your Iskew, because the Meloetta can attack, you know? So that is something worth knowing. As OWYN debating, going to play that Feather Ball, letting you search your deck for any Pokemon with a free retreat cost and pop it straight into your hand. So in this case, that can find Mew V or Mew V Max. Or Fail Search as well if you desire.
Yeah, an important point that you made there as well. The Iskew would definitely be the primary choice, I think, to have this kind of sacrificial lamb, so to speak, of a single prizer. And the Meloetta, of course, is going to be quite important in this matchup, only because, of course, that Melodious Echo, that all-important attack, of course, with the Fusion Strike energy, but chooses to bench it.
I think, you know, just if you wasn't to bench it, you only draw 1 less card there, Fusion Strike system, and saying, well, Iskew might be best, second best is Meloetta, and I'm going to have to settle for second best right now. So I think maybe you can afford to do when you're currently 1 game up in a special event final. OWYN did attach a Fusion Strike energy as well to the active Mew V, has used his last Fusion Strike system, as you are going to see a retreat into the Meloetta, and I imagine we'll see a quick pass.
Yeah, I really like this play. And I think the advantage that OWYN has over Filippo's aggressive Roaring Moon is that he does have the potential power of disruption. He does play the Dino, he does play the Path to the Pig, and of course the all-important Judge. So these game plans, they can alter a bit for OWYN. He doesn't have to go for the aggressive plays. He can bide his time just that little bit.
You are. No, that is a fantastic point, as it is going to be over to Filippo now. We're going to start his turn off here in our final match here at the Utrecht Special Event. Does have a Battle VIP Pass in hand, has led that 1 copy of Squawkabilly EX, which, if Filippo chooses, would allow him to discard his hand to draw 6, as it is his first turn. Looking to opt to probably do a little prize check here, maybe going for that Morpeko, but I'd imagine we'll see some Roaring Moon and some Moltres.
Yeah, I really like the Morpeko as well. Yeah? Only because the Energizer Wheel will be able to take a knockout on this Meloetta, of course.
And preserve the energy as well, right? Because it pushes them away. Fantastic.
Yeah, the Energizer Wheel has such great synergy in this deck. Of course, taking those 2 energy required to attack and putting it on your more bulkier Pokemon like the Roaring Moon for your later turn.
And, you know, if he was to do that, that would force OWYN to try and find a boss's orders to go around that Morpeko, because you definitely don't want to be KOing that. And if you're playing boss, you're not playing Iono or Judge. So that could be a double win there for Filippo, as he does conclude that Battle VIP Pass with a Radiant Greninja and that Morpeko.
Yeah, I really like this play. I think using that Morpeko, like I said, will mean that he's asking the same question that OWYN was, which was, can you gust around this? And of course, both of these players will be really aware of the prize race here. I think it more than any other match, it's all about who takes that big swing first to get ahead of the race, because both decks are so consistent in getting these big attackers up and running.
as we do see the Forest Seal Stone come down there with a Galarian Moltres, so that means Star Alchemy is an option to Filippo, allowing him to grab any card from his deck via that Star Alchemy V-Star power. Now that hand does, I see some good stuff in there. I see a catcher, oh my goodness. Oh, we do see the catcher being played. Oh, there's a Tails. That could have been really impactful. We're talking about how important a prize trade is. That is one way to sneakily get ahead. Now, we do see a Dark Patch in the hand. We do see Dark Flame Wings as well. I'm going to say that Dark Patch being played. I imagine that goes to Roaring Moon. Or, oh, this is interesting, actually. Do you go to the Morpeko and assume he's going to hit into the Meloetta, or do you risk it and maybe go for a catcher? It looks like Filippo saying, I'm most likely going to be using the Morpeko this time.
I really like going into the Morpeko only because he still needs to find a switch out for this Squawkabilly.
Yeah,
so if he's able to Dire Flame Wings, find an energy switch for the Morpeko, it's only a 2 energy requirement. So at least you're increasing your odds to get an attack off on this turn.
We see some good cards there off that Squawkins. I see a Pokestop, I see an Ultra Ball, I see some Trekking Shoes, and I see a Dark Patch. So I think at the bare minimum, we should be able to get that Morpeko swinging, as we are going to see that Lost City replacement potentially for that Pokestop. That's a card that we see a lot of decks play now. We see it in the Chen Power we saw in that last game, Rabbi, as we do see the Pokestop being played. And that's a 3-hitter.
Oh, that's a 3-hitter, yeah, for sure. We saw that in our past game as well. 3 items for Filippo. Definitely on his side, that Pokestop. But I think he was trying to make the decision there as to whether he wanted to put the Pokestop down.
Yes.
He may have to find these additional combination cards, but lost zoning that Meloetta, of course, isn't a bad idea.
It's not. I mean, new decks traditionally don't play too much recovery, but I guess in one scenario, if you were to put down the Pokestop, you might want to try and keep them around for Calamity Storm, bonus damage. You're not having to use Frenzied Gouging, so that could be one reason to try and hold on to those stadiums as long as possible. As Filippo is going to play that Earthen Vessel, doing the dream of discarding 1 Dark Energy to grab 2 more, activating Dark Flame Wings and Dark Patch as well.
Yeah, and it's a good point you made about the recovery cards, because, of course, this is now when we get to the point in a tournament, especially with the final, both players will be well aware of what each other are playing and certain cards that they both may include. So, you know, smart play there from Filippo.
Oh, we see a switch card off the Trekking Shoes there. I mean, that does get the Squawkabilly out the way. How greedy are you feeling there, Filippo? That's a good card. But are you after something else? Oh, this is a big decision. I think I'll be taking the switch card, yeah.
I definitely like this, only because, you know, it guarantees definitely the attack now from the Morpeko, only because, of course, you would have needed to attach manually to the Squawkabilly or with an energy switch in order to retreat. And, of course, with that Morpeko, that 2 energy requirements, although it sounds easy enough sometimes, it can be a bit tricky.
We do see a Dark Patch there onto the Roaring Moons. We're going to see the manual attachments. I imagine we're going to see an energy switch now at some point from the Moltres onto the Roaring Moon.
Interesting.
Oh, hasn't played supporter yet, so can use boss's orders actually to go after a 2-prizer with the Roaring Moon, because we saw Squawkins season as a supporter. There is a boss's orders there, Rabbi, onto the Genesect, removing some draw options, and Calamity Storm will be a big KO and remove that Pokestop and gets Filippo ahead on this prize race.
And this is a big swing. Taking the first 2 prizes of this game will be very important, but it's now a question as to, well, not OWYN being able to take a knockout on this Roaring Moon, but, you know, for looking at Filippo's board, it's the secondary attacker. He does have that Galarian Moltres with that 3 energy requirement and that Morpeko, but with no other Roaring Moon on the field, he is leaving himself a little bit vulnerable here. That's why I was quite surprised with that boss play.
Yeah, no, you are correct. I guess in an ideal world, OWYN would try and get a response KO with the Meloetta. That'd be devastating. But you're right, even if you were to just try and take a KO, maybe in combination with a judge and say, have you got enough recycle? You know, put the pressure back. As long as you see a Chromatic, flip a coin in the fence, grab any card from your deck, but we do see a Tails. That hand's not looking the greatest. I see a double turbo energy. I see a power tablet. Power tablet would be needed to take a KO via Technoblast. We're going to see a power pad being played here as well. So, what do you think OWYN's going to try and do here? Well,
with the fact that the Meloetta is still on board now, if Filippo hadn't have taken a knockout on this Meloetta, of course, it does mean the Melodious Echo makes these knockouts on the Roaring Moon that bit easier. Yep. If within a lesser sparkle now, if he's able to find 2 energy, and with the energy attachment as well of another Fusion Strike energy, Melodious Echo's hitting very big numbers with no requirements for Power Tablet.
As we do see the Power Pad shuffling a boss orders and Iona, I believe. Ooh, there we see a Power Tablet. Forest Seal Stone So whatever OWYN wants to do is itching closer, being able to do it. A lot of these cards aren't playable, though, in the sense that you don't really want to be playing double turbo energy here, because if you do want to attack through Meloetta, you will need to manually attach there. You see 2 Forest Seal Stones. They don't really want to be playing power tablets if you don't need to be. So let's see what OWYN does. Not quite the best hand, but this is the sort of hands that separate the good from the great players. You know, everyone can play a UV max when you're drawing 6 cards a turn. However, when you're drawing 2 or 3, that's where it starts to get dicey.
I couldn't agree more. And of course, it's a difficult situation now for OWYN with the judge in the hand, and of course, having those 2 power tablets and that double turbo energy. There was definitely a decision to make as to what he wants to prioritize as his primary attacker for this turn. He definitely needs to get an attack off, but of course, not playing that judge and having that attachment, he needs to find that Alyssa Sparkle this turn.
Yeah, I guess you can still actually take a KO with the Meloetta with using the Alyssa Sparkle down to those 2 power tablets being played. Did draw into the Fusion Strike energy there, though, so it looks like this is a Forest Seal Stone activation. Looks like that Alyssa Sparkle is being targeted there.
Yeah,
and that's going to open up the door to some, well, nice damage.
Yeah, very much so. It does find 2 energy as well. Fortunate enough to do not draw into them from the Fusion Strike system.
That is true. That can happen.
That can happen, unfortunately, but fortunate enough for OWYN, it wasn't to be. And of course, now I can definitely see the double attachment on both the Meloetta and possibly even a Genesect or even that benched Mew.
Yeah.
Which it might be what we're seeing here, because of course, spreading these important Fusion Strike energies around the field means that Melodious Echo is always still an option.
Really is, and it's going to make it really hard to start chasing those Fusion Strike energy as well. So we are going to see 3 Fusion Strike energy in play. So that means Melodious Echo swinging for 210, minus 20, 190, and then plus 60, take us up to 250 damage, which is going to be enough for a big clean KO as OWYN KAMERMAN says, hold up, wait a minute now. Let's even up the prize race here. And OWYN takes his first 2 prize cards of this game 2 here in the Utrecht special event final.
Yeah, puts himself 2 prizes down. And this is such a great position to be in for OWYN, because he's got these multiple attackers set up. He has 2 MUV on the field, both with an energy on already. And I think for Filippo, of course, it does still have that Morpeko as an attacking option against this Meloetta, but for Filippo, it's where are these other prizes coming from? I have the Galarian Moltres on the field, but now I need to start setting up these Roaring Moons.
You really, really do need to get those Roaring Moons set up, as we are going to see Filippo start to turn off there by promoting the Morpeko and playing an Earthen Vessel, discarding a Dark Energy to grab 2 more. Now, if Filippo can't manage to sort of get around this Meloetta via a boss's orders or a catcher, we'll go down to 3 prize cards left, which would mean we'll be only a VMAX KO away from winning, but then does also open the door for OWYN to go 2-2 and win this game as well. So definitely all to play for.
Yeah, completely agree. And for OWYN, he already has game on board. The Squawkabilly is there.
Yes.
Galarian Moltres is there. So OWYN is only 2 gusts away. I don't think he'll be too mindful of this Morpeko taking an easier knockout on this Meloetta. However, for Filippo, it's mitigating that risk, whether he can find those potential disruptions like the INOs. But of course, OWYN does have the advantage with those Fusion Strike systems, Shay.
Yep, drawing cards is never a bad thing in a Pokemon TCG. Did draw into a Pokemon catcher, so we could use to see... Oh, looks like it's going to get discarded actually via an Ultra Ball, so we aren't debating it. A catcher could be quite good here, you know. Could be quite good.
It could be. It'll definitely keep him in this prize race, only because if he's able to take another 2 prizes now, he'll be in the same position that OWYN was, right? Just 2 gusts away from taking the game here. We see the Ultra Ball here. I imagine it's going to be for one of those Roaring Moon.
Yep.
And that's exactly what it is.
Roaring Moon going to be integral for getting Filippo to try and win this game. Moltres is nice, but you'd rather be swinging with the Roaring Moon. So Filippo did opt to keep hold of that catcher. So it is worth noting that Morpeko will be able to retreat for 1. Its ability won't activate. Professor Sada, though, letting you attach 2 energy, well, 1 energy to each of your ancient Pokemon. And he has 1 in play, though, so that's going to be 1 energy to the Roaring Moon, and then draw 3 as well.
Yeah, and this is exactly why I liked that spreading of the Fusion Strike energy, because even though Filippo is forced to gust, there's no strong option here, really, if he wants to be knocking out OWYN's potential attackers. If he takes out a knockout on the one Mew or the other, he's still leaving Owen's field with 2 Fusion Strike Energy.
But it looks like we don't see any of those catches being played. We're just going to see the energy wheel, or energizer wheel, I should say, from Morpeko to KO the Meloetta, thanks to weakness, and then push those energy down to the Roaring Moon. Morpeko doing its job there, even up the prize trade, getting rid of that 1 prizer. Now over to Owen. Now, I would imagine, Rabbi, or Benjamin, I should say, that going after a KO here, and maybe a little bit of a judge, maybe even a skate rope, anything like this, or maybe just going after a 2 prizer is the way to go, right?
Yeah, thanks, Bert. Oh, sorry, Shay.
Let's go. Love that.
Yeah, he will. Yeah, Owen, I think, talking about how he wants to see this game out, he will be trying to find those 2 gusting cards. He will want to find those 2 bosses orders for game. Of course, easier said than done. The Star Requiem is already used from those Forest Sealstones. So,
Star Alchemy?
Star Alchemy, sorry. Star Requiem, different game mode. But of course, we'll have to draw into them naturally with the Fusion Strike system.
It's going to be tough, though, if you attack with that 3 prizer. Filippo's on 3 prizes. That Roaring Moon is there, and that Dire Flame, the Aura Burn from the Moltres has no problems dealing with a Dark Week Mew VMAX as well. So not quite out of the woods yet, as it seems.
No, certainly not. I think regardless if you gust the Moltres or the Roaring Moon, you're still leaving the field with 2 threats on the board, right?
Yeah.
The Dire Flame Wings, you know, it's able to accelerate energy onto itself through that ability, but that Roaring Moon with 3 energy on, it's ready and ready
to go. Yeah, so I guess it would be a pick your poison, as it were. But Filippo does have quite a large hand, you know. We saw the concealed cards, we saw the Professor Sarda's Vitality. Filippo, odds are, will be able to attack with the Moltres. So Owen in a bit of a sticky situation here. But, you know, if anyone can get out of it, how about the Dortmund regional champion and about 2 weeks later?
Of course, of course. And here we see the Mew VMAX in the active, and now Filippo will be kind of licking his lips now.
Yep.
The 3 prizer is on board now for him to be able to take the game. It's whether now Owen can find that gusting card for that Roaring Moon. I think that's all he can really ask for, because of course you won't be able to gust and play a disruption card like Judge or Iono. So I think this is the best option he has in front of him.
And I guess no Psychic Leap KO to remove the 3 prize doesn't really get you anywhere, because then you're just going to be on 3 prize cards yourself. So that's not really a needle mover. So let's see what Owen does. It does have the boss orders in hand. Does have a path to the peak as well. So that would be really impactful, doing everything you can to sort of try and stop Filippo. That does obviously turn off Dire Flame Wings, path to the peak.
It certainly does. Again, asking more resources to come out from Filippo will be his best way of winning this game. If he can take a knockout on the Roaring Moon here, I think he still needs to find another power tablet.
Just need to find a modifier.
Still needs to find another damage modifier. Still has boss in hand, but of course doesn't want to put down that path to the peak too soon if he still wants to draw from that last Fusion Strike system. And here we go, Shay.
Did we find a power tablet? Oh, the last card, Benjamin!
Nice.
Oh, keeping us on the edge of our seats there. Needed to find a power tablet. And that's the scary scenario. When you play the boss's orders without having a power tablet, you sort of really commit to that play. But Owen found it. Techno Blast is going to be a KO. Path to the peak, turning off Wallbox Pokemon. Abilities over to Filippo. What do we have? Well, we see a Pokestop. That's going to get Dire Flame Wings back online. There is no basic energy in hand yet.
Does have the Mew EX for restarts. Does have a research in hand, I believe, as well.
Oh, true.
So can, you know, thin out this deck even further to try and find that energy or potentially even a dark patch here. This is going to be squeaky, Shay. This is going to be very squeaky.
This is very, very close. You could argue, you know, this turn could decide the fate. Who will leave here a champion, as it were. Ultra Ball is going to find that Roaring Moon. Remember that Morpeko in the active has a free retreat cost thanks to its ability in a hungry hurry. If it has no energy attached, it can retreat for free, as we are going to see Pokemon Catcher.
Oh, and it's a heads.
This is a heads. So going after the bench Mew VMAX, of course, because that's still going to give up 3 prize cards. Here we go.
Restart. And there's the dark patch.
The dark patch. And then we'll see Dire Flame Wings there, Benjamin. So that means Filippo can free retreat, use Aura Burn to take the KO. 1-1 here in our Utrecht special event final.
And the crowd goes wild seeing that dark patch from that restart. Such a way to thin out the hand, of course, has all of these disposable options.
Yes.
These Pokemon catchers, these Ultra Balls. He's able to use them for maximum effect. And as well as that, of course, with that restart, find those extra cards. Although he still had research, he was able to find those resources and get those attackers back up and running.
Yeah, as we do see the crowd there, let's make some noise here for our Game 3. There it is, let's go. All going down to a Game 3 here. Remember, it's Filippo's birthday. Let's not forget that. And OWYN KAMERMAN's going to try his best to win this event and win Dortmund. And now Utrecht all in a row. Wow, Game 3. We can't ask for more than this.
Certainly can't. And of course, now it's going to be whether who goes first. Of course, I believe it was Filippo who had gone first in our original game, so it would have meant that OWYN had won the coin flip. So I'm sure it's going to be much like our first game, Filippo to go first in our last game. And now the question remains whether OWYN or Filippo can have that all-important explosive start.
Yep. And in a matchup like this, it's going to be high octane, as it looks like Filippo is going to have a mulligan there. You could argue the game could be made or broke on the opening turns here. Oh my goodness. And I knew this would be an electric final. I knew when I saw this matchup, it's going to be damage here, knockouts there, here, there, and everywhere. And I'm so glad I'm here getting to talk you all through it, and with you as well, Benjamin.
Oh, thank you so much. And I couldn't agree more. As soon as I saw those two deck archetypes make the finals, I was like, oh, me and Shay are going to have such a great final. These two decks love just taking up a big swing against each other, you know?
Okay, so let's consult our prize cards there. OWYN has prized 1 copy of Boss, 1 Fusion Energy, Mew VMAX, and a Genesect. Over for Filippo, 2 copies of Pokemon Catcher, 2 copies of Trekking Shoes, Battle VIP Pass, and Base Kenji. Nothing too impactful, although Fusion Energy can be really important for Mew. But it looks like our Game 3 here is getting started here in the Utrecht special event. Filippo is kicking us off, and that hand, it looks, there are some cards there. Maybe it could be seeing a Squawk and Seas, I feel.
I definitely feel that as well, this Trekking Shoes.
Ooh, wow, Trekking Shoes off the top for a Battle VIP Pass. Wow.
Yeah, he's taking a walk through that deck with that.
Yeah, let's go.
VIP Pass. Trekking Shoes, finding the perfect card on your turn 1. Finding those 2 Pokemon, of course, being the Radiant Greninja. Of course, that can seal cards. Great synergy in this deck. Able to discard an energy, of course, keeping those dark patches alive as well. And as soon as you find those little resources in your hand, then a Squawk and Seas as well to boot. I mean, what a great start.
Yep, Filippo's going to be off to the races here, laced up those shoes real tight and said, right, off we go. And it looks like Filippo's just going to debate on what to grab for this second target of the Battle VIP Pass. You know, I would imagine since we do have Dark Patch and a way to use it, a Roaring Moon would be an easy recipient here, as we do see that coming down.
Yeah, and what an explosive start we have here for Filippo. Still has Ultra Ball in hand as well as the Mew EX restart. We saw how important it was in the last game. Really, of course, seeing those additional cards can make or break this first turn. So whether he needs to depend on this Mew EX is to be seen. But of course, for OWYN, seeing this start isn't going to be fantastic on his side. He knows that Filippo will have those attackers up and running pretty much anytime soon. Of course, has all of those little resources, and for OWYN, it's going to be whether he can deal with this problem on his first turn.
Yep, you are correct. That is the OWYN's probably thinking, oh my goodness, this is getting off to the races here a little bit. As you're going to see that Mew EX come down, or maybe not. Ultra Ball being played, going to get rid of Iono and Pokemon Catcher. 2 cards that aren't really too useful this turn. And I wonder, would this be finding... Oh, maybe not. Would be going for the Squawkabilly here? I mean, that hand outside of that isn't aggressive. I wouldn't want to rely on Mew here.
No, I wouldn't either. I think for Filippo, his priority here is to try and get your attackers, you know, kind of having the energy accelerated on all your attackers and settling that board state as early as possible. You know how disruptive all of these kind of Judge and Iono plays can be to these fragile, aggressive decks. So if Filippo is able to set up as early as possible with all of these combination pieces, it's only to his advantage.
As we are going to see Dire Flame Wings there, we're going to see a manual turn attachment of a Water Energy. to the Roaring Moon. I mean, that is perfectly fine. You know, both Frenzy, Gouging, and Calamity Storm have a colorless energy in their cost. And we're just going to see a pass, Rabbi. So no Squawkabilly used yet.
No Squawkabilly used this turn. Maybe seeing that is too much of a risk to play against Owen.
Yeah, for sure.
Of course, it's an easy two prize cards to take. Now, what I would have loved to have seen is a potential single prize Pokemon come into the active.
Yeah.
We know now with that Galarian Moltres in the active for Filippo, it's very, very vulnerable to these Melodious Echo plays. And for Owen, there are 2 prizes on Filippo's side of the field. So for Owen, his prize mapping strategy is already there.
It really is. Over for Owen as he kicks off his first turn in our Game 3 feature match here in the final of the Utrecht Special event. Owen debating on what to grab here. I imagine we're going to see a Genesect and a Mew-V. Could even see the Meloetta coming down nice and early, since that is going to be, I would imagine, Owen's go-to. Worth noting, Owen did prize a copy of Fusion Energy, so that's going to make Melodious Echo a little bit harder, because you do have to find one to attach from your hand per turn to pull off that Melodious Echo 2 prizes. But as we do see that Meloetta coming down. So Owen, woo boy, look at that hand as well. Sorry, I see some Alessa Sparkle. We're going to go for it first.
Yeah,
interesting.
That's the first piece to the puzzle. And of course, with their Chromatic in hand as well, it could be a potential heads to find that last Fusion Strike energy available to him. Still need to switch out, of course, with the Genesect having been started as well. And of course, does not want to rope, because of course, it does have
the Fusion Strike energy in hand already. That was the thing. Why are we going for the Alessa Sparkle first? Makes it harder to draw into it. Had it in hand already. So we still need to find a switching card, you're correct, and a modifier here as well. Since Melodious Echo with 3 Fusion Energy in play deals 210 damage. Moltres has 220 HP, so it'll be 10 off. So a little cheeky power tablet or choice belt here would get the KO for Owen, as we are going to find ourselves another Genesect V.
I think what's important here as well is that switch out doesn't want to be an escape route.
No, definitely not.
Only because Filippo will be promoting that Radiant Greninja, and he won't be taking this big 2 prize swing that is required. And there's the escape rope.
There is the escape rope.
Very awkward.
Oh, don't want to be using that if you can avoid it. How many copies of Switch does Owen actually play? Only 1. So most likely we're going to see a cram for it, or a Forest Seal Stone. This could be a very important cram, because like I say, we do not want to play that escape rope. That's going to nullify the point of using Meloetta, since Filippo will dance that Radiant Greninja straight into the active. That escape rope comes down. So what are we going to do?
Debating the escape rope, knowing that he doesn't really want to be using this as
Here we go. And his heads! Owen KAMERMAN rolling the dice there, getting the heads. Will be able to search his deck for any card he likes. I imagine Switch is going to be high up on there. Does still need to find a modifier here as well, but it's much easier to find. It's much easier to find a modifier because you play more of them. Since Owen plays 1 copy of Switch, let's pluck that out now and hopefully draw into that power tablet at a later date.
Yeah, and still has different options to find those damage modifiers. Can draw into the power tablet, of course, but not having to use Forest Seal Stone yet, as well as, of course, different chromatics as well. There are still different options for Owen to find this last piece of the puzzle.
Yep, wow, what a cram that was. The heavy ball can obviously be insta-played as well. And let's just see what Owen has there. Is there a Genesect V in there? There is! That's going to be another use of Fusion Strike system as well. Come in the clutch there, that Hisuian heavy ball. And then get to consult the prizes as well.
Yeah, that's fantastic. And we're forgetting another damage modifier that can be used on this Galarian Moltres V. It's Choice Belt.
It really is.
Of course, another tool card that can be utilized here for Owen. If he's able to attach that one of the many, or use one of the many damage modifiers, he'll be taking...
And there's the power tablet, Benjamin. There it is. Does even have a path to the peak if he so desires to slow down those Rulebox Pokemon abilities. Might not have a staging replacement in hand yet, or a Lost Vacuum, so might want to hold off on that. But at the very least, it starts a Fusion Strike system to go.
Yeah, this is a fantastic turn from Owen.
It really is.
Able to take 2 prizes as early as this now. Filippo only with a Water Energy attached to the Roaring Moon and a Mew EX with a Greninja as well. His board state isn't looking fantastic going into his next turn.
as we are going to see that Melodious Echo for the KO. That's going to be OWYN KAMERMAN on the board there with 2 prize cards. Filippo has a hurdle to jump over here. And here's the sort of quote-unquote annoying thing. You have to deal with this Meloetta realistically. Sure, maybe if you can go after the bench Mew, the Fusion Energy, you have to do that as well. But that Meloetta has no problem swinging again.
No, you have to knock it out. You're completely correct. And I think now leaving that Meloetta on the board would only be too much of a risk. Because,
yes,
of course, Melodious Echo is still attacking for 140.
Yep.
There are still damage modifiers within the deck that OWYN can use to take another 2 prizes with it.
And you can always just attach another Fusion Strike Energy, and then you're back at that 210 breakpoint straight away. Over to Filippo, that has promoted that Mew EX. Does have a free retreat cost, of course, so you can plan your turn out here. Does have a Dark Patch in the hand and a Dark Energy in the hand as well, so can get that Roaring Moon set up. As it looks like we are going to see as an Ultra Ball for that Morpeko.
Yeah, the Morpeko might be the option here
of
to
course.
try and sort of manage this prize race a little bit more effectively. If he's able to use the Energizer Wheel on that Meloetta, at least he's only giving up the 1 prize card on his next turn.
Yeah, this could start to get dicey for Filippo here. Would like to try and get a 2 prize if possible. We are going to see them Morpeko getting set up. A restart for 2 cards here. I see a Professor's Research, though, and a Catcher.
Yeah, and I think that's an Iono as well.
And an Iono, yes.
Yes. I quite like the Iono here, actually. You know, putting OWYN down to 4 cards in hand is only going to add that little bit more of a disruptive element to OWYN.
For sure.
And, of course, if he's going to be attacking with this Morpeko, he does not want OWYN to find this Gust.
No, definitely not. You don't want any Boss Orders coming down there for OWYN. Well, no, OWYN did prize 1 copy of Boss's Orders, unless he did take it. Let me just quickly confirm that. No, he did not. So the Boss Orders is still in the prize cards. So keep an eye on that, as it does look like Filippo's going to play an Ultra Ball here. And I imagine he's going to find, maybe a Moltres to start trying to get Dark Flame Wings online.
Yes, and you are completely correct. With that Galarian Moltres being knocked out on the last turn, it's so important, this Dire Flame Wings. It's such a great utility card.
It really is.
For this engine, only because you're able to utilize those energy switch cards.
Yep.
Dire Flame Wings, energy straight from the discard pile, and E-switch, and it all comes together for this Roaring Moon.
As we are going to see a Pokestop there. Getting rid of a Boss's Orders, get rid of energy, but does get an Earthen Vessel. Now, Earth Note, we did see that Boss Orders be really impactful in Game 1, and that one has been sent to the discard pile. I think we actually saw the Power Pad get discarded earlier this turn as well, so that Boss Orders is going to stay on that discard pile, at least for now.
Yeah, no other Gust other than Pokemon Catcher.
Yep.
Not a fantastic place to be. Of course, you will require flipping heads. Guarantee that Gust, which isn't fantastic, especially when you're staring down quite a scary single prize Pokemon like the Meloetta.
Yep, as we are going to see that Earthen Vessel concluding there, grabbing a Dark Energy and a Water Energy as well. So I think Filippo's done everything he can realistically here so far. Got the Morpeko going down, got it down with energy. We'll be able to attack. Energizer will move as energy as well, back onto the Roaring Moon, I would imagine. As we're going to see Greninja going to conceal cards, draws into a Pokestop and a Roaring Moon.
Yeah, I definitely like the Morpeko play, only because, like we mentioned earlier, the Energizer Wheel would at least start accelerating energy onto these benched Roaring Moon for further powerful attacks in the later turns. And at least if Filippo's able to manage this prize race a little bit more effectively by giving OWYN no option but to take a single prize, at least Filippo has the option then to take out big knockouts against these Mew VMAX that are potentially coming.
Yep, you are correct, as Filippo is going to do that Energizer Wheel, takes 1 prize card, it's over to OWYN, who promotes that Mew V, of course, has a free retreat cost.
Yeah, of course. And what OWYN will definitely be trying to find here is that Gust, like we mentioned.
Yep.
If he's unable to find the Gust, it of course means that he'll be evolving into a VMAX, taking out a Morpeko, and that's not what he wants to be seeing, only because that VMAX is so vulnerable in this specific matchup because of that Dark Weakness trick.
It really is. Mew VMAX win hit for Dark Weakness. Even the Moltres can have a little go there and one-shot it via Aura Burn. So, yeah, definitely don't want to be doing that, especially for 1 prizer. And I thought, nope, that is a Judge getting discarded via Skate Rope. Lost City coming down. Fusion Strike System. Here we go. I see Pathos. I see Fusion. Not Fusion. Forest Seal Stone, I should say. Well, there's the boss as well!
Doesn't even need to find the Forest Seal Stone.
Goodness gracious me. Someone needs to check the fire alarms here, because OWYN is drawing that fire.
Yeah, and with that boss's orders in hand, of course, we'll be able to find that all-important gust onto these vulnerable 2-prize Pokemon. But unfortunately now, he will need a damage modifier if he wants to knock out these dark-type Pokemon.
Yep.
But of course, that Mew EX is so vulnerable against these Turbo Strike. According to OWYN now, of course, he won't need any damage modifiers for that easy knockout.
They'll still need to find the... well, an energy actually, funny enough, and the Mew VMAX, but does have 2 power tablets, does still have 2 uses of Fusion Strike system as well. We are going to see a boss's orders. Let's see where this goes. Got to be Roaring Moon. Whoop. There it goes.
Yeah, I think now that you have 2 power tablets in hand, at least you can guarantee knockout on the bigger threat.
Oh, wait, we have the energy. And an Ultra Ball as well. Oh, my goodness gracious me. Those are some well-trained Genesect V.
Yes, of course, now having knockout against this Roaring Moon, and I really like the attachment to the Mew with no energy, of course, attached to it already. Knows that there's still a Fusion Strike energy somewhere, whether it's in the prizes or in the deck, of course. I think, yeah, it's still in the prizes. So at least keeping that fresh Mew V on the field.
Yeah, and does have the Boxer Disaster on that one as well. So if Filippo was to KO it via Galarian Moltres V or a Burn or Calamity Storm, would actually put some damage counters back on the attacking Pokemon, maybe taking the pressure off finding more modifiers at a later date. Yeah,
it may come up relevant. We know how unfortunate it is to manage these high HP requirements for Mew. Of course, doesn't really want to be needing to find these damage modifiers if possible.
Yeah.
But of course, with this Boxer Disaster, it may come up relevant.
I think, wow, Owen's done everything he can this turn. Wow, I'm very impressed. Power Pad, but we're going to shuffle in. What we're going to see at the boss's orders, get that straight back in the deck, just in case.
I think the boss's orders is definitely going to be the priority here, only because he's not guaranteed to take it off the prizes when knocking out this Roaring Moon, and he knows that he needs another Gust in order to take game. So, yeah, smart plays here from OWYN.
Let's see what OWYN tries to do. Does have some tool cards there. That Choice Belt, not terribly helpful when it's hitting into the Galarian Moltres. So let's just get that attached, get it out the hand, so we can maybe draw some cards in a later date. Get it out of the deck in case of Ionis. We want to see a free retreat now from that Mew V. And we're going to see a Techno Blast for the KO as OWYN KAMERMAN goes down to 2 prize cards left. Filippo needs to do everything he can to stop that happening, as that Roaring Moon does have to get sent to the Lost Zone because Lost City is in play.
Yeah, and this is great premonition from OWYN. So now that he's taking this Fusion Strike energy off the field, not attaching this Turbo Strike energy to the active with that Fusion Strike energy attached, at least now he has the second attacker ready, raring to go.
Yes.
And with that Choice Belt attached, he's going to be able to take 2 easy prizes against that Galarian Moltres V if Filippo is somehow able to take out this Mew. This Fusion Strike energy off the field, not attaching this Turbo Strike energy to the active with that Fusion Strike energy attached, at least now he has the second attacker ready, raring to go.
Yes.
And with that Choice Belt attached, he's going to be able to take 2 easy prizes against that Galarian Moltres V if Filippo is somehow able to take out this Mew EX off the field.
All right, let's see what Filippo can do here. Should have a fairly easy KO lined up, realistically speaking. Ideally would want to do it with a Roaring Moon, but Galarian Moltres would be sufficient as well.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting few turns now for Filippo. It's whether he wants to prioritize knocking out this Mew VMAX or maybe taking a different option, maybe knocking out the one with the Choice Belt attached to it. So it at least requires OWYN to find some additional resources and damage modifiers in order to take another knockout on one of the 2 prizes. So I think a Gust play might be the option, because at least with 5 prize cards remaining, he has no other option to take either the 3 prize or the 2 prize Pokemon. It's quite tricky situation here for Filippo. It completely depends on what he sees as the bigger threat moving forward.
Really is. You know, you are correct there. So let's see what Filippo does try to do. Does still have concealed cards available. We did see a Dark Patch attachment and a Dark Flame Wings. We are going to see a Pokestop, and obviously a Dark Patch and a manual attachment. Restart here for 2 cards. I saw a Dark Patch and I saw a Judge. A Judge isn't bad.
Yeah, Judge definitely adds that added level of disruption, to OWYN, putting him down to 4 cards in hand, would at least, ask some more questions of whether he can get those important cards for next turn. But of course, with 3 Fusion Strike systems on board, it would be a lot to ask.
But sometimes all you can do is make your opponent answer as many questions as possible. Judge might be the way, at least with Filippo's hand, might be the best option. We do see a dark patch being played here. I imagine it's going to go to the Galarian Moltres V.
Yeah.
And just debating whether to play that Judge.
He's definitely debating on whether to play the Pokemon Catcher as well. I think that, you know, there's no risk to knocking out a 2 prize Pokemon.
Yeah, for sure.
He is still on 5 prizes. So at least knocking out that Mew V with the Fusion Strike Energy, it does require OWYN to find more damage modifiers with the Mew V Max with the double turbo energy. I think this is what I was kind of trying to explain. With he has no, it's not that he has no other option. He still has to take knockout, but of course it's whether he wants to ask questions of OWYN to find resources or take out the bigger immediate threat of this Mew V Max.
And as we do see the Judge concluding there, we're going to see a retreat into the Royal Moon. Okay. We do see a Stadium as well, so Calamity Storm will be online. Dark Flame Wings activation there.
Yeah, definitely like that. Of course, still has now that OWYN's, of course, only 2 prizes remaining. You know, Filippo only really needs 2 attackers on board now.
As that was a Pokestop activation there, I'm assuming. I think they're just debating, has he used that before? I don't think he has.
No, he hasn't got rid of a Stadium for this turn, I don't believe.
No, so yep, just going to conclude this Earthen Vessel here. Going to grab 2 Dark Energy from the deck. Oh my goodness, this is so close.
It's close because now that Filippo is going to be taking a knockout on this VMAX, it's whether OWYN can find that energy, it's whether he can find that Mew VMAX, and of course, find that all-important damage modifier. Oh,
the Boxer Disaster, wait, the damage modifier.
Disaster.
Can OWYN, there's a VMAX, just need energy now, Alessan Sparkle, we know there's one energy in the deck. OWYN KAMERMAN is our Utrecht special event champion, fresh off the hill of winning Dortmund regionals. Here he goes.
Additional 80 damage. OWYN didn't require any further damage modifiers, and already having the VMAX and Alessan Sparkle in hand would have meant that he was able to take a knockout with a nice little turbo